Pre-recorded.
What's up?
Sent in the.
That's it. Well, I just added
Of course,
everyone.
it's
So
pre-recorded.
everybody got your scripts. That way we know what we're saying.
Yep. I got the script right in front of me.
That's good.
Mine at home.
That's good. At least that way lift it. Just look behind you. There it is. All right. But it's not like this is being live streamed. Oh, didn't see you there.
He's so quirky, guys. He's so quirky.
And but what can I say? What can I say? But for posterity's sake, what is going on, my frosty friends? My name is Winter Cast Ice, and welcome back to Discord Dungeons and Dragons, or I guess in this case, welcome to the D&D wrap up. For the 5-year campaign that we've done. This is where we're going to talk about, all the different events that happen in the campaign, talk about like the arcs, talk about villains, player choices, and, all of the choices you guys ultimately made, as both like the character and the player ultimately, being separate from one another. And also where you guys can ask me questions about like things that might have happened or could have happened. But that being said, Wanderer, you wanted to be the MC for this and kind of steer the kind of direction of conversation.
Very, very lightly.
Very, very lightly.
Before he gets going, I'm just going to remind all of you and let stream know that we are friends. We like to yap. We do this often. So I will be acting as the fun police. Anytime we get off topic or get into unnecessary rambling, I will steer us back onto course. So if I'm an asshole, blame that.
That is very good.
Our fault. It's our
so
fault.
Question number 1. Winter.
Hold up. No, we're not
Do
doing
it
it
jiggle.
that way. Do it jiggle? That's a good question.
Well, that's a good question right there. Let me say, no.
But actually, I know this is a tall order, but what I'm going to ask to start things off, to get our brains going, thinking back, bring yourself back to 5 years ago, roughly. How did this campaign start?
Oh, okay. So
that's crazy.
I actually
got the campaign for us. I wasn't here.
So actually, I can blend into this, and this actually would have led into my first question that I would have had for you guys. 5 years ago, during the pandemic, unfortunately, if you guys were watching the channel at the time, I was off and on doing a live action thing with Abby, Sebastian, and my friend Travis. And like we were doing like IRL D&D stuff, and we're just kind of showcasing, having some fun in a country that I had developed at that time. But because of the pandemic, some of my friends are immunocompromised. Ultimately, you guys remember, because I remember venting to you guys about that on this Discord, about like how much it sucked that unfortunately we couldn't continue and how the game had to stop. But I remember, and Tiny, I think me and you were the one talking at the time. I think I brought up directly to you, like the thought of like asking you guys to play a D&D game. Just because we could do it online. I had learned about Roll20, and I figured like that would be. But I believe it was you, Tiny. Correct me if I'm wrong.
It wasn't me.
I remember I brought it up, and like you immediately were just like, absolutely. That sounds like tons of fun. And like so I was like, oh cool. We'll bring it up to the guys, see how everybody feels about that, and we can kind of go from there. My question for you guys with that, though, did you guys think when I asked you this that we were actually going to be doing like a full-on like multi-year campaign, or did you guys think that this was going to be like, it's winter, he like brought this up, maybe we'll do like, maybe a year, maybe like half a year, who knows? I'm curious your guys' thought when I asked you guys if you wanted to do D&D.
Well, the thing is, with the...
I say we actually go down the list of the names in the Discord, the way they are ordered, answering that way, instead of just going willy-nilly about it.
That's fair. In that case, Herma, you're at the top of the list on my end, so what did you think?
Okay. I had no expectations. D&D was something I'd heard about from Critical Role. I never watched Critical Role because I just have a really hard time watching sessions of D&D. Like I have a really hard time watching it.
Yeah.
So I just went on like, sure, yeah, we'll play D&D. How to make a character? Okay.
Cool. Dope. I could do
Yeah.
this.
Yeah,
Awesome.
basically, I had no expectation for how long it lasts. I certainly didn't think it'd last 5 years, though. Certainly, I wasn't thinking that. I was like, yeah, it'll happen when it happens.
Yeah, totally. About to say, Tiny, what are you about to say? What about you? About to say, because I remember you were the one I was talking to about this the most. Because in fact, I think you were the barometer of like, do you think the guys would go for this?
One, I was. Two, we did not actually start with this campaign. We
Oh,
started
yeah,
with
that's right. Oh no.
What was essentially a one-shot that we did beforehand to try and teach a couple of people about it.
Based on Winter's
Uh,
reaction, you have to expand on that.
Well, I think I can do a pretty good idea of that. I'm pretty sure that entire thing was text based. They were not NVC.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because at that point, I was unable to. Most of us were unable to do like actual VC stuff.
I do know I was not a part of that.
No, you were
I was
not.
part of that.
That you were not. That was at the time. That was just me as the dungeon master. Tiny, back when Stray used to play with us, and Abby. I think you were a part of that too. But see,
And Briggs.
yeah, and Briggs was a part of that, and that was I was running the first mission of the that was the first mission of the Horde of the Dragon Queen. Better say.
Mhm.
Which, if I ran that now, would be so different. I would have changed so many things because Horde of the Dragon Queen is not written well. But yeah, oh my god, what's the opposite? What's the opposite of nostalgia? God, oh.
Fringe.
Anyway,
And to be honest,
Anyway,
I thought
Tiny,
it was
were
gonna
you
go
done with
like
your
all
answer?
our other campaigns.
I-
Like
I
every
didn't
time we
expect
have a
it to go long.
campaign, it ends.
That's true.
Like
That's
every
true.
time it just stops. We don't go anywhere. It just stops. Like
Yeah,
that's it.
That's fair. That's fair. But Tiny, please continue.
I was pretty much finished. I didn't expect it to go anywhere because people were busy with life.
It's true. You guys were all high school
Uh,
students at the time.
So I will continue, or I will start now. So I, at the time of playing D&D, I actually joined 3 sessions in. I was in the first streamed game. There were 3 beforehand.
Yep.
So I joined in on the 4th session, and I didn't actually know you guys were doing D&D because I didn't pay a lot of attention to the Discord at that time, even though I was one of the ones that created it.
Yeah.
But I was basically like, can I get on this? And at that time, I had been playing like 30-minute sessions every day, sometimes completely different campaigns in between, at the lunch table with my high school friends. We did not role play. In fact, the big thing my character was known for was the fact that he had magic semen that could bring anything to life if he nutted on it.
Okay,
All right
it's like,
then.
It's like
High
the
school.
fingertips of
That brought back a
D&D.
memory.
Yeah, it was basically the fingertips of D&D. It was not good.
That
By
reminded me
any
of,
stretch of
the
the
first
imagination.
one shot I ever ran with this group.
Oh god. Oh, no.
Not the point, but yeah, it was not good. So coming into this campaign, with that expectation in mind, and that being my first introduction to D&D, I was very taken aback. It took me a good bit to get Garnan's voice down. I didn't get it down to like session 30, I think, before I finally settled on what it was for the while. I did know like what to do for the most part, but yeah, that was about it.
About to say.
I'm gonna put Abby right between me and Walf here. So Abby, when campaign started up,
About to say.
what's going on?
About to say, what did you think when I asked all these guys about like doing a campaign online? Because this was right after like we unfortunately had to stop because unfortunately like Travis especially was dealing with.
And Sebastian's going over to his place.
Yeah,
to
making
be
sure
in.
he was doing okay, and because of that, he was going into a place that was quote unquote contaminated. You guys, we all lived through the pandemic. We know how it was. It was rough. But I say, what did you think when I asked?
Actually, I wasn't born until 2021.
Again, feel
Shut up.
I feel like it was just like I was like, oh yeah, it's gonna last like maybe like half a year.
Yeah, I'm about to say, you think
like
it was,
all our other campaigns
Yeah.
that we've had.
where basically like one player or two players unfortunately just made it so we couldn't. This was a first campaign for a person who's been playing D&D for nearly 2 decades. This is the first campaign I ever got to run from beginning to end, and we actually had a
That
proper
sounds about
ending to
right,
the campaign.
actually.
But I
Yeah,
say,
because like Briggs and I, we want to keep playing
But
our
the-
other characters, but
but-
we're missing a player.
but I say we're missing 2 players for our Friday game. But I say unfortunately because
Yeah, I know, and
But I say, but it's like, yeah, no. I mean, especially at the time, like, and running D&D with only like 2 players is rough. It's really hard to like make a balanced like game, focusing on 2 people. Which is, I mean, like you guys all could attest to this. D&D's biggest challenge is scheduling.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Like this used to be a Friday night game, and then we moved it to Saturdays because it was more convenient for the entirety of the group.
Because I had football. Yeah.
You had football, but I say, and ultimately that I had to fight with every job I've ever had to make sure I got off at a decent time on Saturdays, or not work at all on Saturdays, so we could actually play the game. Oh, but that was in your case, but I say. So in that case, Wanderer, but I say you came into this way
I
later.
came in on the 35th session, which we had to find out recently because I knew this question was going to come up. I came in on the 35th session, and I was seeing red flags immediately. Because I saw
Where are the
all the
important people?
Where all the-
That's part of where this came from.
Mm.
I saw the NPCs as DMPCs, and I'm seeing like 4 of them. So it's, I'm just seeing red flags immediately. So it's maybe this was a mistake.
Well, Avery's playing with
I'm very happy that I was wrong, though, and I learned that very quickly that I was wrong, and I'm very happy that that's the truth.
You kept playing with us
But-
afterwards.
Yeah, for the longest time, this was just like a
Of
thing that I
course.
did.
Yeah.
This was my fill of my D&D. I had some connection to my character, honestly, where I started to like dig my heels in was around the Shadow Trials arc, I believe.
So about 50 sessions in, yeah.
Which I mean,
Somewhere around there. I remember like my ears perking up at the it was the temple where around the area we met Spencer. It was Time Temple to the dead
Yep.
god of time.
yep.
But I can't remember chronology.
Yeah, but I say that was
Chronergy.
Chronergy.
That again is another spot where I started to pay more attention to.
Better say, yeah. But I better say the thing is that I remember like to think of that Wanderer, you came in at session 35 and we ended on what, session 178?
182.
182. But I say, well technically there's 182 in the playlist. But I say, but there's
Nope. There are more in the playlist. It is number 182. I looked.
Oh, is it? Better say, you might be right. I better say, I might be. Better say, but either way, you better say you've been in for almost 150 sessions.
I mean, they were in for 182, to be fair.
True, but it's like, but the thing is that you initially came in.
Nope. You were right. It was 176. My bad.
Better say, there were a couple of streams that got split up because of disconnect or. My knee accidentally hit the
Wi-Fi
button. Wi-Fi going out, like a whole situation.
Technical issues.
Yeah, technical issues.
Anyway,
but
Wanderer, was that it for your question?
I think so. I was more looking for a plot recap, honestly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Before we get into the rest of the questions, I think Wanderer wanted to do a just a very minimal plot recap. Like,
okay. So
more than cliff notes, but not What is it? I did them in school constantly. Book review. Book.
About to say, so you want me to do like a little bit of a?
It doesn't
A
have to just be you.
Oh, well, I mean, in
General,
general.
Group wide, 4 paragraphs. Call it.
All right, about to say, who would like to start then?
I think Tiny, you were the one that was paying the most attention throughout the majority of the campaign, so I think it would be fitting if you started. Personally.
Tiny is scrambling to find his session 1 notes.
You want like actual session 1?
Yeah, running straight to
I-
session 1 all the way through.
Alright.
If you have it in you, take it away.
All right. So
Quickly though.
session 1. Hey, Welf, go fuck yourself. That's not happening.
Yeah, well, go fuck yourself. Call it 4 to 6 paragraphs.
So, session 1 was essentially just people were still kind of scrambling in order to know D&D. So we started off simple. Everyone was heading to what was essentially not a coliseum, an arena, to do just a basic like entertainment fighting challenge. Everyone decided to go melee. And I sat on the sidelines because I was not a fighter. People started either winning and losing. The only things that really mattered that was when we first met Bimp and Knackle, who Knackle was a healer and Bimp had a spell to essentially make weapons do subdue damage.
Yeah.
Which never came up again, but don't mind that.
I'd say, no, don't mind that. But I'd say that was for story purposes.
Don't mind that. That was when we first met Garland, who violently lost to Scolvin, and our first meeting of Vector the Valiant, or Vile. There was a noble in that where everyone was using like basic tools or basic armor. That guy had a horse and a lance.
Hold on. Can I interject one thing real fast? Just because
Yes.
I think this is a funny thing that we could all laugh about now. Do you remember in that first session, Herma forgot to add his proficiency modifier to hit the entire session?
Yes.
That fight took forever because Herma was literally like, "What? You gave him too high of an AC!" And it's like, "Are you adding your proficiency modifier?" And you're just like, "Herma, I just
What
simply
is
remember.
that?
What is that?" Listen, please continue.
When he
Tiny.
did finally win against Garland, he kicked him he stabbed him in the nuts.
Yeah. About to
This
say,
is the same person who later in the campaign would do 15,000 damage to Tiamat, was it?
No.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
15,000.
Either way, when we first met Vector the Vile, who proceeded to literally decapitate that person, having disenchanted his weapon so that his swings would not be subdued. Afterwards, the entire place fell into literal darkness, and we were trying to calm the people while Kazir chased after Vector. He was told something, proceeded to get blasted with lightning, and then we were brought in front of the mayor, Lord Marklehay, I believe it was.
yep, that is correct.
He gave us our first mission together. Go to Cobalt Hall and just clear it out. There we found a fucking dragon.
Wormling.
It was a wormling, but still a dragon.
That is correct.
Afterwards, once we left, we were very bloodied. That is when Garnan joined the group. He had been met before that in a tavern, gambling, stealing.
I think that was where Scolvin released the Pickfield.
I would say
That was afterwards.
Yeah, that was
when
afterwards.
when we were done with our mission and leaving, headed to a place called Belval, a place that we found was very cursed. We visited the Cobalt Hall again just to check it up. Blue wanted to get more of a thing we found in there, which was a green slime that could act as adhesive. We went deeper to check on the dragon corpse, but found some runes. there, Scolvin had, oh, here's a bright idea. I'm gonna touch it. And he did.
Mhm.
And it nearly killed him.
Mm-hmm.
We fucking ran as a portal to hell opened and a pit fiend emerged.
Yeah.
We decided, you know what, later issue. And that is actually where our drive for the campaign started. We were going to find the pit fiend and like start telling people, hey, demon.
Hey,
We didn't
bad.
know anything about the broken skull at this point. We didn't know about demons. We knew a devil was on the loose, and that was the drive for the campaign.
That is correct. The only thing I would interject is I did drop a couple hints of the broken skull, because if you remember, and Herma, you might remember because you looked at the wanted poster. There were wanted posters for people that were supposedly working with a cult that was working with demons, and that was where Garnan saw a poster of his brother. But I say who
I
was.
believe that was in Melbourne, wasn't it?
I'm pretty sure you said you. Oh, go ahead, Dad.
We had not seen them just yet.
Was
The
it-
only time we started seeing anything with the broken skull was in Melbourne,
Okay.
in the mainland.
Okay,
Because Pegland is off the mainland and didn't get news as fast.
Then I had that set in my notes so that if you guys would have been looking more at that, you guys would have seen some of that stuff in Pegland. But you guys, obviously the trajectory was going that way. Like the plot was going that way, and
Yeah.
you guys were like, ooh.
Yeah.
But please
So-
continue.
We cleared out Belval, the city was in ruins, then we made our way to Melbourne, fighting some harpies on a bridge, yada yada. In Melbourne, you still had not been in the group at this point. This was actually our first meeting with the Broken Skulls.
Mhm.
We went there, Blue was set up to do a performance, and during that performance, everything went to shit. This was the first time we met one of the leaders of the Broken Skull, who was Alismir.
That was
He
I
this is
shot him in
also
shot him in
where,
the shit.
yeah. This is also where we first encountered actual demons and what we would later find out to be Bulgratars.
Yes, the very first iteration of the mutated demons.
Which those kept
Combination
going down the line.
Centaur.
They were
And-
very much broken. They were nowhere near the power that we saw them next.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that
It was
was
some chimera abomination, but
Oh.
it was not well done.
it was a prototype, and basically they were field testing it on you guys.
Yeah, we didn't die. Kazir, we found, was fucking horrible when it comes to mind manipulation.
And that was the first fight.
Every time.
That was the first fight that Garnan, like you had used your Berserker's Rage, and because this was back when you were a barbarian, and I remember that was like how you were role playing it afterwards. Like Garnan was very out of breath, and he was hurt after that fight.
Hurt, he was exhausted. So we decided we're going to go out as we can, help what we can, and then rest. During this point, Scolvin got the bright idea to go off alone and got fucked. I have it in my notes.
It was an Ettercap.
Yep,
He
it
was killed by an Ettercap.
Yep, that is correct.
Do you know what an Ettercap is?
No.
So an Ettercap
It
is
is essentially
Oh, go ahead, Danny. No, go ahead.
it is a spider demon. One of their main things are that they have like intense poison and can use their webs. He got webbed up and was poisoned.
Nice. I was picturing a mushroom, I'm not gonna lie.
But nope, it sounds like it, but it is a
Bipedal
weird
spider.
fat spider creature.
Big bipedal spider.
Big bipedal spider,
Bipedal?
fat.
How does that work?
Bipedal.
Yes, I will
Here,
get
I'll-
you a picture.
I'll do it while
Lots
you
of
keep
arms,
talking,
or-
Danny.
Yeah, lots of arms.
They're so
Lots
cool
of
looking.
arms, bipedal.
They're so cool looking. But I say they're just like these dangly things, so the big dangling arms that literally just kind of it was really cool, and like I remember specifically, Herma, when you did that, I was like, I did do the DM thing of like, are you sure? And you were like, yes. And I was just, all right.
I was very young, and I was like, Skull gets all this shit. He's Skull, man. It's all right. I have 19
Actually-
AC. It's all right.
Ettercaps don't have multiple limbs. They have 2 forearms and 2 legs.
Yep. That is correct.
They have a spidery face. Gotcha.
I sent a
Yeah.
picture in the D&D chat.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they are essentially more like they're more like caretakers of spiders. They like to like
I got
raise.
one really big boob.
Yeah, they basically like raise spiders and use them for like hunting and stuff like that. They're very monster keepers, but they also have no problem with eating people.
I'm pretty sure they're also sometimes seen with drow.
Yes,
Not the point.
not the point, but true.
continue, Ty.
Not the point, but true.
After we got done with that, we met with the Lord of Melbourne, found his Regis, and after a good amount of helping, a thing that never came up again, which was the Enlightened Hand, that just never came up again.
A thread, but I say not taken, and that's okay.
I personally blame Wanderer for simply existing.
Fair enough.
Yeah, my bad.
But not the point.
My bad.
Tiny, please continue.
Not the point. The Enlightened Hand was a sect of mages who could use bone mancing.
Mhm.
They could replay a scene of how someone died.
Mhm.
After we spent some time like helping, being heroes, preparing, we decided to go down the Ravaged Path. And
Quick interject
go on.
here. In Melbourne is where Skulven got his dog, and Garnan got his Blink dog and his direwolf puppy.
Hey,
we met a man named Willie who sold exotic animals. Winter, do the voice. I know you want to.
fucking love Willie, dude.
But after spending some time, I'm pretty sure we got the animals before everything went to shit.
We did, yeah.
We left and went down the Ravaged Path because we wanted to get to Starlum quick. Because we heard that Garnan's brother was in Starlum.
Oh shit! We completely missed another big part. In Melbourne is where we got Alosa, Filman, and Karik.
That is correct.
I completely forgot about that.
And and that's also where.
There was a slave trade.
Oh, yep, that is correct.
There was a slave trade going on, and Skulven and Garnan decided to interrupt it because Skulven used to be a slave, and Garnan didn't like slavery
Mhm.
as an ex-criminal.
And Skulven
They
also
went
hated slavery.
and- Yeah, Skulven was a slave.
Yep.
You didn't get to
slavery.
fucking everyone.
Fucking everyone.
The boulder.
But
Anyway,
the way that they were saved was that Alyssa was sold really fucking quickly because Azamar, and Skulven went to save Filman and Karik, and made the famous line of "These fangs are made for biting."
Yep. Great line. Still quoted to them.
Skulven saved Filman because he recognized him.
That's correct, because
Yeah.
Filman was the champion of Coliseum that Skulven was at.
And he proceeded to bite the throat out of a fucker.
Yeah, it's a really good one too.
Filman and Karik were together way before we met them.
Yes, they were part of the same. They were part of the slave trade.
But afterwards, we decided with our new band of NPCs to go on the Ravaged Path because that was the quickest way to get to Starlum, because we needed to go to Starlum thinking that Ezrin was there.
Yep.
So we went on the Ravaged Path. First off, we stopped in Ilk.
Mhm.
But hold on, I am going down to my notes.
Loved Ilk. Ilk was so
I
good.
ha-
Elk was the first one, yeah.
Ilk, which used to be named Crestfall, was controlled by one of the Rooks, which was, as you know, the leaders of the Empire. It was controlled by the Voodoo Rook, the Necromancer.
That is correct.
And a fuck ton of gnolls. We decided, hey, fuck these guys, we're saving these people.
Yes.
So we did. After going through a bunch of people that Blue knew,
What? Son of a
we
bitch.
decided.
Fuck you, Wow. Every time I'm free of this, every time. You posted
gotta
Tiny's
remi-
you
you
post
gotta
Tiny's
remi-
cursed image.
That's an image that I fucking since winter just at random.
I don't know what it is about it, but it bothers me so much. But also,
Anyway,
It's in the uncanny valley for you. That's what it is.
Also, to comment
Probably.
on this, but as a Tiny, but as a this is also the same city that you guys met that for your first reoccurring demon that kept showing up.
the babao.
Yeah, the
Babao.
babao.
Yep.
That
was- While in Ilk, we found that there was a
Hi, DK.
essentially resistance group that was rapidly dying. Hold on, I have a couple of their names. There was Horace dead,
Yep.
Terrence dead,
Yep.
Trent dead,
Yep.
Hazel dead,
Uh-huh.
Theo dead,
Yep.
Lester dead, Izzy dead.
Yes, that is correct.
However, he lived.
He did.
Sped dead, Gnarl dead.
A lot of people died. It was bad.
A lot of people died. But we managed to save them after the Voodoo Rogue realizing that, hey, these people are becoming a growing problem. I'm gonna sick a demon on them. This is when Blue.
This is one of the
Blue
tiny,
managed to trick a demon.
yeah, one of your most iconic moments.
This is when Blue managed to wipe the memories of a demon and convince it that he had summoned it and to go attack their leader.
What? Seriously, one of the coolest moments Blue has ever done.
For real. But please
Mhm.
continue.
Because we felt that that demon could very well kill us because Babaos at our current level were strong as fuck.
Yes.
So, after a massive fight with the leaders, the Babao turning on us after its target died and it didn't return to its plane. Which, it's fine, he was weakened. We kept going to the next place in the Ravaged Path, Dallery or Makanali.
I loved Makanali. Oh my god.
Yeah, Makanali again. Love.
We spent a lot of time there before you joined, where it was our first time meeting with the Thieves Guild. It was our first time, like, having a place to rest, because we have been go-go-go's
That's
for
true.
the entire time. This is where we decided to take on some actual bounty board quests, because we need money and some power, because, again, go-go-go. We haven't had time.
Yeah.
It's true.
After that, we was it before or after we met the first things of the Neo-Naga that you showed up? I think it was the second time.
It was the second time.
So we decided to go into looking at some cult stuff that was happening outside of Makanali, because that was worrying the people. And this is where we found the first traces of a Neo-Naga. It was one of their bases where they were holding an artifact, and another reoccurring NPC, Symbol, who was an enemy.
Yep. She was.
We also found a fucking Hydra.
Yeah.
So,
That's great.
massive fight ensues. This is also where Garnin first got his weapon, the Ravager.
Yep.
He
Ravager.
bought it for really fucking cheap in the actual Makanali. He got it cheap because the guy knew it was cursed. He didn't know what the curse was, but he knew it was cursed.
But they did have the decency to warn you that it was cursed. Better say they did. They better say.
Yeah, so we haggled for a discount.
Yeah, better say.
Hey, this is cursed. Give it to us.
Yeah.
And at that point, everything bled. That stopped, but everything bled. So adding an extra d6 of damage to bleeding things was really good.
It was good throughout the entire campaign.
It's true.
It was really helpful.
But during that fight, when the Ravager first saw blood, Garnan was corrupted and possessed by Orcus. Not Orcus, Grumsh, that one.
Yes.
Ooh, Grumsh.
Yep.
If you don't know, that is the one-eyed god, the god of the evil orcs.
I also feel like we kind of forgot to mention that Henrik had come in at this point.
That's true. At this point, in Machiavelli, shortly after,
Henrik had been in for a good bit now.
Yep, Skolvin had left and Henrik had joined.
Mm-hmm.
How did
Skolvin-
Henrik join?
He was a mercenary to start with.
Yeah.
Skolvin
It was
pretty
very
much
similar
said
to
I knew that.
peace sign and Skolvin said peace sign and left with his wolf, which had grown many eyes. And
They do that
we
sometimes.
decided
It's fine.
they just do that sometimes.
Hell yeah.
We decided we needed another person, and Blue went to look at the apothecary or alchemist and found that Henrik was there working. So we decided to hire him. Because, artificers, they can always be helpful. Henrik got an item that he never fucking used ever, which was a tankard of coffee that refreshed once a week. And gave advantage on perception.
Yeah.
checks.
Yeah.
You use it like twice.
Here's
I use it all the time, just not for those
We need
stats.
an intervention. We need
Not
an
for the stat
intervention.
bonus.
I will say this. I also want to interject. Let's not also forget when you guys did the mission against the Neo-Naga. But I say, Tiny, that's when you and Kazir at the time, when you, Kazir, and Symbol got your first taste of the Exeter Desert.
Yep.
And that was also.
I was getting to that.
Apologies.
I just wanted to do Ralph's thing
Yeah,
because
backtrack.
Garnian
You
got possessed before we.
That's
went
true.
into
That
it.
is very true. This
Like, he started shooting fucking lasers at us.
It's true. About to say, because when Garnet was possessed, he was using powers of a Grumsh worshipper, which was like Garnet had
He killed a Grumsh worshipper.
because basically Garnet had the evil eye beam that comes with a Grumsh worshipper, and it's like that shit is scary. It's really fucked up. It was great. Loved it. Anyways, continue. Danny.
Afterward, we managed to call him. Alosa managed to calm him because at that point they were already getting to that point. They went inside, fought the Hydra, killed the cult. Symbol with her sister rushed towards a thing known as the transpositioning cube.
Mhm.
Blue said, "No, fuck that," and grabbed.
Yep.
Just yoink, and they vanished. They ended up in the Exeter Desert.
Very, very like Harry Potter port key kind of situation where they literally just disappeared.
I feel it necessary to mention that he got lucky being in the Exeter Desert as close as he was. He could have ended up in the middle of the ocean.
It's true. It could have been
Winter said
specifically. It could have been any location that the party had been to at some point in their life, and the stronger connection they had to it, the higher chance. But Tiny could have accidentally teleported them directly to Westray. That is
Could not ended up in the middle of the ocean. However, we could have ended up wherever Sybil had been.
Yep.
Blue had been, or Kazir had been, because they all touched it at the same time.
That is correct. And if it would have been Symbol, if it would have been another one of Symbol's other ones, we'll get into that conversation if you guys want to know. But it could have been really bad.
That's something for later.
Yeah, that's something for later.
I did have questions about Symbol, but
go ahead.
Afterwards, it was a several session thing of them getting back to the party, having to use the transpositioning cube, going here to here, because it only worked once a day, and they were kind of stuck. That is also where I got all of these anti-magic gauntlets, or manacles, because we decided to team up with Symbol, because they decided, hey, we're in the middle of a desert. My sister's already dead, and they were my only connection to the Neo-Naga. Let's just not. So they went through, and eventually they teleported back to what was now the Neo-Naga's main base. Teleported back to Pegland.
Yep.
Which was currently taken over by the Neo-Naga. They had an ability that rendered the civilians around aware. They were entirely chill with, oh yeah, we know they're there, they're chill.
It was a whole, yep.
And that was a whole thing. We talked with the leader, who later found out was Theander, and we were going with the line of, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, because right now the Broken Skull was everyone's enemy.
Yep.
They had not made the deal with the Broken Skull to not be bothered at that point. So we got some items, got some to talk, and got teleported back. Symbol was going to stay. However, as we were getting teleported, they got fucking domed with an arrow. So we saved them as they were falling into the teleportation circle and ended up at a storehouse underneath where the cult was hanging out near Makanali. At that point, the party had spent some time like talking in Makanali, chilling, being very fucking confused. Blue at that point had the sending spell, so he was able to tell them, "Hey, just wait for us." We
also, to also interject slightly, that was also when you guys left that base. Garnan, and Ralph, if you remember, that's when Garnan talked down the Cyclops that was going to attack Makanali.
Oh my god, I forgot about
that.
that.
That is it.
I completely forgot I did that.
Continue, Johnny.
When they were leaving, as we were like in the desert, the normal party was going back to town and found that there was just a fucking Cyclops that was like battering against the walls. Garnan came out of the bushes, called it a bitch, or something along those lines, and it rolled a nat 20 on, I think it was either persuasion or intimidation, and it started crying and ran away.
Believe it or not, actually, Garnan convinced it to work with them, and let us say that, and there's actually a story there.
Yeah, he called it a bitch. It started crying, questioning why it was attacking the wall, and then said, "Hey, work with us, cause right beside Makanali, as you may know, is a very cursed forest." Which we didn't really get into in the campaign. That's
okay.
One-shot miniseries.
Yeah, that would be really fun. I'd love to go back and revisit.
Yeah. So he convinced that and decided to rest in the town for a bit. When me, Kazir, and Symbol got back, we found Garland, who was meant to be in jail, found out that, hey, he murdered the guards. Earlier in the campaign, he sent some assassins at us, who proceeded to cast Fireball at us.
Yep.
Which, at our current level at that point,
really bad.
Fucked us.
Yeah, really bad.
And that is actually... Yep. While we were in a temple getting healed, that is actually how we got Knuckle and Bimp into the party.
Yep.
Because they wanted to go travel, since that's how wizards work.
Yep.
But we saw Garland doing his undead stuff, and he had the corpse of the Hydra and was essentially stitching things to it, and had a bunch of followers give blood sacrifices to it, which proceeded to wake up an undead Hydra. Which me, Kazir, and Simple booked it to town. Because, hey, undead Hydra, town. Oh no.
Oh no!
we got to town. We fought the Hydra. We won, obviously, due to Bimp having fire spells.
Let's say, well,
We talked with the.
I was gonna say that's where I started Welf's
we
hatred
talked
of
with
banishment.
Exactly. He got banished for most of the fight.
you. I hate
No,
banishment. I hate that spell. That spell is bullshit.
Continue, Teddy.
and this is also where you started Ralph's hate of con saves.
Oh yeah. Hmm.
There was so much Ralph roll me a con save.
I actually, hold on. I want to continue talking.
I'm pretty sure you wrote down how many you had to do.
That was also the first time. That was also the first time that an assassin was trying to kill Henrik. About Herm, I don't know if you remember. There was the female assassin, who blasted Henrik with a sniper rifle. And literally,
Oh yeah.
and literally, you're just like, oh, that
Henrik's
hurt.
gun had misfired.
Yep.
No, Henrik's gun had misfired, and then he healed himself. Yeah, he had a healing bolt, so he just shot himself in the head, healed himself. But and then also his gun misfired in like the first shot he tried to do was like a counter snipe.
Yep.
And then I was kind of like, nah, Henrik doesn't fucking care. He's shooting more shots, and he kept hurting himself with the light shot.
It was awesome. But I say,
so I posted the what I sent Winter after all those con saves he made me do in the DnD chat.
yeah, I fucking remember.
Because I was not happy.
All right, Teddy, please continue. I'm sorry.
You're fine. After the fight with the Hydra, we were brought in front of the leaders of Makanali, which was, let's see.
It was
Daldir and
Galantis.
Daldir and Galantis.
Love those guys.
Which was a human and a full-blooded orc.
Yep.
As we were talking with them, we heard screams in the town, and we went to look out and saw people riding what was essentially oversized boars, and there were orcs with pustules of just black goo. They ran into the mayor's office, and we started a fight. We mainly won that fight. One of them decided to run away. This was the first time that we had been introduced to the Abyssal Plague.
That is correct.
As the bodies infected a few people, and the living person that ran away was essentially not on survival mode. It was on infect as many people as it could mode.
Patient 0.
Yeah. Which also showed us that our main adversaries, the let's see, I'm trying to remember the actual tribe name. I'll have to look at it real quick.
Because we had a full conversation about that too. I remember.
Yeah. Look it up. Where are you?
The Empire?
Well, it was the Empire.
No, not the Empire.
The Empire was a whole thing, but the orcs had their own individual tribes.
Yeah. Oh, got it.
Yep. And
Yes.
there was
the Empire had.
Go ahead.
The Olnuk tribe.
Yeah, the Olnuk tribe. Yep. They in particular they were very aggressive. They were very like the strength is the one that beseeches us at all times. Like, and Tiny's backstory for Blue, about to say heavy ties and dislike of the Olnuk.
Mm-hmm. That was the Olnuk tribe was essentially where the Tanaruk came from.
Yes.
He wanted to kill as much as possible. We later found out that that wasn't the actual Tanaruk. That was what was essentially corpse being controlled by the Voodoo and by our good friend Famalden.
Yep. That is correct. If he was using his abilities to be able to work through him.
I'm still not here yet.
Yep, you're still not there yet. You came after the patient 0.
Yep.
essentially that happened. We were like scrambling to try to fix everything. But and Mary, as we were leaving, decided we needed a protector. Blue needed a protector, so she introduced you to the party.
That's correct. And I remember we
And-
had a huge conversation at that
Yeah.
time, Wanderer.
We did. We can get into that later.
Yep.
The origins of the character later.
Yep.
But
That's later.
really, the first line that I say, one of the first at least, will never leave me as long as I'm with you.
But
Where
Where
are
are the important people? I'm still wondering.
Yeah, I know, right? About to
Still
say.
wondering.
Please continue, Teddy.
Yeah, no, that's what he wanted. It was the time leading up to him.
That's fair.
Unless you want to go
Oh, no.
further, which I can't do.
Keep
No,
going.
Well,
There
let's,
are.
let's,
This
let's
is
move
a.
on to the next question.
This is,
please.
Yeah,
this is
I
documenting.
I think we might want to go into questions. We could be here for a while because again, we played this game for 5 fucking years.
It's already been like 30
Okay.
minutes.
Okay, so a rapid recap from there. We went to places, fuck shit up, and then won.
Yeah, basically, if you guys, if we were going to fast travel through this stuff, you guys continued on the
fast
Ravage
travel.
path. Yeah, you guys went on through the Ravage path. You guys encountered different cities where you were being seeded, different things that were happening with the Broken Skull. That's where you guys found the Cathedral of Time, and that's where you guys met Spencer. Ultimately, this was also the first taste that and first sign that I had seeded that there was going to be a change in the gods. But I say that was that was like my first seed to let you guys know that there was going to be change.
Yeah.
Basically, you guys continue forward. Where after that city, you guys came up to an abandoned city where there were mushroom people. And upon talking to them, they explained that the Broken Skull had killed everyone in that town and were using their bodies. And that's where they caught the angel that what you guys later found in Starlum.
Yep. First off, for that,
Oh.
we were going to the Myconoid city.
Oh, that's right. Yep.
We met our.
Yeah,
That is when we met
question was just
our
what happened before
Trubgrim.
Wanderer, please.
I say
It's been 30 minutes, guys. I'm begging here.
that's fair, but I just figured good to wrap
I
up.
want to do this. I want to complete the mini session recap really quickly because it gives you the idea of asking more questions.
That's fair, but we'll rapid fire this real fast. You are correct, Danny, because that was where Zuck and Moy first came in contact with you guys.
Packed before.
Yes, because Zuck and Moy was trying to make contact with you guys and trying to work with you. Rather than deal with the whole thing with the Broken Skull. And again, another interesting thing, and I've talked to you guys a little bit about that. But you guys then proceeded forward, and right before you guys stopped in the town right before Stratford. I'm forgetting what the name of the town is offhand.
I got you.
Not the point. Keep on.
Tranmere.
Thank you. But that's where you guys ended up having meeting the thieves and more of the Thieves Guild, and that's where you guys got straight ambushed by people in the Empire. And you guys ended up having to fight your way out and then teleporting to Stratford, where you guys even lost members of the Thieves Guild because they gave their lives to protect you guys. And you guys went to Stratford, worked with them, found out that Stratford was being controlled by the Empire, ultimately leading to a great battle against against demons. Obudgarden and broke into Omar's laboratory at the time, which was absolutely insane. But I'd say that's where you guys saved the mayor of that place, which was the Siphoner Wizard. You guys, after that huge ass fight, you guys were teleported directly to Westray, where you guys met up with Tiny's old teacher. Oh, I missed a whole section. I apologize. While you guys were at the Thieves Guild, you guys did the Trial of Shadows, which was absolutely another really fun thing that I got to do with you guys. Henrik was attuned to that axe that was actually a cursed demon. And when he partook in the Trial of Shadows, rather than going to the actual destination, you guys actually ended up going into the Amber Palace. No, not the Amber Palace. That's Osagrad's. You guys went into Fraser Blue's realm. And it was a whole thing to try to get out. And it was, oh man, dude, that was awesome. But after the trial, you guys did, the huge fight. Then you guys teleported to Westray, where you guys met up with Roland, where you guys met up with Kevlar. This is where, you guys were basically being treated as heroes per se. where you guys were being treated as heroes per se. This was where you guys ended up getting invited to that dinner by the king. About to say, you guys were invited. And then there was the unfortunate incident, about to say, whereas me as a DM had to learn. But that was also the same dinner you guys met. Garnan saw Ezrin for the first time in the campaign. That's where you guys met up with Formalden again, and that's also where you guys met Vector again.
We also met Defana Belwraith's at
Yep.
the time ex.
Yep, about to say, we were seeing more of the Padstow storyline. And then after that incident, about to say, the Castle Westray, that's where war was declared against. About to say, the Broken Skull declared war against all of Atharia. You guys ended up trying to defend the party guests and try to get them to safety, and then tried to get involved with what was happening with the king and the 3 abyssal avatars. This was also the first time you guys ever saw an abyssal avatar in their avatar form. But oh, am I wrong?
This was the first time we saw someone in the avatar form was when we were fighting the Empire.
Oh, you're right.
Vector went into an avatar.
Yeah, that's right. Vector, when he was fighting Garan after he was being buffed by both Alosa and Bimp. About to say, yeah, that was the first taste of the avatar form. About to say, then after that, you guys, after the whole incident in the capital, you guys, that's where Salvador where Tiny dropped that fucking massive ass line against his father. But as they basically told him to sit down, and it was awesome. I loved that. Crash the wine glass in his hand, dance with Dathana, which was awesome. You guys got to the king, and it turned out that the king had been cursed by the 3 abyssal avatars, and you guys ultimately made the decision to take advantage of his weakened state and kill him, which basically allowed the queen to have access to the military forces of the kingdom. Excuse me. And that's also where, right before you guys went to Padstow to try to deal with that problem, that's also where, actually, Tiny, correct.
That's where Garnan became a paladin.
Yep, that's
right before we moved to Padstow.
Yep, about to say Garnan had become a paladin. Tiny, remind me in your notes, before Padstow, was that Return to Pegland? About to say,
yeah.
Where you guys fought yes, because that was when I was trying to remove Philman, Karik, and all of them from your guys' party, because I remember in the fight against the White Dragon, you guys only had Philman and Philman and Bimp on your guys' team at the time. And you guys ended up finding out what happened to the citizens of Pegland, and you saved as many of them as you could. Obviously, some of them didn't make it. But to say, you guys came back, then you did Padstow. Again, absolutely love that arc. I think was still one of my personal favorites. Everything to do with that, learned more about what happened to Belwraith, like what led to his incident, learning the city being under massive quarantine. Yep, fuck shit up, dealing with Drow. But to say, yeah, huge, awesome, loved the arc wholeheartedly, and it was introducing the Wish Demon was super cool. And ultimately, and that's also where Henrik had to perform surgery on Thorpik to prevent him from becoming an undead an abyssal mind flare. About to say, ultimately, that's also where Belwraith met Balthazar, the Lord of Sindis, and you freed him from his prison.
Oh my god, I barely remember that.
Yep, about to say, you guys were exploring the church and you were finding signs of the Whispered One. There were undead literally just roaming around. About to say they sucked. About to say it was yep. I'm sorry. About to say, but ultimately,
I remember that being a very difficult decision. That
yes.
was not one that I made easily.
But after Padstow,
or at least we made.
Moving on.
But after Padstow, you guys proceeded to go south, and because you wanted to do stuff with trying to help Kazir and his wife. So you guys ended up heading down towards Skystead. I believe you guys initially went to the Militant City. I forget what it's called offhand, but it has the Shadow Realm bar, which I remember that one, which was really awesome. Love that. You guys ended up going into the Feywild. And again, love the arc, amazing. That's where you guys found out about the war going on between the Court of Summer and the Court of Stars, because the Court of Stars was invading. You guys were traveling in the in-between parts, which was really bad. That's where I introduced the mimicries, which Tiny fucking hated. I rewatched that session, and Tiny fucking hated those creatures. But as you guys proceeded to go forward, made contact with people, was working with the Court of Summer to try to find where the hag was. Ended up meeting Thornbush and a couple other people from the material plane there that were having a tea party. Ended up having to fight I believe you guys ended up fighting the Jabberwocky, or avoided it. I'm trying to remember offhand. I think you guys fought the Jabberwocky. And then you guys got to the fight against the hag. You met the pack of werewolves first that helped you.
Yeah.
And they took you to the location of where the hag was. And then upon going in there, you realize that the hag had set up an enchantment on their location so that only a handful of you guys could actually go in. So it ended up being a choice where you guys had to pick which partners to bring in. And it was ultimately, and then it ended up being a whole fight where you guys ended up having to fight beings from your past, which was really awesome. Fucking loved that. That was actually where Belwraith had to met the spirit of Jahath. Wow,
because this particular hag was connected to the Abyss,
yes,
and their souls were the Abyss.
Yeah, tied to the Abyss, and that was also where I introduced that the hag was trying to become a lich, and she was using Kazir to be using Kazir as the last ingredient in order to succeed. Again, another incident where something could have happened if she would have succeeded. But you guys ended up defeating her. Basically agreed with the werewolves to bring them back with you guys. Back to the material plane. You guys ended up shifting back to the material plane. Only after ransacking and finding out that the hag's daughters had taken the Queen of Stars personal spell book. But you guys ended up getting back to the material plane, where you guys essentially split up with the werewolves, even suggested them going to Sindis. But you guys left Tuscadol, went back to Westray, where you guys found out that it had been 6 months that you guys were gone. I think it was 6 months, 4 months, 6 months. I think it was 6 months. So not large portion of time. Basically, you guys got back, talked with them, found out more stuff that was happening at the time. Learned that Garland was getting more active in the south. Because that was the first Abyssal Avatar you guys wanted to tackle, essentially, because he was causing issues for Skystead. So you guys went to Mount Dunatel to try to get involved. You helped Skystead, and that's where you met the Ash Giant. Basically, huge fight ensued. It was very methodical, tactical fight. You guys were able to handle quite well, defeating the Ash Giant and then heading to Mount Dunatel, where there was underneath it. You guys remember Belwraith. You had a vision because of the Guardian of Scales of War, the dragon that was corrupted underneath Mount Dunatel. And basically, you guys went out down there to find out that it was an ancient necropolis that was actually held the abyssal door to Orcus's realm. I don't remember what it's called offhand. But point being, you guys.
I'm sure it was just called the necropolis.
There's a name for it. I'm just not remembering offhand. But you guys ultimately had to sneak in. You actually got in contact with Skolvin to meet up at Mount Dunatel to be able to help. Skolvin actually got captured.
We find he was already there.
Yep. You guys made your way through Mount Dunatel. Ultimately getting up to where Garland was. Freeing Skolvin, huge fight ensues. You guys defeat him in the first phase, and then that's when he came back with his second phase, showing off some of the powers he had. You guys were able to beat him then, and it was this was also when Bloom was decided to dedicate himself to the Raven Queen, and become her champion.
I found a relic of the Raven Queen, used that to actually connect to her, and she accepted.
Correct. Mm-hmm. And you essentially became the Spiritfarer. After the whole thing with Mount Dunatel, basically Belwraith had to make a deal with the dragon and work with Scales of War in order to reform and make things better. You guys left there, and I believe, if I remember correctly, next after that,
Westray after.
Yeah, Westray after, and then I believe it was
We were in Westray. We did shopping, and then we went to
Was it
Starlam, killed the plague dude.
Yeah, that's right. You guys went to New Starlam, about to say to kill the Star Plague. That was a to talk about another fight that
that was a rough fight.
I was very nervous about, because I had planned that to be a little bit further forward, but you guys ended up fighting him a bit sooner.
But we killed him.
Yep.
Because we needed the ancient dust ashes or whatever it was called. Then we went to the city west of Starlam. I forget the name of it. To sail to Oshana.
Yep, the Oshana Arc.
We got the Drunken Prayer. We met the Star Pirates. We met the.
That's where we met Dame.
Dwarven dude. That's where we met Dame. Kept going to Oshana.
We met Dame a long time ago.
We met Dame at Westray after because Belwraith had to stay behind to work with the dragon and Scales of War. But you came with them to the Star Plague. Had to fight. You fought the Star Plague as a new character, and then went to Oshana, where you guys met a previous contact of Dame's, which was the Echo, who was trying to kill you guys. Then you guys proceeded to Oshana. Yep, you guys fucked him. About to say, you guys went to Oshana, did the whole arc there. About to say, released a bunch of ancient primordials. Basically, you guys moved inwards. It became a whole situation. Ultimately ending with you guys having to fight Theander and the Neo-Naga. Meeting Los's parents. Henrik stealing the wings off of an Azamar, because why not?
Really an abomination. I was happy I forgot about that.
Fought a Kraken, had to kill an abyssal plagued, why am I blanking on the name? Aboleth, thank you. Had to fight Theander, who was in the midst of transforming. Yeah, he was a Merilith. He was in the midst of transforming, but somehow kept his sanity in comparison to others who had the disease. After doing that and helping out Oshana, you guys returned back to the mainland. Where you guys believe after Oshana was Uskar?
Nope. Before we went to after Oshana, we went to the Channels of Tolvor.
Yep.
And then we finally made our way back to Atharia, where we went to Tamworth first, so we could get
gotta say get the Arcane Heart, and that's also where you guys were going to deal with Juiblex. Yep, dealing with Obel. That's where Henrik got the Arcane Heart. That's where Belwraith had rejoined the party at this point. Because Belwraith got disintegrated in the fight. Yeah, Belwraith got disintegrated in the fight to get the Arcane Heart. About to say, you guys succeeded in getting the Arcane Heart.
Into the Shadowfell.
Yep, into the Shadowfell. You guys fought Obel, which was the most deadly fight that I think I ran outside of the Star Plague. But I think Obel's fight was the most lethal. About to say, then it was after that you guys went into Shadelka to fight what was left of Dweeblex, basically to weaken him enough to guarantee that Zuckamoy could win. You guys then proceeded backwards. After that, I believe
that's when we went to Uskar.
Yeah, you guys went to Uskar.
That's when we went to Uskar.
Yeah, did a whole thing in Uskar. About to say, had to fight the Beast of Uskar. About to say, taking down the Demogorgon. You guys met one of the lords in Uskar, which was really awesome, getting to explore their culture. After defeating him, you guys proceeded to go into the Exeter Desert to get the sword that the main had been using. About to say, you also met Bim's teacher while you guys were in Uskar, as well as the main again.
Yep, before we went to get the sword, Blue had an idea as the main was infected with some parasite.
Yep.
He went to get that trollkin.
Yep, the mayor of about to say the mayor of
Glaytel?
Was it Glaytel or was it the mayor of
I don't think it was Glaytel, it was the other one.
No, it was I believe it was Stratford. Am I misremembering?
Either way, doesn't matter.
Either way.
Doesn't matter. It was the mayor of one of the things on the Ravage Path.
About to say, on the Ravage Path, you brought him back, and because he was a siphoner, and ultimately you had the genius idea, and I was like, oh fuck, yeah, that's actually a really good idea. And ultimately, about to say, we're able to help the main so that you could cast Regenerate so that he could get his arm back. about to say he was able to help you guys in that fight, because after beating the Beast of Uskar, you guys then proceeded to have to fight the rest of the demons that were still around. After that, you guys went into the extra desert, and because you guys helped out the ranger, about to say one of the main's friends, escorted you guys into the extra desert and actually was able to help you guys pinpoint the location. That's when you guys found out that the weapon had been collected by the Yanti of the extra desert. You guys ended up finding out that the Yanti's territory was anti-magic. That was so the party had to ended up splitting up. Some of the NPCs basically stayed outside of the city. You guys went in. This was when Henrik decided to throw all caution to the wind and proceeded to really fuck with the government of the Yanti.
Set off a nuke.
Yes, basically, Henrik set off the star engine that was inside of that location, and if it wasn't for the light shot, but I say Henrik would have absolutely been disintegrated. But it did destroy the light shot.
No.
But I say, also in this time, Kazir also had solved the infernal puzzle box, freeing the first devil you guys truly met in the campaign. But as a
because he was a fucking idiot for
yes,
that one.
agreed, and trapped himself inside, and it took Henrik because Henrik was the only one who had a high enough intelligence to be able to free him from the infernal puzzle box, but not right away. I remember Herma in particular was like,
we let him stay.
yeah, I remember Herma in particular was just like, Henrik is not solving that puzzle box. He's gonna sit in there for a while.
Yeah.
But I say, you guys, but I say you.
Timeout.
After the nuke went off, you guys proceeded. This ended up becoming a race at this point to get the weapon and get out as quickly as you could. Which you guys did. You guys succeeded in doing so.
Then we learned that the NPCs had been ambushed. Karak, Philman, and Alosa were gone. Knackle was dead. Bimp was very hurt.
Yep. That is and ultimately
we went back to Westray, prepared, went to Starlam through the
Demon Web Pits.
Yep.
There's a Demon Web Pit.
That's correct.
Demon Web Pits killed Ezrin. Just got sent to the Hells via Starlam. That's when Henrik blew up the entire city with the arcane conduit after hooking it up to a remade light shot, dealing 15,000 damage to Tiamat.
It was to the Enigma.
It was hooked up to the Enigma.
Yeah.
Oh, the Enigma. My bad.
It's all good.
But much worse.
And then we went back to Westray, found out it was fucking gone. Thanks, Dame.
Gone. Thanks, Dame.
But I
we went
Had
back
to go
into the
back to the Demon Web Pit
to get into Ozagratz to
race
try to
through
get into the
Demon Web Pit
casino,
because-
meeting the Gith Yankee.
Yep, Mordecai.
Yeah. Gambling a lot. Finally getting him to convince him to come to, or not convince him, but they had a meeting where we ambushed What's His Nuts and Grozit.
Yep.
Where we killed What's His Nuts. Grozit went nuts, and we left.
Valismir.
Yeah, okay. Put the capital back.
Yep.
Went to Tosquedal.
Yep. About to say to deal with
Killed the Blight Beast.
Yeah, to deal with the Blight Beast, save Garnan's mother, and help out Flint with freeing him from his position.
And at this point, we were rushing, so we went to go to Famalden.
Yep.
Which was in fucking
back in Skystad. Yep, back to Skystad.
Was gone.
Yep.
It looked like an eye mixed with rainbows.
That's correct.
Fucking weird.
Again, as I described it, it looked like the Eye of Sauron if it celebrated Pride Month.
Yeah.
Killed Famalden. Vector was like, "Hey, nice job, boyos," and he's like, "My turn now, fuckers." Gave us a little bit to prepare. Then we had to fight him. Then we killed him. Then we brought him back. Had to fight the Chained Oblivion. Did that. And then we ended the campaign. Look at us go, woohoo!
Yeah, about to say.
Obviously, that took so much longer than I was expecting.
But it was 5 years, and even that we were still racing through, and I'm sure we missed some stuff.
Oh,
absolutely.
absolutely.
But we're not
But
going
yeah, no,
back.
we're not going with
So
that.
much
But it
spinning.
at least brought us back a
Um,
little bit to like how much we've done in the campaign, and also maybe refreshed some of you guys on some of the stuff that would happen. And also, can we just take a quick moment to appreciate Tiny for taking notes through the entirety of the campaign to at least make
oh,
sure.
yeah. No,
Yes,
that
Yeah,
was
better
thank you,
say,
Tiny.
better say. So can we just a quick like even golf clap?
I also took a little bit of notes during the campaign, not nearly as much as Tiny.
Yeah,
but
no.
I did take
No love
notes.
for you. No love for you. Only love for
That's okay.
Tiny.
Nobody look at my fucking Madden and present.
Okay, so I think what we should do from
Uh,
here, and you go ahead, Wanderer.
Uh,
You're the
but,
host.
Before we get into our question segment, which is going to be, believe it or not, the majority of the stream,
Yep.
hopefully, I want
No,
to say
dude.
out loud that we are taking questions from chat for all the two people watching.
It's fine. Honestly, very much this is for us.
This is for us.
This is for us.
Yeah.
Let's be honest here. But Wanderer,
It always has been.
before we get started, would you mind if I ask a question?
Absolutely, go for it.
So when you guys started the campaign, better say this was for a lot of you guys, your guys' first time like getting the chance to play D&D, or your first time like getting to at least your first time to be able to dive deeper into D&D rather than just being either a one shot or a mini series or anything like that. Wanderer and Herma, I'm gonna ask you guys after, I'm gonna have you guys answer this afterwards. Walf and Tiny, what made you guys want to play the class you guys chose, and what was your inspiration for your characters?
This is actually also one of our questions.
Oh, okay, cool.
Garnan's inspiration was very loose. Yeah, there was a character inspiration question for all of us.
Right, so I had answers for me.
Okay.
Yeah, go for it.
No, go ahead. You guys do your single characters first.
Yeah.
Plebs.
But there's a reason. There's a
Yeah,
reason why I'm holding. The reason why I'm holding Herma and Wanderer back for a second is because you guys played multiple characters, and I'd like you guys to be able to answer all those. So please go ahead. Wow.
So the inspiration for Garnan was very loose. I, in fact, did not actually have much of a story for Garnan when the campaign started. In fact, the original concept for Garnan was him and his dad went and got mugged. Garnan killed the muggers. Dad exiled him. That was pretty much it. It was not until like session 6 or 7 when I was like, hey, Winter, what if it was actually Garnan's evil brother, Ezrin, that did that?
And
sent him.
And Ezrin's name inspired by a character from the Dragon Prince.
The Dragon Prince, yes. And that's kind of where Garnan's story evolved. I knew at some point I did want him to have a redemption arc where he would no longer be evil, and I succeeded in that.
Yeah, that's correct. But
that was pretty much all of Garnan's inspiration.
But I say, and you started off with a barbarian just because for the rage aspect?
Yeah, pretty much, because he was very angry that he had gotten exiled, and he had a way to channel that through his barbarian class.
Fair. Completely fair. But I say, and Tiny, but I say, you started off as a bard, but I say, you only multi-classed like way into the game. What was your inspiration?
I multi-classed way into the game, and that's because Blue found that, hey, silence kind of fucks me.
A little bit. It really does.
So, a little bit. I didn't really have any inspiration for Blue. It was more just, this character sounds cool. Like, ex-noble who's deciding to go around because fuck family.
Yeah. Yeah, I can understand that.
That's kind of all it started out with, and I started with Bard because, hey, I really like this class.
That's fair.
I like being able to help and being able to talk and roleplay.
Oh yeah, gotta say, charisma caster, good support spells, very good class. Like, no, legitimately, it was just one of those things where I was curious, or like if Blue had any inspiration, or if he was just just like you're a baby that you had that you were just like, no, you know what, we're gonna see how this goes.
Pretty much that.
All right, so I held you two back because of the fact that Herma, you started as a lizard folk, about to say any particular reason? And before you answer that, actually, Walf and Tiny, any particular reason you went with Furbolg and Human, or was it just because like, oh no, these are cool?
I think I would. I'm honestly not sure. I don't remember.
That's fair, and I knew that might happen through this.
Actually, no, I do remember. So when the campaign started, Tiny and Herma both recommended to me a website that would automatically generate a character sheet for you, and it just showed Firbolg Barbarian, and that's what I went with.
Oh, fair. I was curious because I'm like, Firbolg, interesting, because like
That is literally the only reason I did it.
I only knew about Firbolg recently at that time because I was watching Campaign 2.
If I may.
Oh, please.
If I may. That was exactly the same thing with Skolvin. I knew I wanted to be a fighter. I pressed generate and it showed lizard folk and I'm like, okay, yeah, cool, I'm a wizard folk now.
I went human because it was simple. Like,
Completely
it was my
fair.
first character. I didn't expect it to go too long, so human.
That's completely fair. And
it wasn't variant human either. It was just base.
Just base human. You just took a +1 in every stat. But it's now for you two, Herma, you started as a lizard folk fighter. Was it just because the website was just like, yeah, lizard folk fighter, cool?
Okay. So I knew I wanted to play fighter, right? Because in preparation of this, I've been watching every D&D video known to man. I was watching so many D&D videos to prepare for this. Like I was watching XP level 3, Runesmith, Nerdarchy of all things.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm gonna get ready for this. And I'm like, fighter, that's my class. And then it showed up lizard folk, and I'm like, okay, yeah, cool, I can play lizard folk. What's a lizard folk? I'm like, oh, it's like Argonian from Skyrim.
Hell yeah.
Argonians were slaves.
Yeah, and yeah, totally. And honestly, Skolvin had a lot of really fun things. And if you would like, I had some like notes and stuff prepped for like Skolvin's story if we would have continued. But I personally liked Skolvin, but it got to a point where like I remember me and you ended up having that conversation.
Yeah.
And you ultimately decided to retire the character.
Yeah. Yes.
You weren't samurai because you were a weeb at that point.
Yes, that is very true. That I picked samurai, and then I remember I also made a custom order for katanas.
Yep, I remember that. Which you freaking weeb.
I was heavily.
Speaking of
anime at that point.
Speaking of, rip Danielle.
Oh yeah.
Moving on.
Yeah, please continue.
And that's basically how Skolvin was made. I was like, random. Lizard folk. Okay, what can I do with this? Argonians, like Skyrim.
Yeah, but slave. Yes, indeed.
Let me add some weeb stuff to this.
Samurai.
Samurai.
But and then you ultimately decided, like, because ultimately, like, as you were growing as a person, you basically had made the decision, like, no, I don't want this part of me anymore.
I wanted to distance myself from my past.
And that's when you introduced Henrik. And I remember, like, this was my first time ever working with somebody or even seeing anybody play Artificer. I was like, I don't know if you remember, Herma, when we were talking about this, I was kind of nervous about you playing Artificer because of the fact that I had never like.
Wasn't Artificer super new at that point?
It was super new at the time. Like the book had only come out like I think the book only came out like half a year, like to 8 months before you had
something like that.
Yeah,
something like that.
Yeah, before you introduced. Oh yeah, it was. Oh man, talk about dating this a little bit, but that was when Tasha's came out. Like Tasha's came out that year, and it was no. I remember. I don't know how well you remember that conversation, Herma, but like when we were talking, I was very much like I don't know how this class works, and you were just basically like I get it, and but I say worst case scenario you don't understand, we'll talk more, and I'm like okay cool. That's all I care about. And but yeah, no, and you went with human. I think it's just because of the fact you just like humans. Like you like at that point.
I have to admit I love humans right now. I love humans are my favorite race in D&D.
I also love humans. They're really hot.
But now that we're on Henrik, I will say Henrik was heavily inspired by Geralt of Rivia.
Yep.
Just like ripped from screen to character sheet and put a gun in his hands. That's Henrik.
Which is funny because later on I made a comment about something and you were just like, hold on, and because you were playing New Vegas at the time, I was like,
Yeah.
about to say Henrik reminds me a lot of Ulysses from New Vegas.
Ulysses, yeah.
And I remember when you got to like Ulysses missions and stuff like that, and learned more about him.
After that DLC.
Yeah, about to say,
Yeah,
I remember
like, oh wait,
you
a lot like Ulysses
yeah,
too.
you spieled so hard. Like me and you ended up having like being in a call for a while where you were basically like, I unintentionally made Ulysses my character. I didn't even know who this character was, and you were like having almost like a bit of a crisis because you were like, he's almost exactly like Henrik is almost exactly the way Ulysses is about the old government, but with the Magi stuff. And like, oh, it was so. I remember that. That was such a fun conversation. But
yeah,
and then ultimately, as we saw later on in the campaign, Henrik died, and he, better say, he died like 3 times towards the end of the campaign. Better say, and ultimately it took a lot of work to bring him back, but you had made the decision at the time. It's like, it wouldn't make sense for Henrik to continue. He lost all of his gear, all of his equipment. Like you the player had made the decision that Henrik was going to retire and focus on like the Abyssal Plague and trying to find a way to solve that. And you introduced Aegir. And Aegir was a one-shot character that you had made.
Correct. It was the one-shot for the Condalian Empire because you misspelled
Empire. Yep.
Empire.
And
this might come as a shock because it's very loosely like, unlike Henrik where it was like Geralt of Rivia to D&D character with a gun. I was inspired off of like one line from One Piece. And Aegir was inspired by Zoro.
Hell yeah, let's go. You could tell I'm a One Piece nerd. Continue.
Yeah, which is strange because I've only watched like 100 episodes of One Piece and then I haven't continued.
It's so good, bro. It's so good, bro. I love One Piece.
I heard
Wander, you say only 100 episodes. That's like a 12th of the series. Bro.
It's true.
I know.
Not the point.
But yeah, it was inspired. Aegir's entire character was inspired off of one line Zoro had, which was whenever he was fighting Mihawk for the first time, and Mihawk used the fucking dagger.
Yep.
And then he said to Mihawk, "Whatever you do, do not hit me on the back because a scar on a man's back is a mark of shame for a warrior."
Such good.
And I just took that mentality and supercharged it into Aegir.
Hell yeah. And you just went with Fire Giant because Giant cool.
Yeah. Fire Giant cool, and fire fiery warrior spirit,
Hell yeah.
Fire hot.
They are hot. But I say both literally and figuratively.
So Wanderer, Belwraith.
Yeah, Belwraith.
Yeah, I played 2 characters. I played only 2 characters, and there was not another character.
Dude, we meme on Zen Meave so much.
Can't even say his fucking
name.
He
was in like 2. He was in like 1 session.
That's all he deserves. And then we won't talk about him, and I'm still asking you to delete that video. We can delete a stream. It's okay.
Nope, can't. Sorry, bud.
Anyways,
so Belwraith came from a previous campaign.
That's true. Belwraith did come from a previous campaign. Like so many of your campaigns, it was one that was never going to be finished, and I had to cut ties with a lot of the people because it went from a sister's boyfriend to a sister's ex-boyfriend. Yeah.
Been there.
That isn't why the campaign ended, but that's beside the point. Belwraith was always a character who had 2 gods who were very, very closely connected to him.
Yep.
He did not, however, have the static curse. I can't remember what it was called. It turned out to be a dead god.
Yes, I say you were being shackled with a fragment of a dead god. I forget what it was called offhand, but basically it had loose ties to chronergy.
Yeah. Honestly, I love the way you handled this character far more than the other DM did. the I don't remember the inspiration for him. I really don't. I don't think there really was. I think this was truly fully an original character.
Mhm.
Um,
And was there a reason you went
but
with Tiefling, or was it just Devil cool?
I love tieflings.
That's fair.
I love
Loves
tieflings.
tief-
I love. Part of the reason was the Devil's Sight Darkness combo
Yep.
that I used to like twice.
Yep.
Because it is just so stupidly powerful.
Mm.
And also by endgame, everyone has Devil's Sight or an equivalent of.
When you're fighting demons, especially at high level, yeah.
Yeah, it just and that's why I never really attempted it that often. But and also Hellish Rebuke is great. It's so good, even up to like level 15. It's really good.
Yeah.
But that's why I picked Tiefling. As for Dame, though,
Before you move on to Dame, because this does actually come from one of my questions in the specific player section, it is fitting to ask here, which is why I'm doing it now.
Yep.
It is well known that Belwraith was a previous character of yours, so what all changed from the original version? Do you think that you prefer the concept of the new version or the old concept?
I absolutely prefer the newer concept. The original concept was that the two gods in his mind were like sister gods that were very, very closely connected, both of them being very, very true neutral, or like lawful good, chaotic evil type thing. It was meant to be like you kind of have to worship both of them in balance, because if one gets it worked like oh fuck, what's the new Smash Brothers game?
Oh,
the campaign in that
Smash Ultimate.
Yeah, the campaign in that, if you go purely with the good route, then everyone dies from the good god. If you remember that,
I remember it loosely. Yeah, I played a decent amount of Smash Ultimate.
I never played it. I just knew the story. It was kind of good. But if you went too far in either direction, that being would become so powerful and just wipe the board and become the only thing. It was very much meant to be. You have to balance your faith to both these gods.
Yeah,
which was really interesting to me. But I think that concept was dropped for the most part in this campaign, or at least
I remember that because we talked about that in like ultimately because we worked together to make. I had introduced the concepts of Foldir and Yain to you, and you immediately you were like, yes, I love this, a god of order and a god of chaos, both like living inside of me. Which by the way, in hindsight, very Warhammer of you, by the way.
Very Warhammer. But this was a time when I was not in.
I know,
Warhammer.
Which is very funny. But as you basically predated yourself for it. But
I know,
when we were talking about it, I had brought up the conversation of like that's gonna be a little tricky for you because of the fact that trying to balance that in roleplay, but continue the story without it inhibiting you was going to be tricky. And and ultimately you were like, I want to see how this goes, and I was willing to roll with you for that. But like very quickly, like you kind of got into a groove with Belwraith, and it became a thing where it's like, you know what, I'm gonna more seat it as like they're vying for your attention, and that's more how
and that makes more sense, honestly.
Yeah, but basically that's why when like Belwraith eventually got his abilities, it made a lot of sense that you were constantly having to choose between it being order or trickery, and it really showed that Belwraith very much was still at least somewhat connected to his old god of Tyr, because you were very heavy on order. But either way, I remember we had a full ass conversation about like how Belwraith was going to work in this campaign in comparison to your original, because of the fact that the setup and everything was so different. But it did make me very happy that especially when we got into the Padstow arc, how excited you were. Like you were just like, I fucking love this. I love my character.
Oh yeah, Padstow was so much fun.
But that being said, though,
Good. Just a little side tangent. Part of the reason why I love the Padstow arc so much is because I love doing like We can't be found by the government. We have to change the government, and that's pretty much what the Paths Out what arc was. Is a little revolution, mini revolution.
Yeah, it was fun.
Love that shit.
Love that.
I love that shit.
But now Dame, I say, was your second character.
For Dame. Again, I don't know what inspired him exactly. I know I wanted to make someone who was a little bit more morally gray, someone who the party needs but may not like. Fortunately, I think the party likes him or is neutral.
I'd say, I mean, that's up for you guys to determine. But as far as the NPCs were concerned, like, he was fine.
Yeah, that's a guy. What?
Mid. But no,
sorry.
His character, his character was really interesting. Like when you brought up the concept, I was very like, huh, all right, well we can, and you like, and not to mention, you worked with me on a part of the country, like part of the world that I hadn't fully developed yet. So you basically let me see that a little bit through you.
Yeah.
Because you were from the Ice Frontiers.
Yeah, as for why I chose a changeling, it was because changelings are fun, dude.
Yeah, they are.
I wanted to play a changeling really, really badly. I figured my next character, whether it's the next campaign for this group or a different group, I wanted to play a changeling really, really badly. And now I even more wanted to play a changeling. Because I'm thinking about that in with the asshole.
Yep.
Crater of Sarlem. Did we kill him or did he just ditch?
Which one?
There was in the Crater of Starlum.
Oh, the asshole who owned the inn.
One actual. Yes.
Yes. About to say Glade consumed him.
He died.
Yeah, he died. He's dead.
Died.
He's so dead.
Yeah, good. But I remember
you guys wanted to fucking murder him.
As Dame. I remember seeing that, and as Dame, I was like, I gotta be out of character for a moment because I need to flex being a changeling. And that was the first time that I was actually able to use that changeling ability to great effect. Fantastic effect.
Yeah.
And that was so much fun.
If you don't want to specifically play a changeling, but you ever want to visit Warlock, Mask of Many Faces does basically the same thing with Disguise Self.
It's true. That's true. Because you don't use a spell slot when you use Mask of Many Faces. You could just literally cast Disguise Self as much as you want.
Yeah.
But
anyway,
but changelings are so much fun because it's also not magical.
So that being said, though, I really just wanted to pick your minds on your guys' character choices because of the fact that like we've gone through a whole story and we've already been talking about other D&D stuff going forward. And like you guys have had ideas for like campaign 2 for a long time. Like I mean, with the exception of course of Wanderer, where me and you have been talking more about that recently. But for the other 3, you guys have had your ideas for like a year, a couple years, or in Tiny's case, like within 2 years of us starting the campaign.
Well, not anymore.
Oh, that's true. You did change yours. About to say, but you're excited about Boromir, and Boromir was inspired by Shane. About to say, but Tiny, I remember for a fact you like as soon as we did the Bloodborne one shot, you were immediately like, yes, I want to play this. I want to play this, and I just wanted to get your insight because Athari was the first campaign I ever ran for you guys, and for a lot of you guys, this was. Which kind of leads into another question that I had.
Before
go ahead, please go ahead.
Do that. We on our end on the question that you asked, we had an extension where we were also asking what the inspiration for all the NPCs was. Limit it to like 3 or 4 sentences or something like that because there are quite a few.
Oh yeah, absolutely. About to say those ones are super easy. About to say Karik was basically, I always loved Drow. I've always wanted to play a blood hunter, and he basically was. I was reading the Drizzt books, and I absolutely love Menzo Branson and all that stuff. So I always wanted to play a character that was like had to deal with Drow culture. Super cool, love it. About to say, I loved playing Karik. He was so fun. Philman was just my love of lizard folk. And Herma can attest to that. I love lizard folk. I love Argonians. I love fighters. Fighter is my favorite class. And I mean, you guys see that with Nash. I fucking love fighters. But and like Philman was just an extension of Skolvin and giving him more opportunity to roleplay. But it also was inspired by a character from TFS at the Table named Onslow Green, and I love that character, so I wanted to like bring him over to my world. But as a Bimp was created by Abby. That's her character, and I let her to make all the choices and all the things involved with that. But as a Knackle was actually another character concept. I've always wanted to explore how I felt about immortality and how I felt about like a character that has lived for so long, and it just basically like I loved his thought process of what it meant to be mechanical to being living, and he was very much a character I had been sitting on since like I was playing 4th edition. When I read a book that talked about Warforged, I was like, I think immortality is a curse. I don't think it's a blessing. So I just basically was like, I liked the thought of playing a character that explored that and saw more of like what it meant to be a real person rather than an artificial being. And last but not least, Alosa. She, ironically, of all the things that inspired her, she was inspired by a character from an old TV show called Chaotic. And basically one of one of the competitor for the underworld, his right hand woman in like her design. I loved her design so much, and I'm like, wow, I want to make a character like that. So I designed Alosa, and like a long time ago, I love angels and like devils and demons and all that stuff. Those concepts are very fun, and Alosa very much was inspired. I initially Alosa was supposed to be like a druid, but it didn't work, and I liked those darker concepts from Chaotic that I wanted to dip into. And I had remembered there was a thing online of like a homebrew witch class that ultimately led to me to adopting it and changing it. And I realized I haven't updated the sheet because I was fucking busy this week because a lot of shit was happening. Not the point.
Oh my god, Chaotic.
Dude, right? About to say, yeah, no, but yeah, she was heavily inspired by a character from Chaotic, and I just changed some stuff to like make her more. I also thought it would be really cool to kind of seed her a little bit into Garnan's like story, because I like the thought of Garnan being introduced to a being of actual like good alignment. And I thought, yeah, I thought it would work really well as a story wise to mesh with it. And also if Skolvin would have spent more time with Philman, there probably could have been more like that, possibly could have led down a darker storyline for them. But I say, which I mean, yeah, it's a whole thing. But yeah, those were the base inspirations for your guys, the NPCs that were traveling with you guys.
Okay, next question.
But I say, I was gonna ask you guys. Basically, because I know you guys have a lot of questions, but I also wanted to just see a couple of like mainstream questions because I want your actual genuine thoughts on it. You guys have been playing D&D for many years now. Let us say you guys have had quite a few experiences outside of me and being your dungeon master. How does it feel to have done a campaign from level 1 to level 20?
I don't know.
Herma, do you start?
At
the top.
It's been rather surreal.
But I see.
It's a strange experience. It's an experience I don't think I'll ever have again in my life. Because level 20
distracting.
levels like above 12 are rarely explored.
True.
Like in depth.
Yeah.
Because people often have such a hard time balancing encounters at that point. I would include myself among those people. I had a high level one shot, and I had a hell of a time balancing it because my players would just smash everything. And it got to the point where it's just like, fuck it, they're gonna smash everything. I don't care.
Yeah. It's a real challenge, but it was one of those things. Like I know Herma, you were very excited to dabble in higher level artificer, but you were like,
yeah, I really was.
You were ecstatic to play with a lot of those abilities.
It was rough.
I would say that you pulled it off. It truly very a master class in how to do it. Well. Like. I still felt very powerful while still understanding that this is a very deadly situation.
Mm-hmm. But that being said,
I have to fully agree.
But that being said, Tiny, but I say, what are your thoughts? We started level 1, we ended level 20. But I say, what are your thoughts on doing a campaign like that?
I've been here for every session.
It's true. You have a firm picked attendance record. It's noted. The gold star next year, Nick. But
we have been through a lot, and it has been very interesting seeing how both the players change and the characters change. 5 years is a lot.
it's true. I don't know if I don't know if we'll do 5 years again, but at the same time, you never say never. I'm not going to make a promise and go like never again, because
I don't want to do 5 years again, but I do want to go up to level 20 again.
I say, but
no promises this winter.
I say, at the very least, I would love to go back to like level 17.
Yeah.
I say that way you can still play with 9th level spells. Yeah, I still want you guys to be able to play with 9th level spots. But yeah, Tiny, you played as spellcaster through the majority of this, a support caster. You were dabbling with a lot of stuff. Like, I mean, like from your perspective, like, again, you played a lot of D&D, and you've even gotten the chance to DM. Like, how does it feel to like be able to say like, yeah, I did a campaign from level 1 to level 20?
I can point and laugh at some people.
Fair.
I have had a good amount of experience. I can say that there has been both good and bad moments. That's about it.
That's fair.
I've never had a bad moment in my entire life here. Never.
Shut the fuck up.
You shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up.
No. I would say it's completely. No, it's completely fair. But I say, but if you have nothing else to comment on that, Tiny, but I say, well,
for myself, mainly I get bragging rights. As soon as I finished the campaign, I went into one of the servers that I frequent semi-regularly, that I used to play with a bunch of games with, and I said I can officially say I did a campaign from level 1 to level 20, and the responses were holy shit. And I kind of realized that does not happen often.
No.
So it's really cool, and I'm looking forward to doing it again.
Hell yeah, man.
It means that most of us are willing to deal with each other.
It's true.
I don't know, man. Fuck, Wanderer cannot shut up.
Yeah, God.
More importantly,
I'm the
scheduling
worst.
did not kill us.
It's true. Scheduling didn't.
That's insane. I was not here for level 1. I think I came in at level 6 or 7.
Yeah.
But
which is crazy because we were level 30. We were session 35, level 6 or 7.
But you know what? Fucking close enough. Yeah. No, it's something special for sure. It is like Welf said, it's bragging rights, and like Tiny said, it's I'm less worried about the campaign, and I'm more honored that I got to see 4 people. I'm good at counting. 4.5 people really grow into themselves throughout 5 years of their most, what I consider to be some of the most formative years. The latter years of high school, and then graduating, and a few years after. And I am blessed to know that that experience is not yet over.
Hell yeah, dude. And the thing is like,
I think it.
Oh, go ahead.
I think it really shows something that we are willing to put up with each other for 5 years, even after all the bullshit we've been through, and all the issues we'd have with ourselves. Once again, sorry, Herma. And willing to do it again.
Yeah.
Nothing makes me feel better as a dungeon master than the fact that we got so high into this campaign, and after everything we've been through together, the fact that you guys have literally, around the time you guys were level 16, 17, you guys were immediately like, okay, so listen here, for campaign 2, I really want to like be able to do this, and it's like, and like, oh yeah, Walf's gonna be there. Okay, cool. What is Walf doing? It's like, Walf is gonna be doing this character. Okay, then I'm gonna do this then.
Before even you were.
Yeah, no, it's one of those things where it's like very humbling for me as a dungeon master to know that like you guys enjoyed my DMing and enjoyed my storytelling enough that you guys were like, yes, again, let's run this merry-go-round again. But to say, Winter, go. The fact that some of you guys have even gone so far as to go like, I will only play this class if you're the dungeon master. Like, and again, incredibly flattering.
But to round out, and then to move on to our next question, yeah, we have seen each other through a lot of low points and a lot of high points as well. And once again, I'm very excited to see where this goes. For our next question, we're going back to the top of the dock. Walf, if you would.
Oh, right. Okay. Or Winter, did you have any more that you wanted to ask?
The only
I think we're taking turns.
Yeah, I think we're taking turns, but I will say this though, just to put my own spin on this for running a campaign from level 1 to level 20. As you guys know, it was exceptionally hard, especially towards the end. I
believe it.
I was going a little crazy, and Tiny and Herma, you guys saw a lot of peek behind those curtains of like how insane I was going, trying to figure out how to balance this shit. Because Herma, I remember me and you had a full ass conversation because you were literally like, I remember in one particular fight, you were almost awestruck of just going like, how the fuck are you actually doing this? Like you are making level 20 encounters and I'm still actually worried about shit happening. Like yeah. I remember it because like that was one of those few times where I'm like, yes, I'm doing it somehow. Because that was one of my big things. It's like I wanted you guys to at least have an arc at level 20. See, because that's my biggest criticism for anybody who does level 20 stuff. You typically only get it for like one session. Most people will only run like level 20 stuff for like 1 or 2 sessions at most. I put a challenge on myself that nobody forced me to. I put this challenge on myself of going like, no, you guys are going to get a whole fucking arc at level 20 where you guys are going to be at least 10 sessions at the minimum. And I did it. Somehow.
Starting with the one I have highlighted because it feels better chronologically.
But as far as like that stuff goes, I don't know if I could handle level 20 again. This was so hard.
To be fair, I feel like next time you won't make the mistake of making us uber broken like Garnan was.
That's fair. That is fair. But I say, or at the very least, go ahead.
A lot of these characters were powerful based on items.
Yes. And it helps that you guys were also very strategic about how you used your items. Like you were like
you gave really powerful stuff to a bunch of people that know what the fuck they're doing.
Exactly. So it like, but at the same time though, somehow I still created challenges to the point where you guys like were still like, oh my god, how are we gonna do this? Like, what the actual fuck? Like, anyways, please continue.
My first question is actually fitting for the conversation that we were just having. Realistically, how long did you think the campaign would last when you had a bunch of teenagers join a D&D campaign online?
So my initial thought when I started this, because we had been friends at this point for a couple of years, because this was 2020, so at this point the channel had already been going for 2 years, almost 3, considering the fact that I was only a few months away from having been doing YouTube for 3 years, which is crazy to think about now, where it's already past the date technically. I've been on YouTube for 8 years at this point, making content and doing streams. I thought that this was a potential to show you guys, to introduce D&D and TTRPGs to you guys who never had the opportunity. I remember Tiny, me and you, again, that conversation back then was huge because I was talking to you about it and you were eating every word, constantly asking questions about the stuff that I was creating. And, I thought that this was going to go on for maybe a year and a half. I thought maybe we can get to a certain point and then maybe I'll create an ending so that way the party still feels good about it. But ultimately, especially when there was infighting, I remember oh man, this is going to be hard. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get this to go all the way, but you guys stood strong. You reassured me at a lot of times when I was at my lowest, especially when I had to take my month hiatus to just kind of collect myself.
I bought a microphone for you.
You did. Metasay, you bought a microphone for me, which was very, very sweet, Tiny. Thank you so much.
Is it the one that you're still using?
No, that one I have downstairs, and I use that one in my other mic for whenever I stream on PlayStation. I now use a Shure.
So
but
technically, yes.
Yeah, but technically, yes, I still use it. But point being, I thought that this was going to last maybe a year and a half. I didn't know if it was going to go full campaign. I was fully prepared to find an off-ramp and find a way to end the story a little bit sooner if I needed to. But again, you guys always reassured me. You guys, continued to push me to like continue like the story. You guys were always invested, and that like for me, especially as a creative, that you okay?
Ow. Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, as long as you were. But I say you guys literally wanting more information, constantly asking questions, always wanting more. Again, it it became a little bit of meme between me and you, Herma, but like anytime Herma was like, that was fucking cool. Like I was like, yes, the harshest critic, I got it. Like, but that became a bit of a joke between us at that point because I'm like, dude, even Herma thought it was cool. Like that, he's a tough person to win over. But it's like I remember like a couple of stories, like especially with the NPCs. Like I remember, I'll never forget, like because I remember you guys trying to offshoot the NPCs, and you guys ultimately, even Herma going like, Winter, I will never understand you that you somehow made me care about these characters that I truly should not have given a shit about. And it's like this, it only works because of this campaign, and it's like for me, it was it like again, I thought about it. I thought a year and a half. I'm very, very humbled and very happy that it lasted 5.
That cat really does have a favorite.
Next question. Am I asking it, or are we moving back to Winter?
I think it's Winter's turn.
Okay.
If you have more.
I do. I have questions and stuff like that. I'm trying to say a little bit more generic, but right. I might start asking. Go ahead and ask them. But I say, my question for you guys, favorite NPC in the campaign? It doesn't have.
Oh.
But I say
it's Vlad. It's Vlad all the way.
But I say Herma,
you start.
Oh God, I have to start.
Yeah. Do you? Nope. I mean, NPC. I mean, do you want a moment to kind of think about that?
You want to skip and come back?
It's hard for me to
Tiny.
Mary.
Better say that is completely fair. You bonded with Mary so quickly. You bonded with Mary so hard, and you latched on, and you were like, I am not letting her go. She's cool. And I loved role playing her. Mary was dope. Better say.
I like this one.
This one.
This one must survive.
And you went out of your way to protect her.
My joke answer.
Yep.
My joke answer is Marvin Selleck. I always loved him.
Yeah.
Fucking hilarious. I loved him so much. My real answer is actually also Mary. She was awesome. She was super, super helpful the entirety of the campaign. And watching her go through trauma was also quite interesting.
Yeah, it was such a fun thing to explore, especially for an NPC, because considering, again, another thing that DMs don't typically do too much, or like, because they'll either go for the kill to make you guys feel bad, or like, you guys basically are like, nope, we're taking her away from here, and she's never going to suffer, we're not going to allow that. No, she went through trauma, and you guys literally went out of your way. You cared enough about her to cure her of her affliction. I fucking loved Mary, dude.
Yes.
She was so fun.
I got it now.
Okay. Better say.
Go for it, Herma.
Go for
it.
So,
Wanderer.
This is going to be strange, but I can't remember his name. Who was the NPC that said he wanted to hate fuck Henry?
Oh, yeah. Oh, man. Oh, hold on. I have my notes.
That is my favorite. Not because I found him a great NPC, but because that is the only NPC that has ever gotten such an actual reaction from me.
Hold on. But I say, I got my notes.
The only NPC that has evoked such emotion from me in my lifetime.
I remember. Yeah.
He's looking up that name, Wanderer.
Oh, while he's looking for that name, it is a tie between Mary and Vlad, both for similar reasons because of how instrumental they were to Belwraith as a character, for different reasons. Mary is originally the person who found Belwraith. She found him at one of his lowest points. During his backstory, and brought him to helped him figure out how to navigate this strange new world. And then for Vlad, Vlad was a real one the entire time. Yeah, he very much enabled Belwraith to be a part of the party. Very much did a thankless job of taking over the duties of the Arch Cardinal in Belwraith's stead. And that is not lost on Belwraith or myself.
Vlad's a bro.
Vlad's a bro.
Love him. Love him so much.
Did you get the
Love
name?
him.
Yes, I do. About to say, I have the name. About to say, it was the guy's name was Jerome Gusta. About to say, he was the owner of the Razor's Tusks.
Oh yeah.
About to say,
You know what? Another great NPC whose name I can't remember is the fucking Vaxi innkeeper in Padstow.
Tried to fuck his ear.
Oh yeah, that was great.
about to say, yeah. That was. Hold on, I have her name right here. About to say, it was it was Sunray, who was the owner of the Magenta Leopard.
Yes.
Yep. Since we're on the topic, this is also one of our questions. Winter, who was your favorite NPC and why was it Marvin Selleck?
I loved Marvin, dude. He was so much fun. You're trying to make me choose some of my favorite child.
Yeah, I am.
Yes.
Oh, bro.
What's your favorite child?
That's hard. I had a lot of like people that I really loved. I mean, it would be very easy for me to say either Mary or Vlad because like you guys saw, like I put so much personality into them. I loved like their characters. Mary went through so much more of an arc that I initially anticipated, and I loved that. Like I loved her so much for it. Let me think for a second.
While you're thinking, another couple NPCs I want to mention. Actually, Daldir and Galmtis.
Oh
I
god,
loved
yeah.
both of them.
Same.
And getting the news that they were marrying,
Yep.
that was like the icing on the cake. I loved that so much.
Yeah. That was another one that was like both of them were so fun. Galmtis would like I really like orc characters and I can't explain why. Say Vlad and Galmtis.
Another obvious one, Prigka. Dude was awesome.
Pridka was so cool. He was so fun to write for. Maybe a bit of a curveball as far as my favorite. I mean, any of the abyssal avatars. I loved like role playing like for Malden. I loved role playing like Ezrin. Better say Garland was always a hoot and a half. But I think my favorite, and this might be a bit weird for you guys, was the King. I really loved role playing a character who because you guys who have DM'd, you can attest to this. It's so weird entering the mind of a villain. It's so weird to put your head in their space to make sense of the things that they're doing for story purposes. And for him, he was not a good person. And
I liked the King. Not because he was a good person or because he was cool, but because of his concept. A dragon that sees a kingdom as his horde. That is some of the coolest writing I have heard of in a long time.
And
I love that concept so much, and I'm absolutely stealing it.
That's completely fair. And the thing is basically, like, for him, it was, like, the fact that he had such fucking balls to literally invite 3 of the Abyssal Avatars and go, like, I'm glad you could attend, now kneel. And it's
he invited them.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, he invited them because he basically was just like, no, bitch, I'm so strong, you're gonna bow. That's how this is gonna go. And it's one of those things where it's like, as a DM, it was such a weird headspace because like I was also like as I told you guys, I do a lot of the rules behind the scenes because sometimes I let events happen by chance. There was a chance the king could have won that fight. And it was one of those situations.
It would have been crazy.
I know. That to say, the story would have changed so vividly.
We would have been fucking terrified of the king.
Oh,
he
yeah.
would have become the BBEG.
There was a whole story if you guys would have ended up helping him instead of killing him. But essentially, being him was so weird because of the fact that he was such a pretentious douche. I remember you guys did not like him. And for good reason.
First meeting, no.
I mean, he fucking forcibly invited you guys to a ball and threatened to make you guys bountied criminals if you guys didn't attend. Like, he was not cool, and I don't know what it is, but as the DM, he was such a unique mindset to go into. I think, arguably, him and the Hag were 2 of my favorites, just to enter their mind. Oh, actually, Vector. I really liked Vector, too. Vector was dope. I loved being in his mind space as well. But I would still say the King. I think the King, for me, as far as like, but I'm burdened by the fact that I have so many characters and like so many people to choose from.
Moving on. Is it my turn to ask a question now?
Okay.
It is, but you've asked enough questions, my friend. I know the question that we had highlighted. We'll get back to that after. One of my questions, it's near the top, and it's a little off topic from what we were talking about, but what was our biggest missed opportunity, in your opinion?
Oh, in my opinion.
Something, I'm looking for like something that would have been a real game changer if we went after it.
There were 3 that I could think of immediately. There was one, and I've talked to you guys individually about this. If you guys wouldn't have gone to Starlum and you guys would have went to the southern and went to do stuff with Irontooth, I had a whole route planned if you guys would have went to the south side, especially for Herma, because Herma, we've talked about this. Like, if Skolvin would have touched his past, there, like, you even went so far as to write, like, there was going to be a villain arc for Skolvin. Like, he would have gone full anti-government. And Tiny, I think,
just like me, for real one. Love that guy.
And Tiny Mean, you talked about this too. That if you would have touched on that, like, Blue could have had a completely different trajectory, considering the fact he would have been touching a lot on, like, Salvador and learning more about, like, what he was doing outside of his business. Like a
lot of slavery.
Yeah, a lot of slavery. A lot of you guys would have saw that. You guys would have saw the flip side of, like, the Empire. Like, you guys probably, if you guys would have met the Empire after that, you probably might have had more sympathy for the Empire. But I say, because, like, and that's why I always thought, like, for Herma, like, why Skolvin was a lot less, like, Skolvin didn't hate the Empire or the Ravaged Path as much as other people did.
Can I interject there?
Absolutely.
With the Empire, we were told by the Uduruk that they were not meant to, be the bloodthirsty people that they were. No. They were meant to be like, oh, equal rights, monsters aren't monsters. And then they started becoming monsters because of, the broken skulls.
Correct. It was a very much a kind of a classic story of, like, people fighting for good reasons in all the wrong ways, but, like, that's what they felt like they needed to do. But yeah, the second one immediately is, if you guys would have helped the king rather than killing him, if you guys would have helped him, that could have led to a whole different, like, story of, like, how you guys would have been more involved in the government. Would have probably involved a lot more, like, learning about the king as a person and, like, about, like, his resources. You might have even met some of the dragons that were in the mountains at the time, like, between Tuscadal and Atharia. That is it would have led to a lot more, like, spy games, which could have been very interesting.
Which our party was not good at the time?
No, not at the time. Not at the time. You got better.
Well, I don't know about that. There was been good at it. There was this one guy, like, I don't remember his name or anything.
We cannot disrespect people. We won't disrespect people. Not on stream. I
said our party. I mean you guys. You weren't great at stealth.
It's true.
Darna is actually proficient in it.
What's your dex?
But Belwraith in particular was not stealthy.
No. Belwraith is not a quiet individual.
Anyway, next one.
But the third one, I'm trying to remember offhand. I had it in and I lost it because I took a bite of food. If you guys would have turned down Zugget Moy. I had a whole thing if you guys would have turned down Zugget Moy. And I talked to you guys about this. I don't know if you guys remember this conversation, because this was one of the few times I talked to you about what would have happened if you would have said no. There was a whole, like, arc that I had planned out loosely, not in detail, of what would have happened if you guys would have said no to Zugget Moy, and basically what would have happened with the Poisoner. It was going to lead into a very kind of Among Us situation. Not in the, like, oh, he vented, but in the sense of, like, who do we trust anymore? Because it would have, what would have happened is the Poisoner would have went into the sewer system of probably Westray and would have started infecting the water with Zugget Moy's, like, shrooms. So that way people were now under her control. And it would have...
Thank God we went with her. Oh my...
Yeah.
Jesus, that would have been terrible.
Gotta say, it would have led to a whole, like, spy game situation of, like, who's infected and who's not. And it would have...
Now... Carry on, please finish.
But I remember I talked to Tiny about this one in particular because I remember Tiny was immediately like, "Fuck that, fuck that so much." I think it was because of the fact that none of you guys had a real high insight, and because of that, it was a little bit of a tricky situation, and it would have been potentially really dangerous. Like I think Belwraith, it was one of the few people that actually has a decent insight score.
Yeah, he does. I think it's a +10 if I remember right.
Yeah, about to say by the end game at least.
But we've been talking about your plans and how we've completely ignored them despite how expansive they are. I think Herma has a question here exactly for this. Herma.
Oh crap! Which one?
The one that is highlighted in the doc.
Oh, all right, we're doing that. Who fucked your plans out the most in the party?
Oh my god, bro!
Red or blue?
Fuck both of you! Fuck both of you! That's what I'm gonna say right now. God damn it, dude! Oh fuck! Okay. For different reasons, Henrik for combat, but I say, and Tiny for story. But I say you both like really just, god shit, dude. There was.
I refuse to go in your combats that are not necessary.
Which is completely fair. Which is completely fair, and I can't be mad about that. But I can still be salty about it. And Henrik, so many times, Herma, you've literally pulled up these like Sun Tzu strategies in the middle of combat where you're just like, I know how to solve this, and basically, just, like, I will never forget in the middle of the Jahath fight. And literally, Henrik was just like, you know what would be great? And use your magic to basically teleport Garnan right in front of Jahath. And like,
speaking of Henrik doing bullshit, the time when he was like really new to the party and Garnan was fully possessed by Brigka, where we had to fight him. I was excited for that fight to be like so super long and like super challenging, and then Henrik's just like, no, Thorn Whip, bye-bye. First fucking turn. I was so annoyed about that.
Yeah.
Oh god,
I remember that too.
And I mean, like Tiny, like to pull.
I abused Thorn Whip in those first few sessions.
Oh, so badly, but it was so entertaining. And I mean, Tiny, I would be remiss not to once again pull us back to the Babao situation. You motherfucker.
You're welcome.
Yeah, you're right, Madison, because it led to a very cool story moment, and it was very fun to do. But I will never forget. Literally, I don't know if you guys remember, because I think this was shortly after Facecam. I stopped doing Facecam, but I remember like I just had to sit there like he hasn't been in the world for an hour.
Mm-hmm. I erased his mind by an hour. He hasn't been here for an hour.
How do I do this? And it was very much a situation of just me having to go like, well, he probably would question, like, he'd probably think he was summoned. And like, okay. And then I had you do the deception checks to explain, like, but I say, yes, I am the member of the Broken Skull, and I summoned you particularly, and I want you to kill that guy, that asshole in particular. And then you had to roll a deception check at disadvantage, and you still rolled astronomically well.
Mm-hmm.
And I had to just sit there and just go like, well, this is happening now, isn't it? And I'm just gonna have to do this, aren't I?
I feel that's how a lot of your things with me went.
It's true.
Of this is happening now.
Between you doing that, and I remember there were a couple other combats where Herma was just like, flash of genius, you succeed, and I was just like, damn it.
I remember Flash of Genius gave you so much trouble.
Bro, so many times I was going to hit a few of you guys with abilities, and Herma, you were just like, not today, and just basically like, fuck you. Yeah, no, God, man, there are a couple of abilities I still distinctly remember. One of them was against Walf, and I remember Garnan was gonna fail by 3 points if I remember correctly. And Herma, you were like, I saw the marker on the Roll20 screen of like, and it was just like, just within range, and you were just like, not today, Garnan succeeds, and I just had to sit there.
This actually leads perfectly into. This actually leads perfectly into one of our questions. I feel like it's been answered now, but Walf, would you take it away?
Which one?
Highlighted.
Still salty over here.
What character power-up, be it magic item, level up ability, or something else, was the hardest to plan around? I imagine I know this answer.
I mean,
I feel like it's just been discussed.
I mean, yeah, oh god. I mean, a couple of you guys had abilities that were like, I just had to sit there and go like,
oh god, Hermit.
Herma's Flash of Genius was one that fucking pissed me off.
Flash of Genius, the light shot.
Yeah, both of those. God damn it, you saved those, and I can't be mad. And like that's the thing, I can be salty. I can't be mad. Gotta say, because you're just using your stuff to the best of your abilities. The amount of times Tiny has used my own spells against me, and I just had to sit there and just go like, you know what? I did this. I can't be mad, and I respect Tiny for it. I gotta say, wow, I gave you the Rabbit's Dragonaut, knowing that.
Yeah, that was a mistake.
Honestly, though, it was so fun though, and it led to so many interesting moments. And I found ways to work around it. It took a while, but I found ways to work around it. And even with that, there were still fights where Garnon was in such deep shit.
There were.
I nearly TPK'd you guys at level 16. But as a
that was during the Julie fight, and I was not there.
No, that was in the Obel fight.
I don't remember that, so counterpoint didn't happen.
But it was one of those things where like, oh man, it's hard to choose one. I think Wanderer, you're the only one who didn't have an ability that pissed me the fuck off.
Not pissed you off, but I bet Forbiddance was a bit annoying.
It was a bit annoying, but I respect you for it. Like you just asked. That's all you did. I could have said no, and I did several times, but you were still just like,
I don't know, man.
But what if I did this though?
I feel like his strategic planning was more of a problem than anything else.
That's true. That
Operation
is
Gangbang specifically was really bad.
Oh god. Oh, but yeah, no. If I had to choose one, fuck you, Herma. Fuck Flash of Genius, you motherfucker. I hate you so much. But I would say either that or better say no, I can't say that about you, Tiny. Better say, Tiny dude, you've held back on so many things because you were like, no, that's not fun. And it's like I respect you for it. I respect you for it.
I often do that of, is this fun or not?
Yeah, better say, because I know for a fact that when you took glibness, you were very hesitant because of the fact that you were very much like, this is a bullshit spell. It's not fun because basically it means that you will always succeed at counterspell. And it was just one of those things where you were like, you saved it for specific fights. You saved it for fights where you're like, no, fuck you, DM, you piece of shit.
No, not even that. I asked.
It's true. You did ask. You still asked, which is honestly
a good time.
So yeah, Herma, fuck you. Say you piece of shit. You can keep that Flash of Genius.
Yeah, I never asked. I never asked permission to flash people.
No, but say you flash people constantly.
I think that circles us back to you, Winter. If you have questions for us,
I do, and like this one is a bit more poignant, but I'm curious. You guys in the midst of the campaign, you guys have constantly talked to me about the DMPCs, specifically about Filman, Karek, Knuckle, Losa, and with Bim. But you guys, I remember there were many times, like especially like Walf, you really did not like them in the party because of the fact it dragged down combat, and like I had to find ways to streamline it, and I did, and I made it work. But at the same time, there was a time when you guys wanted them gone, and I made them gone. And then you wanted them back. Like you literally were like, no, bring them back. We want them. How was it for you guys to be in a campaign where the DMPCs not only did they kind of work for like roleplay and everything, you guys actually liked them and wanted them to travel with you guys? How did it feel to be in a campaign where like that actually worked? I'm genuinely curious of your guys' opinion of these characters.
I've heard so many horror stories about DMPCs over the years, because I liked Den of the Drake or Quick Crab. I really like those channels a lot, and a lot of those times you see them. I think what really made them work was that they were less player characters, more like mercenary NPCs, like you hired in Skyrim or something.
Yeah.
Like they had stuff that was really interesting, but it only existed if you wanted to dive into that, and that's the only way it would come out.
which
I think was really well done, because as opposed to like trying to force it on people who don't want to hear about it or anything, that'd be very annoying, and that's where a lot of the horror stories come from. I'm thinking.
Yeah, I would say, which is completely very fair. I would say, Tiny. What about you? I would say you were.
Just interjecting on Herma's point quickly. To be fair, majority of the time it does go well. You don't hear about it.
That's true.
Because they don't complain. But continue, Tiny.
But I say, what are your thoughts, Tiny? You were one of the last people that didn't complain much about it. You were more just kind of like you actually like really got into like character backstories and everything.
Well, I've said it like several times in this campaign. I'm not usually a combat guy. I am more interested in the roleplay aspects of it and like actually speaking with characters and the other players. Actual combat was just, oh yeah, I do this and yeah, the numbers, woo. I enjoyed the NPCs. When it came to combat, it was slowed down for a good bit, and then then I realized something, and then I'm gonna text out what I realized. And yeah, it got less bad.
Yeah.
Very fair.
The slow combats were, you found out really easily how to streamline their turns, and a lot of it was like players helping with you, like preparing their turns of, oh, this person can do this on this turn, and yeah.
I
like them.
Yeah, I worked really hard to make sure that they were not actual DMPCs. They were people that traveled with you guys and had stories and roleplay opportunities if you wanted them. Which, speaking of, well, about to say, what are your thoughts? Like, you romanced one of them, and like Garnan, it is canonical that Garnan and Alosa ended up together.
It is. You're welcome. So, my thoughts. It depends on when you're asking me in the campaign, right? When we first began and we first had them, like Knackle and Bimp were already set in stone when we got there, or when I got there at least. And I didn't really mind them because I knew that Bimp was Abby's character, and I knew Knackle was literally just a heal bot and didn't really do much. But when we got Karik, Filman, and Alosa, I started seeing more of the issues with how combat would take fucking forever. Like, I remember multiple times I would spend like at least an hour waiting for my turn to come back around, and that was awful. Granted, like Tiny said, was not entirely their fault, but it was not fun. But when we finally were like, okay, they're gone, we don't have to deal with them anymore, all of us were like, oh shit, I actually miss them. They were really cool. And I was like that with Alosa especially. Even though she didn't leave, I felt like the absence of her there. And I loved Alosa's character, hence why Garnet romanced her. So, you know, it was interesting to see it work because like I said previously, in high school, I did the 30-minute sessions. Every single time we did a campaign, which did not last long, ever, the DM would always have a character as well. Always. It was awful. But yeah, I think you did a very good job at streamlining them later on in the campaign and giving them stories that we could like and be proud of assisting with. And I will say this, until the end of time, Knackle and Karik should have been PCs. Should have been PCs. You should have saved them.
Yeah.
That's on you.
That's fair.
Should have saved them.
But I say, who knows? Maybe I'll play that character.
You can go Clark.
Yeah, go Clark. I choose you. Fusion dance.
But Wanderer.
My answer to this is very similar to Herma's. I hate to write off coattails, but yeah, it was very, very eloquently done. But yeah, Herma put it exactly how I feel. I suppose that takes us right into our next question. Unless you have something to add on
No.
there, Winter.
I was just gonna say it's basically same thought process of like DMPCs, real bad, but then realize like, oh, he's not trying to force them into the front. They're actually more in the background.
Yeah.
They basically are lodging it out like, we didn't go take care of this. And then me as the DM go like, oh, but you had these other party members. They were doing that in the meantime.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
The best way I can put it, it's like it's less like a Serana situation. It's more like a Teldrin Sero situation from Skyrim.
I think it truly like I think Herma for you like Chef's Kiss. What best example is like you attested them to the characters from Divinity. They were more like, oh, about to say these characters are actually interesting, and I'd love to learn more about them. Like they're just my travel companions. Like I mean, Herma and again, I will applaud you in your role play. That scene with Knackle in Oshana was probably one of my favorite role playing scenes that you'd have ever done. And like that would not have been possible if Knackle hadn't been there. And it's like it's just one of those things where it's like it worked out exactly the way. Or about to say Tiny, when you and Karik, like you got to speak with Lucid Karik, where Karik was finally able to be like himself. You were the player that was like, now hold on a second. What? And basically actually like learn more about his story. And that was such fun roleplay opportunities. And yeah, I'd personally like they did exactly what I wanted them to do. I honored your guys' wishes and tried to get rid of them, but the fact that immediately you guys were like, bring them back, please. We want them back. Like that felt very good on my end to just go like they meant something. That means I did good. I did good. But
are we doing the question that was highlighted?
Yes.
Okay, where was it? I missed it.
It is still highlighted.
Okay, so the next question we have is also from me. What moment were you the proudest of yourself? Could be with how an encounter went, how we reacted to a situation, etc.
Ooh, that's a tough one. Because the thing is that like I take moments of pride for like certain scenes, but like I always immediately followed that with like, okay, well I gotta focus on the next one now, and I gotta make sure that like at least is interesting to the players and like interesting to you guys. But if I had to take moments of pride and like moments that like I take back and I'm like, yes, I did good. Oh man, probably I will never not love how I introduced you guys to the Feywild. Because again, rewatching those, I remember Tiny fucking hated all of that shit. Blue, not Tiny like hates it as in like, oh, bad story. No, I'm sure Tiny enjoys the Feywild arc, but I remember as Blue, like when embodying Blue was very much like, fuck this place. Fuck this place so much. I hate it. I hate it here. And it's like, that was so fun from like my perspective. And like it showed the danger of what it meant to be in a place that was so chaotic. Like that's why there is no god of chaos in Boromia. Like there is no god of chaos. That's the Feywild. The Feywild is the god of chaos. And thus that's why there are so many why wild magic exists. That's why all these chaotic things happen, because of the fact that that's where it is. And it was such a fun thing. You guys were struggling because this was the first time magic didn't work properly. Like you guys were all walking on eggshells because of the fact that you were like, I'm gonna cast a spell. No, I'm not. I'm not gonna cast a spell. I remember even Garnan, who was like not even a heavy spellcaster at that time. Like even you, Walf, were like walking on eggshells because you're like, I remember one time you were going to go to cast like a healing spell and you were just like, no, I'm not gonna do that.
I do remember this, yes.
Yeah, I
was
remember
really
that.
annoyed. I hated the Feywild. It was awesome, but I hated it.
But I really loved it. Plus also the story for that and like going into the Eladrin and introducing like the Blood Eladrin, which immediately Walf was just like, I am taking this, and this is a character concept now.
Oh yeah, I still have that character concept and I'm going to play it.
But I just remember like you were immediately, and also introducing like how like there are no texts of the Feywild. The most reliable source of information there were children's books. children's books were the only places you could get real information. And I remember, like, Herma, I think you were the one who were just very, like, I remember you were very much like, that's interesting. Like, you weren't, like, being, like, you weren't, like, over the moon going, like, yes, that's good. You were very much like, all right. Like, it was one of those moments, like, it's one of those things where, like, I was so nervous going into the Feywild because I love the Fey. Personally, I very much love the Fey. But I was so nervous about doing stuff with the Feywild because of the fact that, like, this is a permanent thing. Like, if you guys come back here, some of these rules are going to continue to stick, especially if you go into certain areas. So I was walking on my own eggshells because I'm like, okay, I want this to be fun, but I don't want this to be like a regular thing. How do I make this work? And it's like, well, the story is that it's being invaded, so there's more wild space between them. And it's like, okay, that makes more sense why this area is so dangerous. If you were in a kingdom proper, like one of the courts proper, you guys already are aware, those places are safer. Those places are easier to travel, and like you could actually work with the people there. Being between them or being in any of those areas, like, or the Sealy Court in particular, is very dangerous and very bad. And so I had to be very, very cautious. But it put a level of pride, the fact that you guys were very much like, okay, we're going to do this, but we're going to be very cautious about this. We got to be very careful with our choices. We need to be careful who we're working with and who we decide to work against. And it's like, I think that one, and also you guys really loved the Padstow arc, and that made me so happy that you guys enjoyed that, because I worked so hard on that for you, Wanderer. I worked so hard on that for you.
Great.
So, next question, I think, Wanderer, you should ask that one.
It's a bit of a two-parter, so we're going to start with the first part. What action in combat, specifically combat, surprised you the most? It is a winter-specific question, but I think this can be posed to everyone.
Yeah. But I say, like, favorite moment in combat or, like, surprising moment?
Specifically in combat, one or the other, whichever way you interpret that.
Ooh, that's tough, because if I technically would have two different answers. I'm about to say most surprising moment. Fuck you, Herma. Fuck you, you piece of shit. About to say again with putting Garnet in front of Jahath. Fuck you.
Oh. You weren't expecting a vortex?
I was not expecting a war. Because I didn't know that spell. If you remember, when you cast it, I was like, what is that spell? And I actually had to look it up.
Oh yeah. It was part of Tasha's. I remember that. It was part of Tasha's.
I was just sitting there, like, I don't know if you guys remember, but I was like, what is this spell? And I actually looked it up, and I'm like, what? All right. Like, I loved it. It was awesome, like cinematic as hell, but I just like fuck you, you piece of shit. Fuck you. But man, as far as favorite moment, that's tricky, because I would argue I love the cinematic moments. I love, like,
for this part of the question, has to be in combat.
I know that's why I'm specifically focusing on combat. I'm not focusing on roleplay. I would say
roleplay is next.
Yeah, but I say
roleplay is next.
But cinematically, I'd probably say, in Padstow, the fact that Belwraith got the final shot on Jahath. Like,
that did feel good.
That from a DM perspective, that felt really, really good, and I loved that. That at least from my perspective, because like I'm all like Tiny, but I'd say, as we've learned, me and him playing through Dying Light, we're both lore junkies and we love story. So like, yeah. I love it when like something kind of just falls together, because it wasn't forced. Like, literally, Belwraith just so happened to be the one to bring his health to 0. Like, that's
fair.
I remember asking after session, was that fake? Like,
no.
Did you extend it?
No, I did not.
Asking that after.
To be fair, as we have demonstrated in the past, when someone has their backstory up front, it is usually like, we will step to the side and allow the actual person to get the final kill. It just so happened that Belwraith was there and did it.
Yeah.
No, that's fair.
Does anyone else have anything they want to mention for actions in combat that were surprising? Otherwise, we'll move on.
I do have one.
Herma,
do you have one?
I do as well. I have two kind of. One of them was the one that Winter already mentioned about Henrik Vortex warping Garnan. The other one is actually an entire combat with Aegir, who did not go down a single time.
Respect.
In the slot pit.
Respect. Yeah, dude. Oh man.
Okay.
I felt like such a tank.
Yeah, but I'm glad I could give that to you.
Tiny, do you have one?
I don't have one.
That's fair. Was it
I know
Okay,
I don't either.
too many?
I do. Mine, I remember
Actually, no,
so
I do.
vividly. I remember mine so vividly was the Star Plague fight.
Oh my gosh,
When
yeah.
when we learned he had mythic actions, I remember shitting my fucking pants. I was
Yeah.
terrified. I was like, "Oh, he has mythic actions."
You guys. Oh man, I would have added that to my like one of the moments that I like was able to catch you guys off guard, like proudest moments. The text on the wall before the Star Plague. I loved doing that. That was awesome. About to say, because like that was one of the few times you guys literally had to, you guys full like we're doing this, we're going here, we're running there, and then as soon as you saw it, you guys were like, okay, this is bad. We need to prep, to the point where even Tiny was like, as Blue was praying to his god and literally going, could you tell me more, please?
Are we ready?
Yeah, are we ready for this? Like, how dangerous is this? And like, yeah, no, I will happily take that point of pride to the bank for myself, because that was awesome and I loved it. Better say, but yes.
Anyway,
my favorite action in combat was with the fight with Garland. I was playing Garnan at the time, and we had a Forbiddance, but it was out of range due to height.
Oh yeah, fucking grabbing him and holding him, yeah.
Yeah, over the course of like 4 or 5 turns, I used Garnan to just drag a Garland over the edge.
That's such a Warhammer thing to do. Like legit, that's such a Warhammer thing to do.
And again, I was not super into Warhammer at this point in time.
So next up, action. What action in roleplay surprised you the most, Winter?
Again, this is a question that can be posed to everyone.
That's so hard, because the problem is that like, and
I know mine.
I compliment you guys.
There's a lot of beautiful moments.
I compliment you guys so much on all your guys' moments. I am a strong advocate for, as a DM, for my players to have fun, and I encourage you guys to find those moments where you see fit. Like again, like I was talking about earlier with Herma, like that scene on Oshana. Like I was not planning that. Like Herma just went for it. And like it was so unique to like embody Knuckle in that mindset and being able to go for it. Like I loved that shit. Garnan, like you giving up your rage and like, you know, going from being a barbarian to a paladin was such a unique, like it was such a unique, you know, situation. I put that there in case you wanted it and in case you wanted to step away from the rage, but it was like I didn't know if you were going to do it. So it was very fun to be able to explore that. Wanderer, I literally like that last scene with Jahath, like that last scene when you went to say goodbye to your friend.
Man.
That was so fun, and it was so unique to like exercise the depth of sadness that comes for a character who, like, we beat the boss, but for Belwraith it was very much like I killed my best friend, he's gone.
Yeah,
and like that was such a fun thing to be able to explore as a storyteller.
that entire arc was, for me,
so good.
It was very much Belwraith coming to terms with this is life now. It's very much very physical rendition of grief. Maybe that's looking too far into it, but that's what it meant to me.
Yeah, but I would probably say if I had to pick a favorite, if I had to pick one, Tiny in Belwraith's family basement with Mary. And literally, Blue just sitting down and playing music for Mary while she was in her like savage state. For me, like there was something so beautiful about that, and like you could really tell like Blue as a character loved Mary. Like not in a romance way, not in a like oh I want her to be with her friend. No, this was just like, you are like the sister I never had, and you looked out for me in my worst moment. No fucking way on heaven or hell am I going to let you get away. I'm going to save you no matter what it takes.
Hell or the infinite layers of the abyss.
Exactly. And like there's something like even now like talking about it, I can actually like feel like the sides of my eyes start to puff up a little bit, because like as like a DM in that perspective, like I remember just like hit me like somewhere special, because again, it meant I created an NPC you guys cared so fucking much about, that you guys went to such a length to save her, no matter what it took. And like as a DM, there's a level of pride, but like but from a DM to player, I just had to sit there and I think I remember talking to you about it, Tiny, about to say that like I think I remember talking to you after session, just going like, dude, that was so good. Like that was such a beautiful scene.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, please, I'm curious your guys' answer on this. That was just from my perspective.
So, Herma?
Okay. I will say, this is something I've voiced many times. My favorite roleplay moment was with Henrik. It surprised me even because, as I said many times, Henrik was very much a side character to me for the majority of the time he was on the table. And I don't know where it really came from, but there was just that moment where, like, I was like, yeah, I think Henrik wants to talk with Knuckle about his possible afterlife, considering, because I think this was after he plucked the wings off the Azamar corpse.
I think that was I think that was before, but I think that was when you made the Enigma and you put you were working with the Hellspire gem.
It was after like he made something that could genuinely like be used for
this was
stuff.
This was after you put the Hellspire gem on, because you were now contemplating like, oh, I can literally take someone's afterlife away.
Yeah. That's what it was, because he was like, I have made something that could be used for heinous acts. I have made something that is purely for destruction and nothing else.
Yeah, that scene was so good,
what
dude.
What does that mean for me?
That scene was so good. I loved being I loved, like, I think that's part of the reason why, like, as Nash, I was like as a player, like playing Nash, I was like, I want to get some scenes in with Herma, like as Jack, because I'm so curious, like the depth of your role play. Because like that scene was so good. Like, and Walf has said it, and I'm gonna to steal the words from you. You don't go there too often, but when you did with Henrik, every time it was a fucking knockout. Like, for real.
That's also something like out of character, like I really struggled with, because unlike Tiny, I love the combat of D&D so much. I love the tactics, I love the numbers, I love the dice, I love everything about it. It's always the role play that was harder for me to get into. And recently I've been getting better at it. I've had some great scenes in a different campaign I'm in. And that's not really a discussion here, but yeah, I do know that Roman will have a lot more scenes.
For sure.
Possibly better scenes than Henrik did, and even Aegir did.
Yeah. Which is fair, but it's just, yeah. But I say, what about you, Tiny? You had a lot of roleplay moments, and you've also been
had a lot,
and you've also been like what you are very like adamant about, like, you know, being there for everybody else's. So I'm curious, like, if you have a favorite, or if like you're a player that's very much like, there are too many, I can't say I have one. But like, please don't feel like to be selfish if it was like, it was my scene and I really liked this one. Like, please don't feel bad about it.
There are a lot of scenes. I'm trying to pinpoint one.
It's hard.
Do you wanna be skipped while one of us goes?
Yeah, circle back.
Okay, we'll circle back to you. Well,
I will go then. I have two. The first one, because it was just so insane in the moment, was of course when Tiny tricked the Babao.
Oh god,
that shit was amazing. I remember freaking the fuck out. But also, Winter, I know you know what I'm talking about when I ask this, but do you know where writers feel when their characters are writing themselves?
Yes,
I am
very aware. Yes,
I felt that with Garnan when his alignment changed.
Oh god!
After speaking with Spencer, that right there surprised even me, because it showed me like the depth I can show with Garnan as a character.
Yeah, that was, man. I will never forget, like, but it's because I remember we talked about it like at session end, where it's just like, you are like, you can change your alignment from neutral to good, because a good, like, only a good, like, well, everybody else went into the city to figure it out. Garnan refused to leave that child. Garnan refused to take one step away from him, because in Garnan's eyes, this is an innocent, defenseless child, and it's like only a good person would do that.
Yeah. So those were mine. Wanderer, go for it.
I think I settled on one for myself for Belwraith, and it is that final scene with Jahath. But
such a good scene.
Also, it is a beautiful scene, but also immediately after, with Belwraith and Blue, I I think it flew over your head in the moment, Tiny, but the first words that Belwraith speaks after coming out of that vision, the dream, I don't quite remember what it was. But he says, "Listen, do you hear that? The birds blew." What that was meant to mean is that the static that he had managed to tune out had been so loud that it blocked out the sounds of like wind, the birds, like nature. Like truly, it was a maddening sound.
That's fair. I say, God, man, dude, I will say, I will always say at Wanderer, about to say the amount of roleplay that we got to do in Padstow, that arc was so good, and I was so happy you guys enjoyed it as much as you did. Because like, and let's also not forget that was when we met about to say Henrietta, about to say, and her tricking, about to say Henrik using alter self and basically going like, it's down that alleyway.
Oh yeah.
God, that Patso had so many good moments, and I was so happy that arc. But
Tiny,
I kind of have two
Absolutely.
that I've been like swapping between. First one, Stray or Kazir and Philman, when Kazir found out that Philman had kids.
Oh yeah! Oh my God! Yeah, dude, that was such a good scene. I forgot about that.
Could return to.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, that was the first time I got to talk more about Philman's backstory. God, that was so fun, dude.
Mm-hmm.
But please continue. I'm sorry.
The second one. This is kind of a cop-out, but it was during the Feywild when Blue accidentally hurt the tree.
Oh yeah, because you created like that. I created a black hole essentially, and it damaged. Yeah. I remember that. Yeah. Oh man, I remember that was a heavier roleplay scene.
In the midst of everyone fighting, because it was during a big ass fight, Blue walked over to the tree and gave it whatever it needed.
Yeah, that was, oh dude, yeah, no, that, man, again, Feywild arc. But I say, I know you guys struggled with it, but dude, there was so many good moments in the Feywild.
Yeah. I think that brings us right into our next question here. Normally, I would pass it off to you, unless it looks like you have something.
I do, but I say, but go ahead, please. I'll ask my question after this one.
Normally, I'd pass it off to you, but this is very much flowing into what we're talking about right now. Herma, this is one of yours. It's highlighted in the doc.
Okay. I didn't ask much questions.
Yeah,
no, wow, yes, most of them.
Oh, there it is. So what was your favorite roleplay interaction between two party members, including people like Skolvin and Dame?
Before you answer, I do want to emphasize it says party members.
Yeah, party members. Yeah, about to say, oh man, that's a tough one because again, you guys always kill it whenever you guys do scenes together, so it's hard to pick a favorite. Oh man.
Also, again, I think this can go for anyone to answer.
I'm torn between two. I'm torn between.
You want to circle back or
no? I'm about to say I'll put both out. About to say because I feel like they're both worth mentioning. About to say when Blue found out about Belwraith's curse, and like Blue was the one asking the most questions and wanting to get to know like what happened. And like it was one of the first times that like Wanderer, you like as a player were like you had just joined our group, like you had only been here for a couple of sessions, and like immediately like Tiny, but like, and again this is a compliment to you, Tiny, you've always been so inclusive as a player, like you really wanted to, like it really seemed like you were really fishing to Wanderer about like, hey, Blue cares, please tell me. And like it's such a beautiful thing when players want to do that stuff with each other. It's like, especially without the DM intervening or having to go like, hey, you should probably ask this. Like, no, Tiny, like you took the initiative, and like as a DM, like I just had to sit here and go like, yeah, I got some good players. Like I lucked out. I would also say Another one that I liked a lot. I think, and this might be because I liked both your guys' characters at the time. Garnan trying to lure Skulven to the darkness. If you guys remember in the forest, like Garnan was trying to get Skulven and going like, you could do so much more. And like Herma, you were very much like, that's not the way I want to do this. And Garnan's just like, you can just let that rage out. And like, I don't know what it is, like especially because early on, this was very early on. I liked the thought of like, there's a player literally trying to convince another player to be evil, and it's like,
yeah, and that happened. And then it went to Skulven working for the darkness.
It's true. It actually worked out that way. But it was like, for me as a DM, like I loved that. Like those, I think those two. I know they're early on, and there could be arguments like there were better ones, and it's like you're probably right. But those two for me were super standout. I really liked those as like a DM from a DM's perspective. But it's maybe a bit biased. I say.
I think it's your turn.
All right. This is another general question, but I genuinely want to know this as a DM.
Do we want to turn this over to the other players?
Oh yes,
that's
please.
what I was gonna say.
Oh please, by all means. I better say, Herma, which one was your favorite? Better say between two players.
Okay, so this is another scene between Garnet and Skulven, but very, very different from the one you mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
This was the one where they were in. I'm blanking on the town name. It's the one where it's the town where Skulven died.
That was Melbourne.
Melbourne.
Melbourne. It was somewhere like around that area.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember exactly when, but it was whenever Skulven and Garnet went to an inn. They started drinking a lot, and they started competing with each other. You know, like that moment was really like brother I never had, sort of like bonding moment.
That's how Garnan felt about Skulven until he left. He was heartbroken when Skulven left.
Mm-hmm.
And that's you bastard.
That's fair. But I was say, what about you, Tony?
Player characters talking together?
Yeah, between player characters.
I think it was party members specifically, not player.
Yeah,
not player characters.
But specifically amongst you guys.
Circle back to me.
Okay, wow.
Let's circle back.
Fuck. I was hoping for some more time. I don't know. I really don't.
I got mine. I think I got mine.
Please
send it. So we'll circle back. Yeah, it's the one that I can only ever think of because it is vital to both how my life has shaped out and how I think Ralph's life has shaped out. And I think it's something that I blame on for our friendship. It's very early during the Shadow Trials arc. I grabbed Garnan as Spellwraith, took him into a closet, and it was, we're having a conversation now. We're going to be friends.
Oh yeah, that's right. Oh my gosh.
I don't remember how that conversation was. I don't remember anything that happened in it. But I know that I very much blame that conversation happening on why me and Ralph are such good friends.
That's fair. That is completely fair.
That's a good one.
I
would also have to say that one.
Yeah, that's
but
cop out.
Like, no, I'm not saying that one is a cop out. But
no,
there were just so many conversations between Garnan and Bellwraith that was like cementing their broship. So many between Blue and Garnan, like I'll always be a protector for you, whatever you need, kind of thing. I think if I had to really choose one, was when I kind of felt like Garnan really joined the party. And that was very, very, very early on, the first couple streams, when Garnan snuck wine or beer or something alcoholic into the doctor's ward for Blue.
It was a whiskey. Blue had just been hit with a fireball, and it was taking some time for him to recover. You brought me alcohol.
Yeah.
I think that was one of my favorites for sure.
Bro.
We,
was gonna jump off
we
that.
sat
go
at
ahead,
the
Sam.
table together and just
this
drank.
happened before that even between Garden and Scolvin. I believe Garden was cheating at dice or something, and he ran away because he got caught.
Yeah.
And then Scolvin, Scolvin gave chase, and then
Yeah,
eventually
that
got
was,
to the point where like
I
where they met up in an alley, and Garden's like, "Here, take this, and don't say anything." And Scolvin's like, "Okay, I tripped and fell," and then he
No.
slammed his head against the wall.
No. What happened? I remember this specifically. So the session before we started streaming, I was there. Garnon made a very, very brief appearance where he mugged Scolvin, took all of his
Yeah.
money.
Yeah.
And when I was in the bar, you recognized me, and as I ran off with like multiple platinums worth of this dude's money, he started crying. Garnon left. You gave chase. As Garnon was running, when he turned around to give you the money, that was the money he mugged off of you.
Yeah. And then Scolvin took it. He's like, "Okay, yeah, cool." And he's like, "I tripped," and then he slammed his head against the wall to make an alibi out of it.
That was really funny.
God damn it. All right. So, Diney, did we buy you enough time?
I honestly, one of my favorite moments is always just whenever Blue finds out that people had stuff that they could go back to, like him finding out that Belrith has a fucking wife. He kind of did everything in his power to try to convince them not to come.
That's fair. That's completely fair.
You have people waiting on you. You can go back to them, and you should.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that takes us into our next question. Winter, take it away.
So this is a very this might be another generic question, but I genuinely want to know your guys' answer to this. What would you say is your favorite arc in the campaign?
That is
We have
also
that
one of
question
ours.
too somewhere.
Okay. I know my least favorite arc.
Was it the Rabbit Path?
The Ravage Path.
That's fair. That's completely fair. I think that's going to be a lot of your guys' answers for least favorite. That's why I didn't bother asking, because I'm like, I already know your least favorite was the Ravage
I found
Path.
it, Wanderer.
I have a different least favorite. Fuck Oshana.
Fair.
I like
yeah.
Oshana.
I like
I think Oshana might be my
okay.
favorite.
I agree. I really liked Oshana. I fucking hated the Neo Naga. I should have kept Darvis to my chest. I should never have brought him in.
Hey man,
I don't know. I really liked it.
Yeah.
That was like the segue for a lot of Henrik's.
Full stop. The Neo Naga existing is entirely my fault.
Yep.
I know.
And but say
It
that
is my fault 100%.
that was a wild backstory that I ran with, but you know what? It turned into some very fun character moments and a really cool arc.
Sorry, I hate to interrupt, but I see we have people watching. We are taking comments. We are taking questions from viewers. If you have questions for us, please feel free to ask.
Yeah.
Carry on.
But
I only see 3 watching.
yeah,
It's better than the fucking.
It's again, it's fine.
Yeah,
Better
but
say
the
this is
2
for
is
us.
like me, you, and WoW.
Gotta say it's fine. It's us. This is us. This is for us. Gotta say it. That's what I'm getting. But now you guys answered least favorite. I'm curious your favorite though.
Yeah.
I think I've been trying to think about my least favorite. I didn't answer the question.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think about my least favorite, and I think I have to say I'm gonna go back on the try not to disrespect people who aren't here, but Kazir's arc, because he was out of it.
That's fair.
He was out of his own arc. But my favorite arc, it's bias. It's mine.
The Patstow arc.
There's so much bias in that answer. It's insane.
I have to agree. Actually, the Patstow arc was really good. It was really good.
Yeah, I'm about to say, really, I think I take a lot of pride in Patstow.
There was a lot of intrigue and a lot of character development in that arc.
It's true.
Across multiple people aside from Belwraith.
Yeah.
I also think the Patstow arc, mainly because it was a long arc.
It was, and it was.
I mean, not as horrendously long as the Ravaged Path, but you know.
I am actually going to throw a curveball at you. I think mine is actually the Ravaged Path.
But you know what? That's hey man.
Now, don't get me wrong. I fucking hated how long it was.
for WoW.
IRL. I hated how long it was. Over a year out of game is ridiculous.
It was like close to 2.
But
it was close to 2.
It was close to 2. It was ridiculously long. But the amount of roleplay opportunities we got, the amount of intrigue, the amount of like just all kinds of shit we could have gotten up to, and the shit we did get up to, and Garnan's curse being broken by the time we got there, Starlim at the very end. I loved the Ravaged Path. It was awesome.
Yeah, I better say, I will say this, as much as like I know the Ravaged Path is your guys' least favorite when it comes to time, but like at the same time, that was Ilk, that was Makanali, that was the Temple of Time.
It was a lot of stuff. It was good. I can't get over the time though. Oh my god.
Yeah, that. I understand why it's your guys' least favorite, but it's one of those things where it's like, I
Hashtag never forget. Wait, no.
My favorite is between Padstow and Makanali.
That's fair. Oh,
Not
dude.
the Ravaged Path as a whole, but
Makanali was so fun. That was your guys' like that was
Makanali was good.
But I think that was my first time giving you guys like a hub town to actually be doing some stuff in. You guys did missions and stuff. You were making you guys were making making a splash on the scene, and like I really enjoyed it as a DM, which is why I want to explore that stuff a lot more in campaign 2. Like a lot more like locations and a lot more like, hey, we're gonna do some stuff here. Like we're gonna stay here for a bit and actually like enjoy this. And like that like
actually have time to do like bounty board quests and not get rushed every night.
Exactly. And
I've got another one, Wanderer. It's lower down.
I say
I think fits better.
I will say this though, I'm genuinely curious because it's like we went through quite a few arcs. I mean, like we had Makanali, we had Melbourne, we had Starlim, we had Oshana, we had Tamworth, we had Skystead, we had
I would barely call Tamworth an arc. It was 2 sessions.
But the thing is that was a whole like. But I was talking about like Tamworth / Dewey Blitz. Like
anyway,
but like
I think.
Yeah, we did a lot of stuff. I will say this, I take a lot of pride in Padstow. Like Wanderer literally came into this and he gave me a concept and I was just like, I had written the bare bones and like I had done a lot of stuff with Padstow, but I hadn't set anything in stone. And as soon as Wanderer is like, this is what I want my character to go through, and I was just like, okay. And basically
sure? So going to the next question, because it does fit quite well. What was your favorite character arc aside from your own for bias reasons? We'll start with this as an everyone question, so Winter, you start.
Oh man, that's tough, because again, I'm the dungeon master. I don't have a character. I'm about to say, and I can't say all of you. That's me about to say, because that's a cop-out. I mean,
very much a cop-out. Which one's your favorite, bitch?
Who's your favorite child?
Who's my favorite child? Oh man, don't do this to me. That's tough, because of the fact that you all went through some interesting arcs. If I had to pick one, though, if I had to pick one of character arc in particular, yeah, no, I'm gonna be biased. Better say again, I take a lot of pride in Padstow. Wanderer, better say I love Belray's storyline.
Yeah, I feel like I'm the only one the fucking butt applies to, aside from your own. That part shit only applies to me, motherfuckers.
I say,
Herma?
So, my favorite was Guardian's character arc.
That's fair.
Because it really, his character arc lasted from beginning, session 1 of introduction, all the way till damn near the end of the campaign. He progressed over the course of the entire campaign.
That's fair. That's completely fair. It was
very fun to watch from tip to tail.
About to say,
I feel like I did his character arc pretty good.
Yeah.
One thing I was not expecting him to like a path for him to go down was becoming a witch. That was something I did not expect.
Same. That was a thread. That was not even a thread I dangled. That was like Walf going like, I want to know what this is like. And yeah, that just became that. It opened so many doors. It was such an intrigue that I was not expecting as a dungeon master. Yeah, no, I can respect the hell out of that. But I say, what about you, Tony? What are your thoughts?
I was also going to say Garnan because I got to both see Garnan change as a character and Walf change as a person.
That's true. That is very true.
I became way more tolerable.
Yes. you
Yeah,
very much did.
I'd agree.
Yeah, dude, we're
I'm not
talking
gonna
without
sugarcoat
being in each
it.
other's
You suck.
throats. It's great.
I did suck. You're right.
I was
Mine.
It's okay.
Mine. As much as I want to say like one of Herma's characters, they were background. As much as I want to say Blue, he pretty much kind of stayed the same the entire time. A little.
Yeah.
He had his moments, but they were more specific moments rather than an arc.
He stayed. His morals stayed the same throughout the entire campaign.
He didn't really get an arc.
obviously.
He got a help.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'll change the campaign too.
Belwraith is mine, for sure. But Wanderer, you're the last one.
Can't say Belwraith. I did enjoy Knuckles a lot.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think I think that's a sleeper pick, but Knuckles' arc was very fun. Seeing
son.
something try to figure out how to heal.
Yeah.
Karek's arc. Fuck, I completely
Yeah,
forgot
Karek's
about
arc
that
was
one.
also
I
so
loved
good.
Karek's arc.
Yeah.
I would have picked
Oh, I thought we were
Karek's
just
arc,
doing,
but I
like,
didn't actually
player
know that
character
much.
I'd say
I just says character, so I'm getting off on a technicality.
if we're
Anyway.
if we're talking about fellow players like for like each other, but I say
Oh fuck. Everyone else said fellow player. Answered as a fellow player. I wasn't. I almost feel like I wasn't super present for a lot of the character arcs, even though that I very much was. It just felt. All of it felt very natural, so I didn't notice it. Right.
that's fair. Very in character. You were embodying Belwraith, so you were just there the entire time. But as far as like,
yeah,
it can be hard to be like take a step back because like I could say that more as like again I got to experience that more as Nash, but as a for like seeing like Jack's story for in particular like. Again, I gotta always give Herma his props when he does roleplay because, like, I'll never forget Jack seeing, like, actually face to face with his past. Like, as a player, I just, like, I had to sit there and just go, like, man, that's fucking
it's rough.
dude. Like, ooh. But it was awesome.
I think I am going to go ahead and delete the question that I'm currently highlighting because I feel like the answer is kind of obvious for all of us.
Oh,
yeah.
well, what's the question anyways? Just for funsies.
Which character would you say had the least / most amount of growth throughout the campaign, excluding Kazir?
Excluding Kazir.
Obviously, excluding Kazir. Least, Blue, most, Guardian. Obviously, for me.
Yeah, I'd probably say the same.
I would
Blue did go through a bit of a story when it came to like his psyche, and like honestly,
Oh, actually, least Henrik. Let me correct that. Least Henrik.
Yeah.
I would say Tiny, like there's a little bit of a sleeper arc there because of the fact that Tiny, I think me and you talked about this. Blue was losing his mind halfway through the campaign.
Oh,
like
he was for a good portion of it. He was about to go insane.
And honestly, that's why it always struck me weird. While when you asked me, like, what was the point of Blue like becoming the champion of death? I don't understand. And it's like, no, wow, but if you're paying attention, Blue was losing himself through the campaign. Like he was slowly that kindness and that jovialness was fading.
I at that time had a tendency to pick someone out and hate on him. First it was Herma.
And it just happened to be
Then
the
it
guy
was
who
Blue.
loves everyone.
And then it was Tiny.
Nice.
And I have very much tried to stop doing that, and I have succeeded for the most part. I still find myself doing it by accident sometimes. But at that time, it was Blue, and I did mostly realize that it made sense, and it is actually a question in the doc for it.
No, that's fair. About to say, but it's like, yeah, no. For me, like as a DM, like I got the privilege of like being the one who's like watching the story as it unfolds, and like for me, like yeah, no, Tiny like voiced like
Anyway.
Blue was losing himself, and like yeah, so he did have an arc. It was
Herma?
just more subtle.
Least most? Least most?
Least have to give it to Henrik. Most probably Garnan.
Yeah.
I
Wanderer?
think that is the consensus. At least being Henrik, most being Garnan.
Now, if I would,
oh, good. I do want to do one more before we give it back to you, Winter, because it's right there.
Yeah.
do you think you played your character faithfully? As in, do you think you gave them the story that they deserved?
Ooh, that's a good question. I'm curious your guys' answers to that.
Herma? This goes for all three.
So Skolven, obviously, I think I did play him actually very well in the beginning when I still had him as a character. I think I played him pretty well.
And
mostly because Skolven's personality was kind of a self-insert of my own at the time. Just a bit edgier and with all the stuff in his past. And then obviously I gave him to Winter because reasons.
Yeah, obvious, but I say, but I think you did. I think you did him justice when we brought him back too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Henrik, I feel like definitely we could have done a lot more with Henrik than what ended up happening, and that's mostly on me. Like I said before, roleplay was not my strong suit when I first got into D&D. Roleplay was very hard for me to get into, and it's something I've gotten better at over time. But in terms of like Kendrick's story, I feel like there was a lot more that I could have done to make him more in the limelight instead of a background side character that he was. And part of me regrets that I didn't do that, but also part of me knows that that's just how it was in the past, and that's fine.
You really fell in love with that character, though. You really fell in love with Henrik.
Mm-hmm. I still love Henrik. He's great. And then lastly is Aegir. Aegir, perfect. Honestly, yeah. He was always meant to be a very simple character. He was always meant to be very dedicated to one goal, and dedicated to one goal he was throughout the entirety of his presence throughout the story.
What I say,
Penny? What?
But I say, do you feel like you gave Baloo the story that he deserves? Like, do you think that you played your character to the best of your abilities? I think if it was going to be me inserting this, Tiny, I think you really like dedicated to Baloo.
I do believe I did, including his ending of essentially putting his life in the hands of Atharia.
Yeah, like, again, as a DM, I don't want to speak for you because obviously this is your question, but like from a DM's perspective, yes, I genuinely think you did. Of all the people, Tiny, you literally put your full like role play ussy right in there. About to say you would not let.
Did you just say role play ussy?
Yes, you heard me. You heard me. Did I stutter? Did I stutter, bitch? About to say. You put it all out there and you never look back. That's the thing, Tiny. Like, that's the respect I have to give you because you never turned around on your decisions. You were always like, this is the direction I'm going to go and I'm going to play him to the best of my abilities. And like, as a DM, like, I have to respect that. Like,
I can't get over roleplay USA. Sorry.
That's okay. But I say, but it's true though. Am I wrong?
No.
My answer is a simple yes. There were obviously a couple things that I could have done better, but given where I was in my mindset at the time of each moment, I think I played him faithfully. And I looked forward to doing the same with Boromir.
Hell yeah, dude.
I'm gonna roleplay the fuck out of that guy. Boromir's a bit of an asshole, yeah. Bit of a dick.
I say, Wander?
I know for all two of my characters that I played, there were moments that I did break character for something to happen. Something that needed to happen, mind you, but there were a couple moments that I did break character. By and large, though, yeah, I played pretty faithfully. Are you guys finished signing at each other?
No.
Playing with your webcams?
Okay. Winter, back to you.
Yes, because I have a good question. And I'm going to start off by saying this. No matter what your answer is, I'm not going to take offense to this. But I want to ask this because, we've been doing this for a while. You guys have been playing D&D for, I may have been a catalyst for you guys, for some of you guys to play. But some of you guys played before. You guys have played a lot since. We spent 5 years playing in Atharia. Would you say your character in Atharia is your favorite D&D character you've ever gotten to play? If you say no, that's okay. You guys have played so many games and have done so many campaigns since we started. I'm just genuinely curious.
I think I have my answer.
I do as well. Herma, you want to go first, or you want to skip?
I'll go first.
If you say no, if you say no, it will not hurt my feelings.
Basically, who's your favorite character?
Yeah.
That you've played.
That you have played.
Yeah. So, if you had asked me this question 2 months ago, I would say yes. But as of current, I have made a character that I really love and that I've had some great scenes with already in only less than 2 months of playing him.
Absolutely.
That I have to give it to another character in a different campaign from a different server.
That's completely fair. I take no offense to it. This is me genuinely asking.
You know I love Henrik. You know I love Aegir. You know I love Skolven. But this other character I made is like the peakest character I've made since I started playing D&D.
That's completely fair. I can respect
that's
Tiny?
not meant to be the background.
Yeah.
Tiny?
Blue is my favorite character. There have been several parts where I thought I'm kind of thinking of changing him out, but I stuck with him because I do very much love playing Blue.
Let's say.
Garnan, I want to say he's my favorite, and he is, but he shares the spot with Pomora, a druid character I played in one of Karma's campaigns a long time ago. And she is up there specifically because I feel like she was the catalyst for me getting better.
Mm-hmm.
But Garnan is obviously up there because I've played him for 5 years.
Yeah. No, again, this is not a loaded question of me going like, is your favorite character better be this one? It's like, no, but I say I'm asking because I'm genuinely curious. But I say, what about you?
Wanderer?
What about you, Wanderer?
I'm trying to think because I think 3 of the actual characters that I'm playing right now, I am very, very. Oh God, I'm not playing Belwraith anymore. Shut the fuck up. Both the other characters that I'm playing right now, Garrick and another character named Diamantes, are very, very fun. So it's very hard to choose one, especially with how I believe that the best character that you can make is one that you pour your heart and soul into the creation of.
Mm-hmm.
So you're asking me to pick my favorite part about myself.
Yeah.
I am confident in saying that I do not have a favorite child.
That's fair. But I said you can if you would have said like, even if you would have copped out and went like, I love all my characters and Belwraith is just a part of me, but I say I would not have. What's up?
I'm gonna bounce this question back to you and answer it quickly. Like, don't get too into it. What's your favorite character?
My favorite character? But I say that I've played.
Yeah, favorite character you've played. What is it? Who is it?
Honestly, forever, I think Ragthar will always be my personal favorite. But I will say this: Nash definitely has a special place in my heart now. But I think it also helps that I've gotten to, like, you guys are very dear to me, and I've gotten the chance to finally get to play at the table with you guys rather than just be the dungeon master. So like there's a level of speciality to that.
Getting off topic for just a second. It is just a hiatus. I will be coming back.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. But Nash, and you guys, like, I remember Herma, like me and you have like talked after session about like, just like, dude, I love that scene. Like, that was awesome. And you were just like, yeah, no, for real, dude, that was cool. Like,
I've loved the scenes I've had with Jack, actually.
Yeah, for real. Jack for sure. Like, and that's why, like, as Nash, like, I went out of it. And also Tiny. I mean, I think it goes without saying, especially early on, because we were like the first time getting to be a player. The fact that me and you finally got to actually roleplay together was awesome.
Finally.
Anyway, getting back on topic.
Yeah, sorry.
I have 2 questions highlighted, and I'm actually going to ask Tiny to ask them for me since he hasn't asked many.
I'm being asked shit. Okay.
I do not see which ones you're highlighting, Wolf.
They are on the 2nd page.
Fucking what?
I cannot see.
Yeah, we don't see your highlights.
Let's try this again. Oh! That.
Oh.
Can you see them now?
I can see them now.
Okay.
First off,
questions.
yeah. Which of the arcs was your favorite, and which did you have the favorite ending of?
Ooh.
More specifically in the first one, which one was your favorite to plan, not just your favorite in
That
general?
Ooh. That's a tough one because like I loved all of the different arcs for different reasons. So that actually legitimately because like I would
You're picking a lot of different children today.
I know apparently, but I haven't like that's tough because like I loved Pat. But
I do actually have some deep lore questions as well.
Oh, that's fair.
Later.
Absolutely. About to say, like, that's the point of this being just a free discussion. About to say, man, that's tough because, like, I put a lot of love in all of these arcs and stories. I mean, I'm very partial, again, very partial to Padstow. About to say because I really loved it. Oh, Oshana, I think like story wise, I fucking loved like Alossa's Homeland. She was so much fun to write for, and like that whole area, like, and especially giving an end to a story that I initially didn't create. That was all you, Alpha, and I literally took all of it and gave it life.
You're welcome.
I am Dr. Frankenstein, and you were my monster.
I kind of created both of them. I forced you to do Alosa, and I created Darkness.
Honestly, you know what? I'm gonna veer away from those two because there are two arcs that I think are underrated, but I loved them very much for different reasons. I really loved Stratford. The Trial of Shadows and everything was so much fun, and I thought that was really cool, and you guys got really into it. And the one I did not think you guys would get into as much, but I was so happy you did, Ozagratz. I fucking loved that arc, dude. Like,
Ozagratz was so much fun.
It was so much fun.
So fun. I wish we could have stayed there longer. I really do.
It was painful. It was so painful for me as Aegir. It was so painful for me as Aegir because like there's just so much stuff of like, no, Aegir wouldn't do this. He was not an
but Herma on the other hand is like, dude, like, and not to mention the conclusion to the conclusion of Ozagratz being able to get not only the capital city back, but having fucking Valismir get killed by his own fucking abyssal prince, gone crazy. That ending was awesome, and I loved it. Like, that was for real.
Was that your
favorite arc? You know what? I would argue, but as a favorite arc with the ending, I would argue Ozagratz. I think there was so much there. I would argue the Stratford arc as well, like starting with the Trial of Shadows and ending with the escaping Westray, escaping to Westray.
Ozagrat's ending was sick as fuck. Both Belwraith's gods coming in.
Yeah.
I want to ask this one before you get back. We swing it back to you.
Yeah.
Is there an island in the middle of Bracklewhite Lake?
Yes, there is.
What's there? What is it? Tell me.
I've been
curious for so long.
There is an island, and it is the reason why that area is haunted. I'm being very vague because I want to run a one shot. I want you guys to go in and explore it.
That's leading up to.
Better say.
That's the level 21 shot.
But like there's a reason why the forest and Bracklewhite Lake is haunted. Like there's a whole thing.
We could honestly be people from the Eclipse Guild to go and check that out.
That would be really cool to like go in as like Eclipse Guild members, like you guys running like creating new characters for that. That'd be cool. I think
fuck it. That's level 20. The Solaires are going to check that shit out.
But yeah, no.
There's I do want to give him a rank for now.
Yeah, that's fair. But I say yep.
Swinging it back to you.
Okay. But I say okay. So this one I've been sitting on for a minute because of the fact that I basically was just like, all right, I'm gonna wait until we get to the end to like be genuinely asked this. Is there a path you guys regret not choosing? Like, is there a path, like a story, like whether it's a character, like a story, a character's story, or a direction you guys wanted to explore, or a location you guys wanted to? Is there a place that you guys were like, fuck, I really wanted to do that? But I
do have one.
If I may, if we're gonna go in order.
Yeah, gonna go in order.
Yeah, order, go for it.
No, I've said this before. I think I said this like once or twice whenever we're nearing the end. I'm like, but I think that the way we played things and the way we went through everything, given the situations we were in, given what we were doing, I don't think that I would have changed anything we did. I think we played it pretty damn near perfect.
Yeah, that's completely fair.
Danny?
Respect.
Danny?
Same. I just kind of It's about the same. We played it really well.
Yeah.
I could say some things, but I shouldn't say those things on stream.
That's fair.
I mean, anything that we've left undone, they're very easily done in one shots.
Yeah, that's completely
Yeah.
fair. That's completely fair.
I have two.
Please.
First one.
I really wish we would have been able to see more of the Pav. I think that would
Oh,
have been
yeah.
really interesting. And
Yeah.
I wanted to see more of Skulvin's backstory before he left the campaign. And the second one, which is a question in the doc, I want to know what the rest of those fucking Ozagrat's River Styx things were. I'd need to know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But I say, well, before I answer that,
That is a question. We'll get there.
But I say, but Wanderer, but I say, is there a path you wish we would have gone? A quest you guys could have done? Exploring somebody's story if you could have.
I'm trying to think about it, and I wish that I explored the Holy Knights and Cardinals more. I'm sure that Belwraith did while he was there.
Yeah.
It was just like that isn't something that we would have had time for.
It's true.
Firstly.
That's very true. If this was an RPG, I totally could see you as a player being like, no, I'm literally going to take as much time as I need to actually learn about all these characters and know more about what's going on. No, understandable.
I'm sure it is something that Belwraith did do while he was in a little bit of a hiatus from the Solaires. But yeah, I very much wish that I was able to explore those characters more. I believe that I think I may have possibly stalled long enough for Herma to return. So yeah. I think that circles us to the River Styx question that we have.
So,
whilst in Ozagras, we watch Belwraith and Garnan jump into the River Styx via bungee cord. What were all of the options for each layer? Cliff notes.
Okay.
Rapid fire these.
Yeah, rapid fire, absolutely.
Yeah, lightning round.
So if it was the lighter layers, you guys would have seen relevant events that happened during the time of the Age of Reckoning. So you guys would have saw more scenes. You guys would have saw more scenes of like, wow, like what happened to Atharia during that time. You guys would have saw a vision of like Queen Atharia the First during that whole situation. You guys would have seen you guys would have seen like how Chio was prepared for such an event, and you literally would have been like on the battlefield going like, here they come, and literally having to role play out a scene of you fighting them as they were anticipated. Very like Herma, you could appreciate this. When the Argonians knew about the Oblivion Gates opening, Chio was prepared for that. But I say Chio was prepared for the Age of the Magi to fall. But as I would have been
interested to see your interpretation of how Ramor and Isles managed to bounce back.
But I honestly, but the as far as the bottom goes, though, there aside from the two that you guys saw, which I purposely set, I was like, these are potential things that could happen. But there was one other one that I was fully prepared to explore if it happened. And that is, you guys would have seen Coralon remove Grumpsh's eye.
Oh, that would have been cool as fuck.
That would have been sick.
And then you would have seen like what happened to Lolth. Like, because of the fact it was Lolth that made those two fight.
But it would have gone insane if you saw that.
I made some changes to make it more fitting for Boromir because of the fact that I made their champions more involved in the situation. And ultimately you guys would have been there and you guys could have affected how it happened.
Mm-hmm.
But and it was one of those things where I literally was sitting here going like, this is a potential. I have no way to control this. We're just going to see what happens. But like, yeah, those were a lot of the basic ones. And then I think if I remember, there was one more. There was one more, which would have talked more about when Carrion took on his position.
Oh,
you guys
that would have been really cool.
Yeah, but you guys could have seen like how Carrion was when he was a fledgling angel.
Mm-hmm.
I
feel like he was a bro.
He was he was actually very much a kind of a Belwraith type, kind of stoic, kind of like a stick up his ass. But
I'm gonna do this one before throwing it back to I think Wanderer for.
You want me to?
I'm gonna do one more before yours, I think.
Yeah.
So, how much of the lore was rewritten during the course of the campaign? I noticed in the earlier sessions that you called something the Age of Darkness, and I assume this was renamed to the Forgotten Era, but later on you mentioned there were 14 months and there are now 13. So, what changed?
Yeah, so there was a change, about to say, because of the fact that this ties back to I didn't know how long this campaign was going to go. I didn't know if we were going to be able to do a full campaign and a full story. So initially, I initially had it set that there were 14 months, and I initially had it set that there were, and I had initially called it it is the Age of Darkness, but it's also for the Forgotten, about to say the Forgotten Age, which is technically they're just two names of the same thing. But
I figured that was the case.
But as you guys saw, the further you got into the campaign, I heavily refer to it as the Age of Darkness. It was the time before mankind really had real historic records, because it was before the time the gods truly got involved. And because of that, it made it harder for humanity to strive. There were civilizations and cultures during that time. Many empires came and fell, but the problem is that was during the time of the primordials, so it's hard to keep track of those things. But there are ruins. There are ruins all over Boromia, where there are, like, of the times before even the Magi. But however, the Magi runes are kind of the ones that people focus on the most, because he was too fucking smart for his own good and dipped his whole goddamn arm in places that it shouldn't have been. But what can you do? Science is curiosity. But I did a lot of rewriting. I did a lot of retelling. I've gone back and changed certain things. I remember one time, you brought up, the Second Great Elemental War. I don't understand. It's like, that was when the primordials fought with the gods the first time, and then the second is when the Age of Reckoning happened, when basically mankind was what was left at the age of what was left of the Magi's followers had to basically use the Magi's technology to try to fight the primordials. And the gods didn't intervene at first. They basically were just like, nah, you motherfuckers did this to yourselves. We're just gonna sit back and watch this happen. And that's what led to, the events in Sindis, and why there's 2 open portals there now, and why why Oshana is this fucking barren land where nobody can teleport to it. But it was one of those things where it's like, I did a lot. That's the thing about D&D, and you guys could probably say this as players as well. You're writing backwards as you're writing forwards. It's one of those things where it's like, sometimes you're not thinking about certain things until it becomes relevant. So, go ahead.
Mm-hmm. I was just about to get ready to swap it over to Wanderer for his question.
Absolutely, yeah. But yeah, that basically is the song and dance of the situation. I had to fine-tune some things. Especially when
this is one of those selfish questions that is purely for me. How did the NPCs' opinions change on Belwraith over the course of the campaign?
Oh man,
I don't want just beginning and end. I want a couple midpoints too. Important moments.
I think I can sum it up pretty easily. Philman always saw from Philman's perspective, he always saw Belwraith as a lost person, and basically always was curious about how he found his way where he was. But Philman was very much like, you're an idiot. I'm surprised you haven't stumbled over your own feet more. And
that's not inaccurate.
And honestly, that's partially how Philman felt about Garnan too, where it's just like, I'm surprised you haven't fallen more on your face than you already did.
It makes a lot of sense. You idiots are friends.
And the thing is, you know what? I'll do this for all of you guys, because this is one of a unique situation. Philman always thought Blue was a good kid, but was a kid that unfortunately was raised by bad people. And he looked at Skulven as you poor child. I understand you, because I'm looking in a mirror. I remember what that was like. But
looking in a younger, handsomer mirror.
Yeah, pretty much. That's not true. Philman loves being a gator folk, and he wouldn't change that for the world. But for his opinion on Belwraith, it was always Philman was, for me, has always been a little bit of that uncle that was just kind of you fucking idiot. But God damn it! How the fuck? And very much seeing Belwraith become better. Philman definitely garnered more respect for Belwraith, especially how he fought on the battlefield, and it definitely changed his perspective of okay, no, I get you, I understand now. And then becoming the Arc Cardinal, very much Philman became more of No, you're finally finding your foot. Good job, son. Can't complain
Yeah.
too much about your behavior. And like then later on,
And then he fucking died.
yeah, and then it very much just became a situation of like, it very much became a situation for Philman about like Garnan being like, you're finally finding your path, and I can respect that. It's not an easy road to walk. For Blue, again, it's always just been like, I feel like I need to protect you because of the fact that you didn't have anybody. And I feel like, and the Philman became closer to Blue as they got, like, the further the story goes. And, like, I think, Tiny, you picked up on that very hard. Just because of the fact that, like, Philman cared. And I mean, like, I think you guys, that really cemented when, like, Philman dove on top of Garnan. Like, that was, for me, that was, like, one of the moments for Philman. It's like, he wouldn't even thought twice about it. And it's
Garnan still believes he owes his life to him.
Yeah. Philman was such a fun character, and like also further like shows the love I have for lizard folk. And then like for Henrik, it was very much like, you're smart, but you're also stupid. It's kind of crazy. And like it's like as the story progressed, like, you know, Philman always had an appreciation for Henrik, but like Philman also felt like he needed to be with Henrik to give him a little bit of a reality check of just like, you're very smart, but you're also very stupid. And like I feel like that's very apt because Henrik is high intelligence, low wisdom. But I say, at least personality wise.
And then for Karik and Knuckle, I believe.
Yeah, well, I'm about to say,
I'm also curious about Mary.
Yeah, about to say, but not to go like, I'm going to speed this just because I don't want to spend too much time on this. I don't want to spend too much time on this. For most of you guys, Karik was very much in a situation where he was already kind of a bumblefuck. He already knew he fucked up several times, and he very much needed people in his life that were going to help him. And the thing is that he saw a lot of good things in you guys. Like, he saw, like, Blue as this, like, very understanding, empathetic person. Belwraith was the one he struggled with the most because Belwraith saw him with vitriol in his eyes. And it's not unfair, but as considering he felt the same way about him. But I say, in a way, Kark kind of hated Belwraith because of the fact that he saw everything that was wrong with his culture. But
Belwraith and Kark they never had a moment.
No, and I think there's a reason for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't hate each other, they hate what their people have done. And and that's fair. But I say, especially for
I think they hate what the Drow people have done.
Well, no, because that's not necessarily true, because the Scales of War has also killed innocent Drow before. Like, they've been
Is there such a thing?
Yes, let us say there is such a thing. Don't be a racist fuck.
Not the point.
But
not the point.
My book.
Kark always saw Garnan as a chill dude, very similar to Philman, of just like, oh, you're a guy who also fucks up too. That's cool. But I say for Skulven, like, another troublemaker. Good. I'm glad we were in the same boat. And then with Henrik, it was very much like, oh, okay, you know, you're smart. You can help me, Kisa. You can help me not make too dumb of decisions. And then with Aegir, it was very much like a respect thing of like, I'm about to say, I can respect you. And that was the same with Philman. Philman had a huge level of respect for Aegir because it was very much like game recognized game. But I say, you're just a person who knows what path he walks, and that I can respect. But I say, as far as Knuckle goes, Knuckle was such a unique character to look through the perspective of. He was very jealous of Blue because Blue saw the world in so many different colors, and for Knuckle, like, that was one of the few times he's ever felt a ping of jealousy because he could never experience it, and he almost lived vicariously through Blue.
Which is why Blue was so like eager to tell him how the world is and eventually turn him into immortal.
Exactly. For Belwraith, it was a respect thing, but I say, because Belwraith was somebody who always knew what his mission was, and Knuckle, as a Warforged, could completely understand that. So they never butted heads, and there was a level of understanding because Knuckle is like, oh, that's what I was programmed to be like. For Garnan, it was a level of intrigue. Somebody who veered away from the path he once walked. Knuckle had never experienced that before. He was very much he was an automaton, a robot. He'd never understood what it meant to veer away from your prime directive. And Garnan had veered so hard from what he initially was set to do. So he was intrigued and very like, huh. For Skulven, Warforged, about to say, as a Warforged, he never understood Skulven because of the fact that Skulven was very much like, I'm gonna do this dumb shit, and Knuckles like, why? Like that seems like that seems inefficient.
Yeah.
I say that seems, but I say you're stupid. Don't do that. For Henrik, it was a level of like as a person who found faith, like Knuckle. For Henrik, it was always like trepidation and acceptance. It because at first it was very much like, you remind me too much of where I came from. I fear what you are capable of. But over time it was very much like, you aren't them. You aren't going to make the same mistakes they did because you're not as bad of a person as they were. Better say. And then, better say, for Aegir, it was very much like, it was a level of respect because it was very much, you are a protector and I follow the god of protection. So we are kin. Better say, I think that was the closest.
Yeah. Okay. Everyone respects Aegir.
And then,
Continue. I thought you were done.
No, the last one was Alosa. And Alosa was
right.
Another unique one that I very much enjoyed being from her perspective. For Blue, it was very much like a kindred spirit, but as a never really feeling like you belong, but feeling the need to wander to find it. But as that's why like Alosa attached to Blue, like in friendship, because it's just like, I get it, I understand.
Then I did that scene with the charm that was fucking still on the ravaged path when I got that.
Yeah. But I say, which was awesome. It was very fun to roleplay Alosa with Blue. But I say for Belwraith, it was a semblance of understanding, obligation rising above personal interest. As a Azamar, she completely understood that, and especially one race.
Yeah, I'm not important.
Yeah, it was very much a situation where like she got what you were going through, but there was a level of like, I understand what you're going through. It's hard to put into words, but because it's hard to put what you feel is what you need to do and what you wanted to separately. And like that's what led her to have such interesting moments with Belwraith. But I say for Skulven, they never really got attached because of the fact that Alosa and Skulven could not be more opposite of each other. But I say Skulven was very wild and reckless, and Alosa was very conserved and very very tentative about what she would do. But that kind of goes with their characters, because Skulven was like more reckless, and but I say didn't care if he was noticed. Alosa, being an Azamar, is a lot more scared of the world and very much like because of what they could do to her. But for Henrik, it was completely different. It was a level of concern. Alosa was scared for the path that Henrik was on, because of the fact that Henrik was not afraid to lose his humanity to do what he needed to do. And as an angel, that is it's a weird situation for her, because she like there's a level of like, I hope you're okay. And like it's hard to approach somebody about something like that when like, you know, there was like, there were moments, and that's why like Alosa never really worried to the point where she felt like she needed to say something, because Henrik always had a good head on his shoulders. Whenever she had concerns, Henrik was not afraid to talk about it and explain it, which was good. Like it shows character depth for Henrik. For Aegir, it was very much more of a curiosity, because it was very much like, you also came from another land to intervene in the events of somebody else. I see you also are concerned about things that are happening to you, to your homeland. I get it, because that was her whole story. She saw a vision. Yeah, she said respect. About to say, it was very much like she saw a vision of a portal opening, and very bad things happening, and so she understood like, oh, so you also came here because bad things were happening. All right, I can understand that. And then obviously for Garnan, it's about to say it's a bit different. It started with admiration, but to say being strong enough, caring enough to put your own life at risk, put your own like your own dreams, your own like things, like your own personal values to the test to save somebody who you don't even fucking know. And the thing is, and that led from admiration to curiosity because of the fact that Garnet wanted to follow the path of the witch. And it's just like, oh, you're somebody who never knew my culture until you met me, and you are interested enough to follow this, which then led into but I say it led into deeper feelings, and that she was afraid to explore. You guys were adventurers, but I say you guys could easily die, but she was not afraid to like share her feelings about certain things, but she was very tentative about it. And then ultimately falling in love with Garnan, realizing that he is the other half that she was looking for. She needed bravery, guts, and strength to her, calm, tentative behavior. And it's like, yeah, about to say that's very much like where these characters came from for perspectives of your guys' characters. It was very fun to be able to roleplay them alongside you guys.
I have one more before we bring it back to you, I think.
Yep.
This one is also a bit selfish. After I decided not to play Darvis, what did you do for his story? Did you change the concept at all?
A bit. About to say, because initially, like, obviously Darvis has heavy inspirations of Ford from Campaign 2.
So Darvis, I like to imagine, was a mixture of Ford and Mollymock.
That's fair.
Originally, his concept was supposed to be, he does not know who he is. He just came out of a portal, and that was that. That was Darvis's whole concept, along with the fact that he was a worshiper of of Ukutoa, or as Winter called him, the Neo-Naga.
Yeah.
And that was the entire concept. He just came out of a portal, didn't know who he was. And I kind of wanted to leave it up to Winter to be like, hey, do something fun. Don't care what. And I told Winter to tell me in the campaign, but I didn't specify enough. And he had it so that we learned of Darvis's story before I started playing him. And that is what turned me off of Darvis. That's the reason I didn't want to.
And that's fair. Like, again, hindsight, a couple of changes that I could have done in the past. Like, that's when I probably would have threaded that needle a little bit more. But I say I probably would have made it, but I would have changed out Darvis's character for somebody else and made Darvis more of a person of interest and potential, like, oh, he's like, we're looking for somebody. Have you seen them? Which would have led an interesting situation of like, yeah, I have no idea. And then if Garnet were gone and you played Darvis, you'd be like, I'm the person that they were looking for. That would have been much more interesting. But no, completely understand. But yeah, so I did change Darvis a bit. Because of when you ultimately decided like he is your NPC now. About to say he is not a character I plan to play. I kind of took this more like he was slowly finding himself. He was spending time with being kind of a guild member and like being involved with people's lives and like traveling and exploring. You tend to learn more about yourself, and very much for Darvis, that was kind of the case with him as well. As he continued to spend more time with people and learn more about the Neo-Naga, he questioned why he would do it. Like, he would question, like, oh, I'm supposed to be tied to this creature. Why? Everything about him seems bad. And like, the more he learned about himself, the more like he experienced, and the more his past started to awaken, he realized like, oh, I did this because I basically changed his story when you decide not to. I changed his story to be that he used to be a cult member. Like, he was a dedicated cult member. Like, he was like for the cause. Like, he was very much like, I will at all costs get this done because of the fact that I believe in this. And then something happened. He became a character who fell apart. Like, he saw the devastation of what he was doing. He realized like, oh, I never stopped to think about all the side effects of what happened. Like, he was your NPC, so you basically gave me full reign of like what he could be, and I liked the thought of a character with heavy remorse. Like, he kind of like a Vector kind of situation of just like, I made a decision and I don't know if I'm happy with that decision. And it very much was a situation of, for him, he needed to get away, because ultimately the end game for him was he was to become a vessel. Like he was to become essentially, and
Ooh, okay.
the Neo Naga was an avatar, and it became a god, and now he needs an avatar of his own, and Darvis would have become his avatar,
Right.
an indentured herald essentially, and it. Go ahead.
I figured you were done. Sorry.
Yeah. No, it basically, I am somebody, and like I'm like Tiny, about to say knows this about me because again, me and him bonded very heavily over Dying Light. I love characters that don't necessarily have good endings, and for Darvis, that was always going to be like, I love the fact that his past is drenched in bad, and as long as the Neo Naga exists, he is always going to have a level of fear because he is still a candidate, and he will never be able to fully escape that until he dies.
So this actually goes quite well into another question that I have. So I'm going to do this one and then we give it back to you.
Yeah.
And I'm going to start with the answers since we're coming right off of Darvis, if that's okay with you guys. Yeah. Who was your backup if your character died, including Aegir and Dame? Mine, obviously, Darvis, but he was not the first of my backups. The first one was a goblin rogue named Briork. I do not remember his backstory. I just know it was very short, and I did not like him, so I made Darvis.
Fair. That's fair. But
when I was done with Darvis, I moved to Stamar, who is actually a character I'm playing now.
Yes.
But yeah, so Harma, how about you? If Henrik and Aegir both died, gone, who would you have played?
So I'll start with Aegir because that's very simple. I didn't have one. I did not have a backup if Aegir
That's
died.
fair. That's fair.
If Aegir died, I think that would have been it for me, because A, I didn't have any ideas at the time. That's my out of character reason.
Yeah.
B, I would have found it so hard to introduce another character that was level 20.
That's completely fair.
Just plays in me.
I think the only way I could have made that work was do something like they did for the quest for Grog, where they introduced level like 8 characters, and I would be a bit underpowered, but I think that would make more sense story wise.
Yeah, very, very, very much very Aegir coded, where you introduced him being a lower level.
Yeah, and I think unlike Aegir, they would have stayed that lower level until the end, probably.
Yeah, more than likely, yeah. But what about for Henrik? Did you have a backup character just in case, or?
For Henrik, also no. This time for a much cockier reason. I did not think Henrik would die.
I remember you saying stuff like that. I do.
I had every reason to believe that, okay? Winter could not kill me.
It's true. It's true. Every single time I tried, you guys either protected Henrik or Henrik had a way to get out. And yeah.
What about you, Tiny? And we're excluding Wayne here since you're playing him in campaign 2. Who would you have played if Blue died?
Well, to start off, it was going to be Kevlar.
Yep.
That was originally going to be my backup.
It's true.
Oh.
I remember that conversation.
Interesting.
Yeah, a sorcerer who focused on the fire, but also with it. Other than Blue, or Kevlar, I didn't really have anyone else. Wayne was the backup, and now I'm playing Wayne in 2.
Yeah.
How about you, Wanderer? If Dame and Belwraith died, who would you have played? Ignoring Zenmeve, obviously.
Who? Exactly. I definitely did not have a concept in mind. If Belwraith died, I would have swapped to Dame, and then if Dame died on top of that, fuck. I guess.
I think there would have been a very long conversation for me and you, because you're very much somebody. You're somebody who very much goes full in when you make a character. So you I don't know. I can't want to speak for you, Wonder, but you kind of seem like the kind of person who you'll have maybe an idea for a backup character, but that's not what you're focused on.
Yeah, that's accurate.
Yeah.
Yeah, if both of them died, I could see myself just stepping away from the campaign, calling it there for myself.
Yeah, I can understand. It's especially getting into super high level. Like, I mean, I remember that was a huge conversation for you and you, Herma. But I say because like you were so iffy about.
That's why I wanted to use Aegir, because he was someone who could realistically be a very high level because of what he had to go through after that one shot.
I completely forgot. Shane was also one of my backups for Garnan.
I was about to say.
I completely forgot about that. Shane was one of my backups for Garnan. And then when Garnan got to a high level, I was like, he's not dying. It's not happening. And if he does, I'm out of the campaign.
Man, Herma, apparently you're the only one who had the spine that just in case you were like, no, I'm coming. I got a concept. Let's go.
Yeah.
But with that being said, Winter, back to you.
And I say, all right. Question. So this is another question that I feel like I mean, a part of me wanted to ask, like, while we were playing, but I just very much was like, I'm gonna save it for then because it deserves it. Favorite boss fight in the campaign?
Oh,
not Obel.
Herma?
Obel.
Simply not Obel.
Obel, actually.
That was
amazing.
Was Obel your favorite?
Yes, for reasons you might be able to imagine right now.
I can only imagine. Yeah, no, considering you were the last man standing.
Yeah, considering I clutched that. Yeah.
Yeah, that was scary. That was scary. I like that was one I got very nervous about.
If we're talking about a fight that I really enjoyed without the clutch, insane play of Obel, Ezran. The fight with Ezran was
yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that's my answer too. I fucking loved Ezran's fight.
Dude, Ezran's fight was awesome. So good. About to say, Tiny.
And the ending for Ezran's fight too. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Well, we'll get to that. We'll get to that, Tiny.
I say not Obel because I really liked all of them, and I only didn't like Obel because of what was meant to be the randomness, and then you kept
I'm sorry. I am. I literally was so tempted to start lying, but I didn't want to.
I know that would feel shit, but you kept rolling death. So that is my least favorite, but every other boss fight I love.
That's fair. That's completely fair. I do take pride in a lot of the boss fights because you guys had a lot of fun with pretty much all of the ones I threw at you guys. Go ahead.
I'm gonna ask you, what was your favorite boss? Because mine, I think, leads into the next set of my questions.
Okay. Well, before we get into that, then, Walf, better say, would you say it's Ezran?
I would say it's Ezran, yeah.
Better say, because goddamn, the ending to that was so good.
Only because of the ending.
Yeah.
Garnan not having the heart to kill his brother, even after all the shit he had been through, and watching him waste away to something of his own creation. That was cinematic as fuck, and I loved it.
And avoiding breaking a chain. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
Killing Ezran was breaking a chain?
If a champion of a god killed a defenseless person near death, about to say, and not showing the like as a champion, not showing the faith that you should have as a paladin, would have broken a chain of oblivion.
We got it pretty close.
Every single chain I set as a means that you guys could potentially break it. And they were very specific.
I skirted by the skin of my.
I still say Hermas was the most because you almost did it unintentionally. I thought it was impossible. And you almost
Not
did
the point. That's a question we'll get to later.
That's a different question.
Yeah,
gotta say, but yeah, no.
Wanderer, go ahead.
But
so mine's a bit of a tie between Garland purely because of Garnan's actions during that fight.
So good,
so cinematic. And then the other one is Jahath because again it's just cinematic.
So good.
But speaking of Jahath, this is a 3-part question.
Okay.
Firstly, could we have realistically saved Jahath? Like, make him alive?
Yes, there was a path. But
what was that?
But I say it would have been really hard though, because if you guys would have done more stuff with Thorpik and done more research about the Ankh, you could have brought Jahath back. Jahath could have lived out the rest of his days as a reborn, but he would have had the chance to repent for his actions.
What would his life have been like, even if Belwraith did defend him in the public?
He would have definitely been a prisoner, and they would have probably locked him up in Scales of War. But the thing is that his life probably would have been more as a scholar. He would have been more of a representation to new students about what it means to follow the right path instead of like following the actions of others. He would have definitely, like, again, a prisoner, but between
this is best case scenario.
This is best case scenario. Best case scenario because of like Dathana and about to say both Dathana and Belwraith would go to bat for him. About to say there would have been a chance through time and actually getting the chance. He probably would have lost his cleric abilities at this point, and there would have been a chance
Absolutely.
he could. But there is a chance he might have been able to become a paladin and Oath of Redemption, being able to find his path again.
And in the act of defending Jahath, how would public opinion on Belwraith would have swayed?
It would have been harder. I would say that right now, it would have been really hard to sway the public eye because of Jahath and the way he acted. Granted, with the ability to bring up the Wish Demon and Thorpic as a witness of what had happened, there would have been a higher chance that like Jahath would have gotten off a bit easier. But it would have been like, this would have been a situation where like you might have needed Blue's help to try to sway public opinion, like this, and that might have been an end game, like in your end story. Blue steps in to just go like I want to use my influence to be able to help the people of Padstow understand like Belwraith's plight, and it would have been hard. I will say that right now, it would have been hard. Possible, but difficult. Yeah. Like, it would have been a very much an uphill climb.
So, with that being said, Wanderer, did you have anything else you wanted to add to that?
Not really, no.
Okay, so,
Winter, to give you a break, we're going to go to specific player questions for a little bit.
Absolutely.
And this one is from me to Herma. Knowing that Henrik was majorly a side character for majority of the campaign, were you a bit relieved when he disappeared? Knowing that you could bring someone else into the forefront.
Relieved is a strong word. I will say I am glad I got to dip my toes into someone who is a bit more forward in all their actions, because playing Henrik true to himself, he is a very introverted person. He does not speak out often, if at all. Mm-hmm. And most of the stuff he does in the background. Very so passive. I will say it was very nice to play a character that was more forefronted in their actions and everything they do.
Okay. Another one from me to Herma. Do you think you could ever revisit Skulven in a one-shot set in a mildly alternate universe? Think of like the Battle Royale that Critical Role did with Taliesin playing Mollymuck again.
If it's like a battle royale like that, I think I could happily do it. But in terms of playing Skulven in a one shot for this universe, absolutely not. He's an NPC now, fully 100%.
Fair enough. Does anyone have a question they want to ask me, Wanderer, whatever, before we go into another one? Herma, you have anything you want to ask one of us other than Winter?
Oh, actually, wow. If you were able to combine the Ravaged Dragonaut with any sword, aside from the Redeemer, which we had already talked about a lot, I suppose Winter is also involved in this question. Aside from the Redeemer, which sword would you have combined the Avenger with?
That's a good question. Is this like anything we saw in the campaign or anything in general?
I'm pretty confident you would have absolutely gone for Vector Sword. You totally would have gone for Vector Sword.
I was literally just thinking, as much as I want to say the Vorpal Blade, Garnet did not roll in a natural 20s for that to matter.
Fair.
For example, I rolled 1 in the 2 in the combat, the very last combat where natural 20s were good for me, and I was kind of salty that was one of my boons because never happened. But it is what it is. Man, I don't know. I really don't. I would say the Redeemer, but you said no to that one.
We've already talked about that.
I know we have. I don't know. Because the thing is, the Ravaged... Hold on. Here's the question. Here's a question for you. Do I already have the
Bastard Sword of the Dragonaut in the Ravager or not? Would I have to replace it?
I'm gonna say no, because that opens
No?
a question up in a better way, I think.
Yeah, so it really
The
depends on
Defender.
what else
Winter had in store for homebrew melee weapons. And I imagine you had quite a few.
So there's one that we didn't really get to go into too much, but I would have loved to see is if Garnan would have picked up Ezran's sword.
I didn't even think about that, to be honest.
I mean, a lot was happening at the time, like beating Ezran, like that was your guy. Like the thing is, the sword was lost when the city started to fall.
Yeah.
But
I genuinely didn't even think about that.
Yeah, no, his blade would have been very interesting.
That's gonna come back to bite someone in the ass, and I hope it's not us.
But I say, Walf, you might understand this reference. I don't know about anybody else. It would have been like if Garnan picked up Morazin's blade from Aragon. But I say it's
vaguely understand that.
the red dragon rider blade that Aragon initially had.
Oh yeah.
It would have been very similar to that, but rather than but you won't understand this. Rather than you being Aragon wielding it, you'd be more like Murtagh wielding it.
Interesting. Okay.
That
would have been cool.
Would have been cool, but I have one recommendation that would have helped you.
What's that?
A legendary sword called the Defender. It's 3 sword of any type, and you can trade that +3 to, instead of giving +3 to attack and damage rolls, 3 to defense.
Ooh, that would have been really cool.
Yeah.
That would have been really good.
I should have had that sword.
Herma, Tiny, anything you guys want to ask before we move more into another one?
No.
Tiny?
I have like 2 questions in it.
More specifically for one of the other players, not to Winter directly.
If you don't, it's okay.
It's chill if you don't. I just want to give you the option because you guys don't have a lot right now.
I don't.
Okay. In that case,
Tiny, why was the Raven Queen the god you chose? Was it simply because blue was around so much death, or was there a deeper reason?
So first off, the Raven Queen is one of the most neutral gods, one of the gods that doesn't judge, which connected with blue. As long as the cycle keeps going, it's the natural progression. One of the things was blue was around a lot of death. However, in that time when we were going to fight Garland, blue was not doing great. His mind was starting to kind of fracture a bit. And he wanted an anchor, and that artifact that he got, that would have been his anchor. And every step of the way, the Raven Queen was there for him.
Fair enough. Last one. Last one of the specific player questions, because I tried to make sure I gave one to everyone. Wanderer, what made you want to temporarily retire Belwraith to play Dame? Do you plan on doing something similar in Campaign 2?
That was purely character driven. There was no shot in hell that Belwraith was gonna just leave the city to the Scale of War again. Most of that was in the light of he understood that the public opinion of the Scale of War was in a shitter. Maybe I'm wrong on that, Winter.
No, I about to say it would have been a lot more infighting. People, again, you saw the brief descriptions of all the characters. There were some people who had ideas. It's very much the Fallout mindset of everybody wants to save the world, but they want to do it their own way.
Yeah. So he saw like the public opinion being so terrible on the Scale of War. He knew that if he was there, he could at least dampen some of it a little bit. As well, it was another part of it is that before his can't remember the word, not eviction. Eviction from a country. I can't remember what the fucking word
you
is.
mean his exile?
Exile, thank you.
Absolutely.
It's after 1 a.m. You know how I get.
Yeah.
After his exile, or rather before his exile, he was one of the 2 people who was very, very likely to be sworn in as our cardinal. Unfortunately, Jahath left them with only one choice. And then on top of all of that, he wanted to keep a very, very close eye on the Scale of Ore because he understood that there's a very real chance that not everyone was under an influence, and he was right, and I forgot about that while I was writing my fucking epilogue. God
Yep, and that might come back to bite you in
I
campaign 2. I'm gonna tell that right now.
I know. I'm the worst. I'm truly the worst. But at the same time, I do think that Belwraith would have kind of stepped away from that too, even like leave it to the hands of Flawed, give him some fun thing to do.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure you left it to him anyways when you were, leaving.
Yeah.
Do you plan on doing the same thing in campaign 2?
Well, it wasn't planned in the first place.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I guess like
Ride the winds.
there is a potential. Winter may understand what I mean.
Yep, there's potential.
So there is a potential for that to happen again, but I do not plan for that.
I am going to go ahead and ask 2 sessions. They're pretty easy, pretty silly. And I'm going to ask one of them first so that it gives the others a time to think. But the first one I'm going to ask is, what is your favorite session name? And I'm going to give you time to think about that one while I ask the other one, what's your favorite session? Winter, you first.
Fuck you. Like,
I refuse, and go fuck yourself.
That's really hard.
I have one. I do have one in mind.
Man, that's tough. We've had some really fun sessions.
I know.
I gotta pull up.
know.
I'm about to say I might have to pull up my own playlist.
Yeah,
That's what I did.
Playlist.
Hold on. I'm about to say I'm gonna
You send a playlist in the chat.
Harba, do you have one? I got you. Don't worry.
I do know my favorite session. By far, my favorite session was surprisingly the epilogue. I
really?
liked it.
Fair enough.
Especially Wanderer's epilogue, it was very well done.
Whose?
Wanderers.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna say I'm pulling.
Tiny's favorite session? Or are you coming back to that or skipping it altogether?
I refuse.
You refuse? Okay. I will say my favorite session was when Garnan was given the option to become a Paladin of Fate. Because I specifically remember connecting so many dots in that specific session that it just really stuck out to me. Wanderer?
I know it went sour, but honestly, the ballroom session was a lot of fun.
That one is up there for me as well. I loved that. I really did.
I know it went sour at the end, but it was a lot of fun. Being able to like show a little bit of an actual hand as to what Belrith's backstory is like. As well, a ballroom setting like that, you only kind of get like once or twice a campaign, so it's something that you gotta treasure.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I figured out.
What's your favorite session, Winter?
Okay, well, if we're going to go by title, I do have one, and it's for very selfish reasons. It's because I get the reference. I don't know if everybody else does. There is a session titled "Much Ado About Pegland," and
I do know that one. Yeah.
I love that title, and it's because of the fact that I named it after my favorite Shakespeare play, which is "Much Ado About Nothing." and it's a great play. And
Got it.
if you guys have not like they've done so many adaptations of it, watch it. It's great. It's a great story. I love it. But as far as favorite session, but I say either the but I say I think it might be when the session that you guys met up with the 3 abyssal avatars and what happened to the king. Because that was a great session. I loved that. But I say Tiny saw his dad being dead. Sorry, Blue saw his dad being dead, not Tiny specifically. Sorry, misspeaking. I know.
Tiny, oh God, I got some bad news, man.
I'm a monster. I know it. But I say, which was a great session. But I say, I really enjoyed that one. And then probably, you know what? My favorite session is the one that Tiny pulled that pole from his fucking robe and put it right underneath that holy knight. But I'd say that was such Looney Tunes bullshit, and I loved it because you also pulled the 2 dogs. You also pulled. You literally were basically Moon Knight. You were basically going, go random bullshit.
Herma, favorite session name?
My favorite session name is absolutely Old Ogie because it brings back a lot of
very fun memories.
Fair enough.
That's
Tiny,
awesome.
favorite session name?
I have quite literally never looked at the session names.
Really? I put a lot of work into some of these. There was a bit I wasn't naming them. There was a bit I wasn't naming them, but
my favorite session name is also pretty early on. A Performance of a Lifetime.
Oh yeah.
I love that session name. It's really good.
I'd say
Wanderer.
I'm still looking through them, but I do have a bit of a collection that's definitely not biased.
Okay, well, while you're still thinking, I will go ahead and say my second place is A Mission Begins and A Mission Ends.
Yeah.
From the beginning and the epilogue.
I felt, because I also had a part in you naming it that, I felt it was very fitting. And I enjoyed it.
Yeah, no, I can agree to that. I just went through all of them. I definitely do not have any kind of bias whatsoever. I have 3 picked out. The first one is Shadows of the Cathedral.
Fair.
That one is a really good one, yeah.
That's just that's like a bone-chilling kind of thing. Siege of Padstow.
Yeah.
And then I found a misspelling and I thought it was funny. Batlol for Scales of War.
No, it's Batley. It's Batley for Scales of War.
Batle.
But I say,
I really got it.
I had a lot of fun with the names towards the end of the campaign, like Chance and Choice, Debauchery's Casino.
Oblivion Incarnate's a really good one.
Yeah,
Oblivion Incarnate's a really good one.
I know Tiny complimented me on stream 158 when you guys, but I say I named it Truth and Lies.
Yeah. One more before I hand it back to you, Winter.
Yeah.
And this is for everyone. When did you have the most fun?
Nose goes.
No, I don't have a nose.
We're
Winter,
on the line.
You're up first.
If I had most fun, it's like
Most fun.
That's hard, dude. Again, like I'm the one. Like I have fun in all of the.
Such a broad question.
Gotta say, I have a lot of fun in all of the ones I do.
Because I couldn't think of other questions to ask.
But I mean, that's the funny thing is I thrown a couple questions at Walf, and he's like, "Yeah, I totally thought of that one."
There are a couple in here that are credited to you specifically.
Yeah. But I say, probably most fun. I mean, anytime I got to play with more demons, let us say, because God, I fucking love demons. Probably either Starlam, because like the Shadow Trials in Starlam, because I had so much fun playing with all those demons. But I say I really enjoyed the siege. But I say the attack on the capital. Because like that was the first time I ever controlled a Nalfashnay, and that was so much fun. And you guys just completely noped him, which was very fun, very funny. And then I better say probably the battle for Uskar. Better say when you fought the beast, But as a controlling I never got to control a Maldeus. I always wanted to, but no matter what, the party was always too low level. So I waited until you guys were high level to use a Maldeus. Because I also thought it would have been cheating if I would have used him too soon.
Herma?
That's a very, very tough question. I'm gonna put a broad answer for your broad ass question, dude.
Fair enough.
There are 2 times when I would have the most fun. For different characters. As Henrik, when I had the most fun was whenever we were in the middle of combat and I got Winter to say "fuck you, Herma." I love those moments. Whenever I could feel Winter's plans melting down because something I did that was amazing to me. And then as Aegir, it was whenever he would take on such mountainous foes and then never go down that I felt that I had fun with him. Like
Tiny?
taking on those hits from Grozit and feeling nothing, and like him just eating those hits from Grozit for so long. And then obviously the fight against the slots.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Goddamn.
Tiny?
Honestly, just fucking any heartfelt moment between players.
Hell yeah.
Fair enough.
Respect.
Mine, very simple. The very first time I got to see the power of the Ravaged Dragonaut in its full glory. That shit, that was awesome.
Nice. I can respect that. All
Whatever.
right.
Honestly, a lot of the late game fights were so much fun. When there's moving parts involved, when it's strategy or die, I very much enjoy that. I think for roleplay though, it was definitely my epilogue getting 3 of you motherfuckers to start crying. That's great. Getting people to feel so much emotion that it leaks out of their eyes is good. And yeah, I did cheat with you, Tiny. But points.
Points.
Winter, ask one of your questions, and then I'm getting a bit of a lightning round prepared. That's why I'm highlighting a bunch of shit.
That's fine. But that's fine. I have a difficult one, but I think it's difficult. But it might not be difficult for you guys. We have done so many stories. You guys have fought so many enemies and so many things. Favorite villain through the entire story? Like what? Better. That's completely fair. That's completely fair.
Regis.
You guys really did not like Regis.
What defines a villain?
I was half tempted to put it in my epilogue that Garland killed him.
No,
I didn't, but I wanted to.
Okay, serious answer. My favorite villain was the King.
That's fair.
That was my favorite villain.
That is completely fair. So to define,
I used him as inspiration for my BBEG in a different campaign.
Hell yeah, dude! Let's go.
I DM'd you about it too.
Yeah, I know, but I remember because we talked about it. Fuck yeah, dude. So basically, who I define as a villain is an antagonist in the story who either purposely or not purposely fucked with you guys, screwed you over, had his own interests or her own interests at heart, only cared about themselves. Like basically, like someone you would define as villainous. But I say,
if you allow me, I would like to go a bit more into the BBG I planned. So I took Winter's So I took Winter's concept of a dragon, like seeing a kingdom as his horde, and then I upscaled that to a red dragon, and then it was like the Hells were invading the world, and then this red dragon was conspiring with the Hells because he wanted to become the new god of monsters, with all of monstrous races being his horde.
Yeah, I remember that. I was 100% for that. Like as soon as the Hermit was like, yes, I absolutely go do it, slay, slay them all.
My answer.
Just say Regis.
Huh?
We'll understand. What he texted? Okay, fair enough.
That's actually your answer. Okay,
I actually can't. I actually can't read it because the stream is pulled up on Discord. My phone died.
Don't worry, it's Stray.
Oh, fair. Damn. Damn.
My favorite villain, Famalden.
Yeah, that's
I love
fair.
his story so
yeah.
much.
Famalden was a good villain.
I love Famalden's story.
I loved writing for him. I loved writing for him so
I-
much.
I think
Wanderer?
for me, it was the Beast of Uskar.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah.
That's a
About to
good
say
one.
he was also. Man, most of the Abyssal avatars were so fun to write for. About to say I completely understand.
I didn't pick up much of their character, but
Great.
killing a motherfucker that's definitely absolutely evil.
Yeah.
I'm down for that. Okay.
I really
go
want to
ahead and-
say Talismere, but
Mm,
we
Fair.
didn't see barely
That's
any
fair.
of him because
Yep.
he was working in the back.
he was working in the background, but that's the beauty of his character. Gotta
Uh,
say that was the thing.
Anyway,
he wanted to avoid you guys.
I will go ahead and do
Yeah.
the lightning round questions. Winter.
No,
Simple
sir.
answers.
I prepared this shit. What the fuck? Hell
Okay,
no.
fine. Do it. Do it.
Fuck you. You get 5 words per answer. We're gonna do this quick. There's 4 questions. When Skulven died because of the Ettercap, did you actually roll for divine intervention, or did you just say it's too early for this and do it anyways?
At the time, I did. At the time, I did. About to say I did roll for divine intervention because of the fact that it was fitting. About to say.
Fair enough. Which Avatar fight was the hardest to plan?
Oh fuck. Man, they were all hard. Probably. I mean,
Say the last one.
I mean, honestly, no. If I'm gonna be honest here, I think Obel. But I never ran a beholder before. I just say, and I was so nervous and I was very
I
scared.
nearly killed us all.
Yeah, I nearly killed you all. I was.
If Mary could have any pet in the world, what would it be?
Ooh, man. Oh, dude.
This was a dumb question.
But I say she's so metal. She'd probably have a pet bat.
Oh,
Those
hold
were
on.
all
Winter.
from.
Mary is a shadow sorcerer.
Oh, that's true.
She already has a pet.
But I say she'd have a shadow. She has a shadow hound.
Those 3 questions were all from Wowf. This next one is from Tiny. What was in the Madman's journal from the Demogorgon's avatar?
We can't do
Oh.
that 5.
Oh, you about to say that's
Also, fuck you. That was my question.
I
Yeah,
did
that
to
was dirty
Wowf.
for taking it from
I
him. That was
did.
dirty.
Tiny. That is a
Don't worry,
good.
you get the last one.
Tiny, that is a good question. Okay, so basically, you wanted to know what was in the writing for like the about to say for the Madman.
Yes.
So
The Beast of Uskar's journal.
about to say so basically it is a fun fact, if you would have read that you would have had to make a saving throw. It was essentially it is. I took a little bit of inspiration from Critical Role and also a little bit of inspiration from an old story called The Book of Sand, where basically the book. Do you guys know The Book of Sand? I'm curious. Have you guys ever heard the story?
Vaguely. I think you've talked about it before.
But I say The Book of Sand is basically the story of a guy who basically opened a book, but every time he opened it, like the words were different. The story, like nothing made a lot of sense, but every page was different, and he became obsessed. And he would continuously close the book, reopen it just to see new things. And it got to a point where he wasn't eating, he wasn't sleeping, he was losing himself. His grip on sanity was starting to falter. So he had to bring the book into a library that was sinking into the desert. And literally, he didn't even look. He just threw the book in there because he knew if he knew where it landed, he'd go for it. And basically, it was the only way to save himself. That book, if you would have read the Madman's book, better say it was a trap. It was a trap to spread madness. And it basically would have spread like a disease. It would have
Fucking knew it.
Yeah, it was bad. Like, it was really bad. If you would have better say, and what's worse, because Blue is such a strong character, if he would have failed, I wouldn't have had you you would be slowly losing your sanity, but it would spread. It would if the more Blue was around other people that with lesser constitution, lesser will, it would start to affect them. It would start off with maybe like a scratch. It would maybe start off with like a chattering or like hard to sleep. It's such a sleeper curse. You wouldn't notice it until you for Blue, you wouldn't have noticed it until it really started kicking in. But for everybody else, it was something that would have spread like wildfire. That book is the Abyssal Prince of Destruction's the Abyssal Prince of the Abyssal Prince of Destruction's artifacts.
I'm glad I put it away and never touched it again.
But that was one thing that I sat there and again another thing of like shit. But I was like, you know what? If it happens, cool. But I was like, we'll explore it then. I've done that a couple times, and you guys have been like, ah, and I was just like, ah. But go on.
Tiny, your final question?
Oh, right. What was the story behind Symbols?
Oh, okay. So Symbol was actually about to say she is essentially so Symbol was a character I wanted to explore because I saw the artwork, and like Tiny, you know the artwork I'm talking about. I saw it and I thought that was so cool. And the more I thought about it, I'm like, where would that come from? And then there was a concept I remember reading in a book once that I liked a lot. And it was basically what would happen if somebody was born with power that they didn't understand. And like, and not in the sense of like, oh, they'll grow to learn their power. But I mean, like, what if there was a dormant power that you had no fucking clue what it was? And basically, like I could talk about that now because we're at the end of the campaign. Symbol is actually the child of a god. She is what is known as a Nephilim. If you yeah, basically she is those symbols are basically a very ancient form of celestial. And the thing is, nobody can translate it because nobody can understand it. Garnan's Eyes of the Runekeeper can't translate it because it's not a known language. But I say it is a lost language. Her parents, that's the thing. Her and her sister talked about it. They were orphans. But as she didn't know. But for me, I had it said that it was basically a woman who was like down on her luck. She basically was an urchin, like very much like somebody who was like that of a brothel. She would like sell her body, but she would sell her body for money. And basically she came across like an entity that spoke to her, and she was ignoring it. That is, she didn't know what it was, so she ignored it. She veered away from it, and only when she like found out that she was like onto the verge of like think of like a mob situation of just like you met with the worst people and basically now there's a good chance you're gonna die. She was at the end of her rope when she met somebody who basically was trying to pull her out. And and lo and behold, that entity would actually be Eldath. About to say the god of peace. Oh. And the thing is that basically Eldath offered her true peace, and through that through peace she was able to find. She found happiness with children. It was a path that she didn't want, and only when it happened did she realize that she wanted it. Oh, thank you.
It's down the family worm.
Yeah. Love you, kiddo. Yeah. Sorry. But essentially, Symbol and her sister both are children with power that they didn't understand. But the thing is, Symbols was a lot more appearance and less in show. Her sister, however, the Neonaga was using her as a battery. It was through her that they were able to get the transposition cube working again. Basically, it took her magic awakening it because it was magi tech. And essentially, they essentially considered it magi tech. Technically, it's older than magi tech, but it was being used in magi tech. And the thing is that Symbol, her symbols, and Henrik, because of the fact that he is immortal and probably could take enough time, would eventually might be able to translate it that basically her symbols are essentially translated to a magic code for happiness. It's essentially supposed to be that Symbol was a child dedicated to bring joy and happiness to people. And I really like that concept of it, like whether you accept that or not. I'm a very much a person who appreciates stories of which, yeah, you were technically born for this. That doesn't mean that's what you're gonna do. Like, and the thing is Symbol had no idea. Like, her mom died, and her sister were raised on the streets. They didn't, and they were picked up by a cult. about to say that were using her sister as a battery, which is why she refused to leave, because she was very much like drinking the Kool-Aid. Her head was so deep in the I need to do this that and the thing is, Symbol's whole thing is that I have to protect her. I have to be there no matter what. Like, and when she died, like, you guys killed her. That was when she realized that she was free. And, like, that seems so horrible. It seems so awful. But the truth of the matter is, her sister was not going to come out of this. She was so in the Kool-Aid and believed in the cause. Like, her sister believed that she was supposed to be the one to free the Neo-Naga. Like, very, like, Darvis coded. Like, very much like, I need to do this, and nothing is going to stop me. And it's like, her end was very much what is going to take to free Symbol. And that seems so dark and so, like, horrible. That's like, wow, you had to kill her family for her to be free. And it's like, because she would feel so guilty if she left her sister on her own.
Okay, you've been going on about this for a little bit.
Sorry.
So, you're good. We asked. That's the point of the questions. So, Winter, let's go ahead and throw it back to you, I think.
Yeah. Okay. About to say. All right. So, about to say another question that I have for you guys that I'm, again, genuinely curious about. About to say, I've thrown you guys at some interesting locations. About to say, and you guys have been able to explore various cities inside of Oshana. About to say, outside of Oshana, inside of Atharia, not too much as Tuscadal. I wish we could have gotten some more. Is there? About to say, thank you, mother. About to say. Is there a place that, like, is there, like, I'm curious, favorite location, like, whether it was, like, just, like, a city, or, like, the temple in Oshana, or, about to say, the final battlefield against the Beast of Uskar, maybe, Thanatos, that's what I was trying to think of, Thanatos' Orcus's realm, the necropolis that you guys fought against Garland, about to say, the shadow dimension you guys fought against, for Malden. Like, a favorite location you guys got to go to?
Herma?
Okay. I do have one.
Yeah.
Flying City Starland, when it was under control of the Abyssal Avatar.
Yeah, that was dope. I fucking loved it.
That was fun. My favorite moment from that city was whenever Henrik got teleported to it because he wasn't wearing his Scry necklace.
Yeah.
And somehow Henrik was able to espionage his way through it.
That was so close. I was fully prepared for it just to. There you are. And
yeah,
and that would have turned into a combat. That would have been, and Herma, that would have been just you versus like an abyssal avatar.
And I'll be honest, I would have died.
Something I wanted to tell you.
Oh,
Tiny?
It's not D&D related.
Oh, okay. Then we'll hold up. What to say? Tiny, go ahead. Makanali, that's fair.
Nice.
Yeah, Hubtown. Hubtown, about to say. Very much getting to explore, work with people. That's also where you guys met the Zeta Rook.
Mm-hmm. Mine. Oh, were you done, Tiny?
I was.
Okay. Mine. You guys know I'm a gambler through and through. I wanted to spend more time there. Ozagratz, dude.
Yeah,
I loved that fucking place.
Ozagratz is awesome. I'm glad you guys enjoyed Ozagratz. I put a lot of work into it.
Yeah, I think I gotta follow up on Ozagratz, but as
I remember what Aegir Garden said to the bouncer. It was like, we like to team up on him. It's better if they
Am I
put
the
up a
only
fight.
one? Hey, am I the only one that saw this? By the way, look at the D&D chat.
I say I can't. My phone's dead.
Winter.
I can't pull it up.
yeah,
I'm
I've seen
streaming.
that a couple times. Yeah, Ozagratz was very good. I think also getting to the Feywild was also a lot of fun.
Yeah, that was fun as well. I love, man. There were so many fun locations. That's why I was curious, because I'm like, we've been to so many places. You guys have done so many battlefields, so many maps I've done. But I was curious, like, wait, which place did you guys like the most? Like, which ways did you enjoy being in? Like, I'm curious. But
go ahead and throw us another, Winter.
Okay, absolutely. How about this most unique fight boss mechanic? I have thrown a lot of unique boss fights at you guys and thrown like interesting legendary actions, mythic actions. I'm curious, like, because one thing I remember, Wanderer, I remember back in the day, Wanderer, you complimented me on my boss fights because you openly said it's one of the few times that you like I can't not pay attention because I might miss something, and
Yeah.
But I say so. I'm curious.
For more context on that, I have crippling ADHD. My focus breaks very easily.
I will start.
Yeah.
My favorite boss mechanic that you introduced was against Growlithe.
Mhm.
Whenever the goal was not to win, the goal was to get 5 hits off
Mhm.
and then try to escape.
Yep.
That was very fun. Where the objective wasn't to just beat them in a fight or kill them; it was just to survive, basically.
Yeah. I figured you'd like that one. But I say that was I sometimes it's not about knocking the person's HP to 0. Sometimes it's just the goal. Like that's the mission. But I say it was good. Tiny?
I'm actually going to have to do Theander.
Ooh, really? But I say
Because it's similar to Grozit of we need to get the fuck out of here.
I say especially because it was getting hotter and hotter. It was getting harder to be in the fight. Yeah, that was great. I love that fight.
The longer we let the fight last, the hotter it's going to get. And that's not good for anyone.
Agreed. Well?
Mine's very simple. The aspect of Tharizdun, specifically when he turned from one giant big creature into a bunch of little guys that shared a health pool, into 2 guys that shared a health pool. That was so cool. I loved that so much.
Yeah, honestly, I'm glad that was one I was very nervous about because I was like, this could easily be the most annoying bullshit you've ever had, and like,
I
quite
stopped it
annoying.
from being the most annoying bullshit. I stopped
You
it from
did.
being the most annoying bullshit.
it's true.
If we had Henrik there and not Aegir, I genuinely think that fight might have gone a little bit worse.
A little, or but
Probably.
I probably would have. I will say this though, Henrik would have been so much more fit to destroy the crystals though,
Yeah.
because it's such a long
Wanderer?
range.
I think my favorite boss fight mechanic, it might be biased because of how recent it was, but like the Chained Oblivion, I love a timer in a fight.
Oh yeah.
It does.
The time stop, dude. Oh my god.
Yeah,
Okay.
a timer in a fight does give a pucker factor like nothing else.
Yeah.
Um,
God, the things I had planned if he would have gotten in.
no, fuck you.
You guys succeeded. That's the thing. You guys
That
succeeded.
time stop when we couldn't counterspell it genuinely
We-
felt like a game ender.
We
Yeah.
managed not a Pyrrhic victory, but like a dominant victory.
If I would have rolled a 4 instead of if I would have rolled a 4 instead of a 3, dude, that would have been oof.
Oh,
It would have
That
been
would have been
bad.
it. That would have been it.
Yeah, that would have been it.
Uh,
What I say?
We only had 1 round left.
So
one round. Do we?
next question from us, I think.
Yeah.
Wanderer, you agree?
Yep.
This is for the players, not for Winter.
Okay.
What secret did your character have that was never found out that you're willing to share now?
Okay,
Herma.
I'll start. None.
Characters were kind of open books. I better say you like
Yeah.
characters that were very open minded and basically like, yeah, I'm gonna say this is who I am.
Yeah, and that's obviously going to be different campaign too. That's
For sure. Roman is so different.
Oh man, I got a fucking answer for this.
Tiny?
Pass for now.
Pass for now. Okay.
Pass for now. Garden was a virgin.
Yep. And, yeah.
I
Garden was a
could've
virgin.
guessed. I could have.
It's not surprising. That's my best answer, but Garden was a virgin.
Belwraith was an open book. However, Dame was a part of the Broken
was a
Skull for a
changeling?
very
What?
long time.
Yep.
Yeah.
Dame was part of the Broken Skull for a very long time.
We talked
I
about
also-
that too. Yeah.
I feel like we should mention this as well. It was not, it was hinted at in my campaign, but Lurge, the guy that Rock was friends with, that was Dame.
Also Dame.
Yeah. Gotta say that's fair.
I wouldn't fault you for not knowing that, because it very briefly mentioned. But
Yeah. That's very
that was
fitting.
Dame.
That's very fitting though.
that was also Dame.
Blue was harboring an indefinite madness for a long time.
That's
I
not
knew that.
surprising.
Same with
I knew that,
Belwraith.
actually.
Yeah, but Belrace was brought on by a cursed object. Tiny, about to say Blues was just the fact that his
self-inflicted.
Yeah, his was very much like he's been seeing
Mm-hmm.
the wheels turn, and unfortunately, even if you're the most optimistic person, one bad day can, like Joker says, one bad day can change you forever.
I think
Who's
the next
villain?
question, though. I think the next question, though, Wanderer, I got it highlighted for you.
It's my next question again for everyone. If your character was remembered, and this can go for the NPCs too, if your character was remembered for one action and one action alone, what do you think it would be?
Ooh.
Whether in epilogue, that may be something that was unmentioned, or in game.
I personally think. Okay, go for it.
Yeah, we're still going in order, right?
Yeah.
Well, I think Winter's at the top, isn't he?
Yeah, but I have multiple answers, so because of different characters. So you guys go first. Horma.
All right. So, Henrik, if he's going to be known for one thing and one thing only, it would be for creating the cure to the lunar plague.
Oh my God, we have so many questions left. Jesus Christ!
No, that's why I did the lightning round. We gotta get the fuck through it.
And then Aegir, if he would be known for one thing, it would be, founding Ignis.
That's respect, absolutely. About to say,
Tiny.
Making Atharia great. Like, that is what he is spending his life doing.
Great again.
Garnan's is very similar. Uniting Tusquadal.
Yeah.
Wanderer.
Dame would not be remembered for shit. Valwraith, however, likely a couple things. Mainly his residency as the Arch Cardinal, being the first Tiefling Arch Cardinal, the first married Arch Cardinal.
Yeah.
And what was the other one that he was?
I mean, he was the first one to open Scales of War to other religions.
This is also true. Basically, he would have been remembered for revolutionizing how Scales of War functions.
Yeah.
All right. And even how Padstow functions too, because of the council now.
And easy answers for the NPCs, because I could do this real fast. Philman would like to be remembered as a lizard folk who proved that other lizard folks can be trusted. But to say Karik proves that you never judge a book by its cover. Just because he's from the Underdark doesn't mean he's bad. But to say Alosa's is that a curious mind doesn't mean good things. As an Azamar who has dealt with cults, but to say in slavery, but to say further proves the point. And Knackle would be that you don't need to be a living creature to care. But to say every person is capable of emotion.
Okay. I think I'm gonna do a lot of mine rapid fire real quick. So Winter,
yep.
Which of the avatars was your favorite design wise, voice wise, fight wise, story wise, and overall? Answer quickly.
Oh, fuck you! That's really hard. I love all my avatars.
Oh, we can answer the voice. We can answer the voice real quick.
But I say answer
Malden,
yeah,
obviously.
I would be lying. I love an Irish accent, and I love.
Which avatar had your favorite design?
Favorite design? Ooh, probably Ezrin. I loved his design. Like, but I say just a thought of an infected furbolg.
Which was your favorite avatar fight?
Avatar fight? Probably Garland. I loved the fight with Garland.
Who had your favorite story?
Favorite
avatars.
Favorite story? Ooh, that's tough. I would probably say we never really got into it with Obel, but I really liked how Obel became about to say an abyssal avatar. But I would probably say, but if I had to give a true answer, probably it's a tie between Flint and from Alden.
Fair enough. Who's your favorite avatar overall?
Overall, my favorite. Man,
me, Barry. It was me.
You suck.
Obviously.
No, it's probably from Alden. I love him. I love him so much.
So this one was originally for Winter, but it could be for everyone. Which of the party members did you ship during the campaign?
Ooh.
So, for example, completely out of nowhere, Henrik X Garnan, Belwraith X Garnan, Henrik X Filman, blah 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 blah. Who else? Who would you ship?
Blue. About to say Blue X Knackle. Let's go.
Oh yeah.
Blackle.
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 Look,
Fuck.
hold on. Blue was always willing to show Knackle the world and describe how things feel to him.
Karma?
My ship is Belwraith and Garnan.
Fair. Completely fair.
Tiny?
Knackle. Like it.
Fair.
Yeah,
Base.
that's yeah.
Mine is also Bimp and Knackle.
That's fair.
Wanderer?
Completely fair.
Oh fuck. A fucking actual possibility it would be Garnan and Belwraith.
Agreed.
Actual
Yeah.
possibility Garnan and Belwraith. But if it
If
was
Alosa-
a crack ship,
If
If it was-
Belwraith had come in before Alosa, I probably would have
Yeah.
romanced you instead.
if it was a bit more of a crack ship though, I have no idea. Garnan and Belwraith.
Which relationship in the party did you love the most, Winter?
Like, are we talking like relationship in the sense of like just?
Does not
Connection that
matter.
the characters
Like,
had.
connection that the characters had.
Oh, dude, that's tough. Man, I think I would be torn between Bimp and Knackle because like I love those two like being like their interactions, but I would also say honestly I'm gonna cheat. Filmin with all of you guys. You
Yeah.
all loved Filmin, and I loved like being like that estranged
Filmin
male.
was very much
Like that-
Filmin was very much
Very,
party
very funny
therapist.
because my favorite was Skolvin and Filman.
That's
Nice.
completely fair. That is completely fair.
Herma's yours was Skolvin and Filman.
Uh-huh.
Tiny, what was yours?
Can I say that? What?
Favorite relationship.
Favorite relationship.
Like, in any regard across
Oh.
characters.
Alosa and Blue.
That
Fair enough.
agreed. That was such a fun dynamic.
Ignoring specifically Alosa and Garnan for bias reasons, either Garnan and Blue or Garnan and Belwraith. Both of those were wonderful.
Agreed. Very fun.
Wanderer?
I'm trying to think about it even still. Within the party, I think that Belwraith and Garnan is very low hanging fruit because it's so easy. I found Belwraith and Karek's relationship very easy, very interesting. Even though that they never interacted, it was very much a unspoken like
Show no tell.
we gotta keep the peace with each other. Just don't talk about it.
But don't talk about it.
As well as Belwraith's relationship with Henrik, in that wow, this guy keeps creating abominations.
Fair.
So, if Garnan had taken the blight power from Flint, what would he have gotten?
Your alignment would have changed. You would have been evil again. Better say you would have broken a chain.
Knew that.
Better say, and also, but you would have awakened to like better say your smites would do necrotic damage now rather than doing radiant damage.
Mhm.
Better say you would have gotten. Better say you might have. Better say your witch power. You would have switched from a spirit of the fallen soldier to a spirit of a dark ambition, witch.
Mm.
I had loose notes prepared if that would have happened.
Hey, speaking of which,
Yep.
you know.
I know. Better say to be fair though, you
We
understand.
got 2 weeks. It'll be all right.
I swore I would get it done this week. Better say my plan is still to work on it tomorrow, and if I don't get it to tomorrow, it's going to be early this week. That is my plan. I better say you.
Anyway.
But anyways, you better say you would have gotten certain dark energy powers. Your blight would have activated, which meant that now there was a chance that you would have infected the land wherever you went, meaning you would spread the blight. And also there is and also your familiar would have changed forms. That is Amara would no longer be a blink cat. She would become a blight monster.
Fair enough. Next one. What would you say your biggest inspiration throughout the entire campaign was?
Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood.
Is that your actual answer?
Yeah, about to say it was literally the basis of the campaign. Like it was
fast.
If you paid attention to all of the abyssal avatars, it was heavily
God
I
damn
saw
it.
it.
Yep, it was heavily inspired from the Alchemist Brotherhood. And like not story for story, but concept, yes, absolutely. And it was because I was writing for this for you guys. I'm like, what would I like? How am I gonna do this? And then I was at the time I was watching Herma. I think you remember this because I was talking to you about it because I was rewatching Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood at the time, and you were like, dude, that anime is so good, and I'm like, I'm very aware.
Oh, bye, Tiny. Bye, Tiny.
Welcome back, Tiny. But yeah, it was I based all of the abyssal avatars on the different emotions, the different homunculus from Full Metal Alchemist, and I had them all set right next to each other.
Next one. This was a question you asked that we added because of you.
Yeah.
What would have happened if we went south and went east to west?
I say, you guys would have seen the complete opposite of what you saw with the Empire. When you guys went through the Ravaged Path, you got to see you saw the dark sides of the Empire, but you understood their cause. If you would have gone through the south, like taking the Iron Tooth path, Skulven would have touched his past and could have led to a much darker story. And you guys probably would have had a lot more sympathy for. You guys probably would have had a lot more sympathy for like what was happening to the Empire, and maybe understood the plight of the Udoruk and the Zedaruk more than the carnage that you guys were seeing on the Ravaged Path. It's like it very much was a whole other campaign. Also, you would have touched more on the corruption of what was going on, and Valismir. You would have fought Valismir sooner, because Valismir would have wanted to try to corrupt Blue. And I had a whole thing plot out that Valismir was planning to try to kidnap Blue and bring him if he could get him alone. Tiny that would have been he would have been trying to either make you a he would have either tried to make you a College of Siren or a College of Blood. But yeah.
All right. So next one. If you could have done something differently, be it a combat, roleplay encounter, etc., what would you have changed, excluding the ballroom?
I was about to say, ballroom is low-hanging fruit. I absolutely would have redone that one. Man, honestly, if I could have done something a bit differently. The problem is, I agree with Herma and Tiny. What we went through and how the story progressed and ended was exactly the way it should have been. If I could have, I might have threaded the story a little bit more so you guys could have had more opportunities to have more hub towns. But I feel like that would have interrupted the flow of the story, and it would have made it harder for you guys, longer for you guys to finish the campaign. Which is because of the fact of how I designed the campaign to be. And so it's hard to say that. I wish I would have given you guys more opportunities to have more downtime. That's what I would have changed. I agree. I would have given you. I would have given you guys more opportunities for downtime. And about to say again, but we'll get to do more of that in campaign 2. So
next one. What would have happened if we completely ignored the Neo-Naga arc?
Okay, so if you would have completely ignored the Neo-Naga arc, and just gone off on your own, Oshana would be underwater. Alosa's people would have been forced to evacuate into Atharia, trying to seek sanctuary, and they would have probably got caught up in the slave trade. And specifically the slavers from the Exeter Desert would take more risks coming into Atharia to kidnap them. Which you guys are very aware of that. Also, half of Uskar would also be underwater, and also at that point, the Neo-Naga would be free, and now the world is going to be going through constant oceanic changes as he tries to free his sister Avatar.
What would have happened if we had taken on a different avatar first?
Depends. I had precautions in case you guys would have bought certain ones at different times. Mechanics would have been the same. I would have changed the difficulty, or I might have tweaked a mechanic. Like, if you guys would have fought Valismir sooner, say Grosset might not have been involved, but rather you guys, rather Valsmere would have been embodying more of Grosset's abilities. Meaning, meaning that he probably could have started affecting your guys' minds. Making it more of a knowing fight.
Mm-hmm. If Tharizdun were a good god in your world, who would have taken his place?
If Tharizdun, well, fun fact, Tharizdun was a good god, and then he became corrupted. And
if he had not been corrupted,
if he had not been corrupted, ooh, I think I know who. If he would not have been corrupted, I love the thought of like a good god becoming evil. I think that like the Obeliths would have tried to trick Palor.
Ooh,
and the god of the sun would have become the god of annihilation. And so now the sun has a darker meaning. Like now it's annihilation and safety.
Okay. I'm gonna skip that one because it's a bit selfish and I don't want to do it just yet. What would have happened? Or actually, Herma, you go.
Oh, fuck. What would have happened if the Solaires failed their quests? Thinking back to the fight against Rubyblex's avatar where almost everyone died.
If you guys would have failed, so I had a plan, and I talked to you guys about this. If you guys would have failed, a couple of abyssal avatars would have succeeded, meaning that there would now be holes in between the realm of the abyss and the material plane. Vector probably would have been trying to find new people to step up. And more than likely, that would be how I would have started campaign 2 for you guys in that hellscape kind of world that I was talking to you. Because I talked to you guys about this. Like, it would have been like you guys would have been playing characters trying to fix what happened. Less about beating the bosses and now finding a way to close the gates. And Vector would have been the one trying to find you guys. And that's how I would have introduced you guys to the story. But I say, so this character that was the big bad villain in all of campaign 1, now he's more of a like a, listen, I know all is lost, but through the darkness, there has to be someone who can step up. And it would have been very much like hey, I work for the evil people, but I'm actually a good person. Please help me.
Right. So next one. When Henrik blew up the arcane conduit in Starloam whilst we were in the Hells, we were told it only scratched Tiamat. She's a god, so of course she has a lot of health, but now that she's gone, how much health did she have?
Oh, a lot. Because the thing is that she's not a minor deity, she's a major deity, because she is the god of tyranny. Which means as long as tyranny and draconic greed exists, she was always going to be incredibly powerful. Ballpark. I never had a full health pool. If I had to ballpark it, probably in the hundreds of thousands. Very powerful.
Counter or follow up. How did Henrik scratching her help change the pantheon of the gods?
It showed that she's not invulnerable. It showed to the other gods, especially for her usurpers, she is not as powerful as she claims herself to be. She can bleed, so she can die.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, that was actually quite a lot of the questions. So we'll do this one next. What were the possibilities for the Chains of Tharizdun? Rapid fire.
Okay, so I haven't said for each of them. Then basically, again, I led them all to characters, like things that you guys could have done to do it. And again, I thought I put the safety net up with Garland, thinking there was no way that could happen. I specifically said it that if a being were to be consumed, if a mortal were to be consumed by a champion in does not necessarily mean one of you guys, but since Galvin counted, he was the champion of a god. If a being were to be consumed in a land of undeath, a chain of oblivion would break. And I thought I was safe, and Herma proved me wrong.
Next one.
The next one.
Obviously, Garnan taking the blight power from Flint.
Yep, and then Garnan.
The other ones?
Garnan killing Ezrin could have triggered a break from that. Accepting the dream. Giving into Formalden's dream. If I remember, I asked every one of you, do you accept this?
I remember.
If any of you would have said yes, it would have broken a chain. It's very much like Infinite Tsukiyomi. If you would have given in to Madara, you lost. You were admitting.
Next one?
Yeah. About to say. Then it was about to say for Valismir. Giving. About to say it would have been giving into debauchery. If you guys would have started. About to say if you guys would have gotten to Ozagrat's fight with points of debauchery, you guys would. If one of you would have switched sides, it would have broken a chain of oblivion. Basically, you gave into corruption.
Next one?
Better say next one. I'm trying to remember all my avatars. I apologize. So for Juiblex, specifically for Obel, better say if you were to grant her mercy. When she remember when she died, when normally when an abyssal avatar dies, they go back to their mortal form. She would have a whole thing we missed because Henrik sent her to the hells. Was she would have tried to ask for you guys to help her. But I said because she wanted to live and she wanted to know what it meant to live. Especially because she was no longer a beholder. So it would have been a whole thing about like this would have been a play on your guys' mercy.
Right.
And
next one?
About to say so yeah, that was it was essentially a trap. About to say
I'm sorry I'm cutting you off. I'm trying to keep you on
it's okay. I'm trying to remember. For the Beast of Uskar, oh gosh, I'm trying to remember offhand. For him, it was. I remember. About to say if you would have. Oh gosh, if you guys would have. I'm getting all tongue tied because I'm trying to speak fast and now I'm tripping over my words. I apologize. About to say for him specifically, it was about carnage. About to say if you would have gone after defeating him in combat, if you guys would have proceeded with carnage over the body of the over his dead body, it would have broken a chain of oblivion. It was essentially a bit of a trap that if you guys would have killed him in his mortal form and then proceeded to continue to go to war with the demons, about to say you would have broken a chain of oblivion. About to say again, play on the fact that you guys are supposed to be the heroes. You know what I mean? And then
next one.
The Poisoner, about to say was like was about to say was another one that I cheated and I kind of slipped that one away so you guys wouldn't have to worry about it. Because technically for them, if you would have fallen victim to if a champion would have fallen victim to to mind manipulation under the in other words being actually under the control of Zuckenmoy, it would have broken a chain of oblivion because it would basically break the connection of the champion from their god.
Right. Next one.
And then trying to remember, believe that's which one am I missing?
I don't know. Which one are you missing?
Hold on. Better say Orcus.
You did. We have Orcus, Ezrin.
Demogorgon. No, you did that one.
Yep.
Did you do Baphomet?
Baphomet. Yeah, I said Ezrin. Better say, and I explained that one.
Oh yeah, you did.
Better say, and then the 8th chain was defeating Vector. Better say there were
unsurprising.
Yeah. Better say the 8 chains. Better say they were basically obviously the only other way to free Tharizdun would be with the keys, which nobody knows where any of them are except Omar.
Next one. When in Garnan's arc did you decide to put Savros in his path? Do you think you did it justice?
Better say I chose to put him in your path the moment you told me that you wanted to the moment you told me your backstory. When you specifically said I want to play a character who starts evil and tries to find good. And basically I didn't know what good meant, so I put an opportunity to meet the God of Fate. Basically, rather than bucking away from the things that were happening, I gave Garnan the opportunity to face them head on, which is very much Garnan's character. I personally think I did the God of Fate justice because of the fact that they did not intervene in your choice. And in fact, the Oath of Fate Paladin specifically is about doing what you feel is right. But as a regardless of what other people think, and like destiny is not set in stone, it's how you determine it.
Next one. In a Cliff Notes version, what are the epilogues for our favorite NPCs, such as Mary, Daldir and Golmtis, Vlad, Kevlar, Voodoruk, Zedaruk, etc.? Other players, please pitch in.
Okay.
Regis.
Okay, so let's start off with like the characters we know that we know and love. Better say, Philman would have absolutely spent the rest of his days with his family. He would have ruled over the path, trying to spread goodwill and using and honestly making the first sect of lizard folk members of the Eclipse Guild. Better say, fighting for peace and justice for all of them.
We were told Bimp and Knuckles already.
Yeah, Bimp and Knuckles, you are aware. Better say they would have ended up together and better say had their own life together. Better say for Karik, him and Whitefeather would ultimately better say would still play at odds because one is a member of the Razors and one is a member of the now Eclipse Guild that forms to protect the people of Atharia. The two butt heads constantly. They become very much a for those who know Star Wars, very Yoda oh gosh, what is his name? Dooku, like Yoda Dooku situation where they're so powerful that they're basically on the same level, but instead they are like two lovers that basically rule over rival groups. They would end up having multiple children, and but I say Kark is still alive now. But I say he still like rules over the guild in Atharia.
What about Mary?
Mary would have a surprising story where basically after everything that she's done, she would help out Bimp in trying to bring Peglin back. Trying to make a difference there and trying to find a means to bring Peglin back, and ultimately would find love with the captain of the guard inside of Peglin. If you guys remember,
the dude that he made the draconic shield for.
That is correct.
Nice.
Yeah, that is a. Ultimately, she would.
His name, but I know who you're talking
ultimately, about. They would find love together, and Blue would absolutely be Mary's best man. But I say, because she wouldn't have a maid of honor. But I say she would want a best man.
That's so Mary.
That is very Mary.
What about Meldier and Gontus?
They would go on to be married and be wed. All the Solaires are invited to their wedding. They would continue to preach on about what it means for equality. And they would end up adopting two children of their own. About to say one being human and one being an orc.
To add on to that, I think Belwraith would offer to. I can't remember the right word, but. Officiate? Do the ceremony. Officiate.
Yeah. But I say they would allow it.
What about Vlad?
Vlad. But I say Vlad would end up. About to say after Belwraith steps down, it was unanimously decided that the next Arc Cardinal, but I say would be Vlad. But I say basically proving and wanting to step up for his best friend and prove that like basically following the footsteps that were put before him. And also Vlad would follow up on his promise that he made to Belwraith, and he would admit his feelings, and he would end up settling down with the last the last priestess of Pelor's church. Ultimately, they would live a very happy life, and but as a Vlad would be the Arc Cardinal for about 20 years after Belwraith. Ultimately stepping down after Belwraith's injuries got worse, so that Vlad could spend more time with Belwraith.
Speaking of, actually, the question is mostly posed to Mary and Vlad as well as Dathana. How would they have reacted to Belwraith's passing?
Oh, Dathana would be heartbroken. Yeah, Dathana would be heartbroken, no. But she would. But the thing is, being an elf, she knew that she was going to outlive Belwraith no matter what.
Yeah, it was expected.
Yeah, I did mention in my epilogue for Dathana specifically that he and Dathana would probably grow pretty close, being widows together.
Yeah, basically, like Dathana would not find love after Belwraith just because of the fact that she lost the one that she had, the only love she ever had. But I say that's not in a sense of like, oh, she couldn't, like she didn't try. It's more like she found the person that was her other half, and better say she just had no interest after.
Yeah, I figure kind of low to no contact with family then.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Gotta say no. That bridge was burned real bad.
Belwraith tried. What about for Mary and Vlad?
For Mary, she would have been sad, but like she was very much a firm believer that you live your life the way you decide, and the choices Belwraith would have made were very similar to choices Mary would have made. Like if she believed it was for the betterment of all the other people in her life, she absolutely would have taken on the same burdens that Belwraith did. But I say she respected your choices. Sad as it is to see you go, she understood why you did what you did. Vlad is heartbroken, obviously. You were a very dear friend, cared for you so much, and was by your side the entire time. But ultimately, similarly, would understand why you made your choices, respected your decisions, and about to say he would probably live for about 25 more years after you.
Yeah.
About to say orc, they don't live as long as humans do.
What does Kevlar's epilogue look like?
Kevlar's epilogue, about to say, well, I mean, this might surprise you guys, but he would end up being wooed by the queen, because he had no chance. He had no chance. She was the man of the relationship. Let's be honest here. But as a Kevlar thought he was slick, but Tiny, when me and Tiny were talking about Kevlar in creation, he was like, yeah, I want a friend like, but as who's like this, and I'm like, oh, he's totally not. He's gonna think he's a ladies' man. He's not. And very much ultimately, Dithana would end up choosing him to be the one that she wishes to be with. She needed somebody who's a lot more free spirited and a lot more fun, especially after her previous marriage. And ultimately, Kevlar would take that as a means to try to do his best to help out more where he could. And basically, with the help of Blue, fight for advocation for beings that aren't from this plane of existence. Being a fire Ganassi and one of the only Ganassi in all of Atharia, it was a very lonely experience to basically try to tread that on his own, which is why him and Blue had such a this kind of relationship. They were both outcasts, and so Kevlar would end up living a very long life. Better say he would outlive Dithana because Dithana? What the fuck? Better say sorry. He would not outlive Dithana. In fact, Dithana would live for several hundred years after him. No, he would end up outliving better say Queen Atharia II. Better say because of the fact that Ganassi live longer than humans. But they would be happy to have multiple children, and better say Blue would have 2 nephews and a niece.
What about Voodoo Rook?
Oh, the Voodoo Rook? His story's not done, guys. But I say the Voodoo Rook is still out there. He might be.
Campaign 2.
He might be a campaign 2 problem. He's a bugbear that practices necromancy.
I was not thinking of the Voodoo Rook. Who was I thinking of?
Oh, the Uto Rook.
The Uto Rook. That's it. Yeah. All the Rooks really confused me.
Yeah, I understand. But I say it's the way their system works. The Uto Rook would end. The Uto Rook would go on to take on position as a council representative in the country of Atharia, fighting for the rights of monster races and basically proving the worth of the Empire, not for the carnage and blood that they stood for, but by the equality they stood for. And nobody knows for sure, but it is rumored that he is secretly seeing a woman on the side, who seems to have light for her eyes.
Oh, so the Zeta Rook. Okay. That was the next one.
Yeah. She would go on to be a part of Atharia's spy network, and basically working for the council to make sure that information is being spread. Working with Belwraith to be able to track down any members of the Broken Skull that are still out there. And supposedly is seeing somebody but refuses to answer who it is.
Mm-hmm. All right. Is there anyone else that you guys want to hear the epilogue for, or can I move on? Bye, Tiny.
Oh, welcome back,
Tiny. Hi, Tiny.
Welcome back. Is your
anyone specific?
Spencer?
Spencer,
That's a good one, actually. Yeah, that's.
Spencer would be in the unique position of being a champion, like you guys, being a champion to a god who would ultimately end up changing. But he was only a kid. 10 years later, he would be 20 years old when the god of nature changes, and Maliki is no longer the person in which he's connected to. Mm-hmm. Ultimately, he would go on to try to learn more about nature, learn what it means to see the natural cycle in its flow. And a potential character you guys will meet in campaign 2.
Dude, I would love that.
Spencer.
That'd be awesome.
Old Spencer, yep.
Next one. Or did anyone have anyone else they want to hear an epilogue for? No?
I think
so.
All right.
So
the next
killed
one.
Regis?
I would say this: no, Regis was not killed, but he was demoted. Once Baron Nijak's son.
Whole statement, Winter. I don't have the enigma. I can't send him to hell.
Nope,
Fuck.
nope. Nice try, nice try.
I can send him to hell.
When
Plane shift, bitch.
when Baron Nijak's son, when Baron Nijak's son took over as Baron after him, better say he would show up to, take him. He would basically go like, "Bitch, get out of here," and he ultimately now works a very bad desk job the rest of his life.
So the next one, why were the avatars specifically chosen?
So the avatars were all chosen for different reasons, but basically, like I said before, they were inspired by the 7 sins. Which was revealed when you guys talked to Lythan Grace. She is the goddess of raw emotions, and her children reflect that. So to go through this, Valismir represented lust. And Valismir was chosen specifically because of the fact that he was a tiefling that had no path. All he knew is that he wanted to step on anybody to get what he wanted. He very much cared about sex. He cared about money, pleasure of all kinds. He was a bad person, and ultimately he became the perfect candidate for Grasset. For Demogorgon needs somebody who was basically already lost his mind, but they had to be strong, they had to be powerful. Essentially, there was a tabaxi that he was essentially kind of like, if you guys know Killer Croc from Batman, basically he was a character who was like fucked up. Like, he was just already messed up in the head, and his body reflected it because he was full survival, not about actually, you know what'd be a better representation? Do you guys have you guys watched Demon Slayer?
Nope.
Yes.
Do you remember the guy with the sickles that fought against him and his sister had to be both decapitated at the same time to be killed? Yeah, he would there's a level of inspiration there as well.
That is like one of the last episodes that I've seen.
I don't remember that actually.
Next one.
Oh, sorry. For Malden, poor for Malden. Truthfully, he just came from a very bad neighborhood. Like, his family was poor and struggling, and the thing is, he had an apt for magic that for some reason started to weaken. And he didn't understand why. And basically, all those opportunities that he had disappeared. And essentially, what he didn't realize is that they didn't disappear. His mind was in a fog. And basically, Fraz tricked him, using illusions to believe that he needed help in order to become as powerful as he is. So basically, he tricked him to make a deal.
Got it.
That sounds about right.
It's really sad.
Next one.
Obel actually was a unique situation because I had to think about, like, how the fuck... Oh, which, by the way, just to backtrack a second. Yeah, Valismir, lust. Demogorgon is wrath. For Malden is envy. Obel, Obel was...
Gluttony.
Pride.
No, not pride. I think
Gluttony?
Yeah,
Gluttony. They were under
gluttony. Yes, gluttony. Yeah, it was gluttony. Sorry, I had to think for a second. But yes, Obel was basically a beholder that basically never wanted to be alone. Only wanted to be alone, but the problem was terrified of existence. Basically, she was scared to be alive because of the fact that anything could kill her. So basically, that's in my brain. Like, I remember talking to you guys about this. Who the fuck is crazy enough to become the avatar to the god, to the abyssal prince of fucking of consumption and oozes? Oh, somebody who's fucking crazy, like a beholder. Yeah, and her whole thing was basically she just wanted to live. She wanted the comfort of mind to be able to live. The poisoner was sloth, and I just
so much sense.
Yep. Basically no matter, even if they would have been a villain, they would have found one spot and not moved, and basically would have spread. And like that was the whole point, and I liked that, and it would worked very well for the character. But as a for Garland, Garland was greed. But as a Garland believed they could have it all, and refused to, and was so afraid, and so was so greedy they thought they could beat death. And so basically Garland, like I told you guys, Garland was a coin flip if he would survive that prison at the beginning of the campaign. And
Garland lost once.
Yeah,
and they went fucking nuts.
And you guys, Skolven basically put the fear of death in him. And essentially at that point now he wanted a way to circumvent it, and he found it through Orcus. And so he was the perfect candidate. But I say, now Ezrin was pride.
Yeah, that's not surprising.
But I said him that because Ezrin never thought he could lose. And and his whole goal was to convince Garnant that he was on the wrong path and that his brother was right the entire time. And if he didn't, then you deserve to die.
Fair enough.
But I say, and failed. Like, oh yeah, no, he was so prideful, and I loved every second of it. And Flint was actually a mulligan because he denounced his connection. He didn't. But I say, I never made him one of the sins because he wasn't. But I say, he did what he thought he needed to do for his people. That's it. It just was wrong.
All right. And we already know Vector.
Hold on. Follow-up question, please.
What's up?
So, you've mentioned before that Skolven doing what he did to Garland that early on was a pretty big part in him becoming an avatar.
Yes.
If Skolven went down like a little pussy-ass bitch in the first round, would he have still been the avatar for Orcus?
No, but he wouldn't have been a candidate. But I say his ambition wasn't awakened.
Yeah.
But I say
who was the replacement?
But I say,
who was the original candidate?
But the original candidate, Orcus, was one I was struggling with because technically he was kind of an open book. A lot of people could have fit that. Thorpic was a really good candidate. But I say I really thought about Thorpic because of the fact that he was trying to circumvent death. The problem is Thorpic knew Orcus wasn't the path because of the fact that it stood against what he was going for. Orcus didn't want an answer to death. He wanted to become the new ruler of death. And because of that, Thorpic, that went against Thorpic's mindset. However, there was a chance that Thorpic could have done it to try to circumvent it, kind of the same way as a couple other avatars to usurp Orcus for his power. But other than them, it was tricky because basically any necromancer could have been. Honestly, the second candidate after Garland was the Voodoo Rook. I better say the Bugbear necromancer.
So fitting.
Yeah, he was probably like the second candidate if I remember correctly. He would have been like, but the thing is that Skolven awoke the ambition, and that's what triggered him. I'm like, he is the perfect candidate. He is basically the Joker if he found on death.
Skolven really set everything into motion to get that chain broken up.
I mean,
Joker.
But yeah.
Any more questions quickly?
Yeah. Oh, what's up?
Any more questions from you guys? Not Winter.
No.
I'm just trying to get through this because it's already really late.
Yeah. I don't have
so next question.
Yeah.
I'm okay if you don't answer this right now because I imagine you'll have to type it up and send it to us anyway. What is the new Pantheon?
I will have a whole list for you guys. I'm about to say, but I do have a couple of the ones that were introduced in the epilogue. About to say, obviously, Carrion would take on the role as the Master of Ravens. About to say, Encyclius would become the new God of Fate. About to say, Yindel would take over the reins as the God of Order. About to say, Foldir would become the God of Satyrs and Fae. Wolthar would take over the reins as the true god of the ocean. Don't remember some of the other ones offhand, but they'll probably come to me later. However, and then obviously, like Herma, you're aware of this, but we worked on some stuff together as well, and that's a change that will be talked about. And also, fucking Aeon is now an Abyssal Prince.
Huh?
If you remember Aeon, the former god of time, who
Oh.
he is now an Abyssal Prince.
Oh.
Yep. But I say
Interesting.
he is the. But I say because of his position. But I say unfortunately, Lythan Grace cannot remove him because of the fact that he was formerly a god. He is technically on par with her.
Interesting. Okay.
What you're saying is that Lythan Grace needs to call some people to kick their asses.
The problem is that you guys probably couldn't kick his ass.
With the power of Lythan Grace, maybe.
With the power of love. No.
So, second to last question for us. This is a question for everyone. Which character did you favor when it came to combat, excluding your own? Whenever their turn came around, you might have been slightly more interested. Who was it?
Ooh, that's a loaded question right there.
Herma? Or we'll start with Winter, actually.
Herma, you go first. I have to think about this for a second.
Okay. This is a pretty simple question for me. I'm numbers guy, Garnan.
Tiny?
I like big
I
numbers.
was the buffer. I had to pay attention to everyone.
It's true.
Who are you more interested in, though, if you had to choose?
Nobody.
Nobody? Okay.
Definitely not Garnan.
Cop out.
No love.
Look, I can choose who I wasn't, Garnan. You do your own thing. You get high numbers.
Fair enough. Mine was blue.
Fair.
Wanderer?
Are we seriously not picking Henrik for this?
I was about to say, I think Henrik would be my answer as well. But I say, as much as it pissed me off,
Like,
I respected
come
this shit.
on, guys. What the
I
fuck?
I couldn't pick myself, obviously.
Yeah, you can't pick yourself. You get a pass. Tiny, wow, what the fuck is wrong with you?
I had to pay attention
Blue's
to
turns were always so interesting.
That's true. But I say,
and I had to pay attention to literally everyone but Henrik.
Tiny's ass is so big. He pulls so many things out of it. Like,
yeah, that's true.
What is he gonna pull out today?
Hey, what is he gonna pull out today?
Exactly.
No, but
I think our last question, if it's the one that I'm thinking of, I think it should be saved for the very end. I do think that should be the last question that we ask.
the one I currently have highlighted, I was agreeing. I would agree.
But I say,
so with that being said, Winter.
But I say,
all your questions, send them.
But I say, well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I bet I say you had a lot of questions that were more to do with the arcs, but again, like we talked about this before, a lot of them are probably going to be met with like I don't remember, or it's been too long, or it could be and it is getting a bit late. So ultimately, some of these questions, maybe I'll poke you guys individually and talk to you guys about. So I'm going to keep it a bit more broad. I do have like 3 more questions I'd love to ask, just because I'd love to hear your guys' answers. But I say. So first things first that I'm going to ask is that the fact we've been playing this game for 5 years, and I've gotten you guys at some of your highest ups and your lowest downs. But I say, and I will ask this, but I say, which session, but I say, are you just like but I say, which session are you just happy it happened? Like, it doesn't have to be this big event that happened, but just like maybe you were having a bad day that day, and you were just like, you know what, this session, fucking, I needed this. I'm so happy we got this. But I say, or maybe it was like I really liked that story beat, and I'm just so happy that we got to do it. But I say, I'm genuinely curious.
Today,
retrospectively, I am very happy we got this started. I would say session 1, true session 1, before we started streaming, is the session I'm most happy about.
Yeah.
Danny?
Today.
Bidet?
I'm having a rough month.
A lot of streams were pulled at the day happened.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Rough month. Man.
Hey man, I got you, fam. I understand.
For myself, this is a cop-out answer, and fuck you, I don't care. All of them.
No, thanks, man.
I was looking
fucking
forward
cheesy as fuck.
I was looking forward to every single one. I hated canceling.
For me, it's none of them. I actually hated the campaign the entire time.
That's why you're not.
I think we need to have an intervention.
All right, look. If he hates it this much, then there's a simple solution.
Disrespectful, Tiny. That's disrespectful.
But seriously,
what is your actual answer, though, Wanderer?
Actual answer. I don't know. All of them is stupid and bad answer. Feel bad, wow. I think
I explained my reasoning last stream. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. You're bad and stupid.
Honestly, pretty much all the sessions that we did while I was in high school. High school is rough for me. Having something to look forward to at the end of the week very much helped me pull through.
Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah, it's because you're ginger.
I'm very much not.
Fucking ginger.
All right. Another one that's a bit broad, but it could be super easy. If you had, I'm gonna bar each other, but I say if you could play one person, like if you could not play your character and you had to play a person from the campaign as your new character, who would you play?
Oh, I don't mind.
Knuckle.
Nice. That's respect. I can understand that.
Hold on.
But I said, you want to?
Do you want to be skipped?
I know who it is. I just can't remember the name right now.
That's fair.
Do you want to skip while I tell mine?
That one fucking vampire lord from Sin.
Oh, Balthazar! Fuck yeah! Let's go!
Nice.
Mine's kind of obvious. Alosa.
That's fair. Gotta say, she's awesome.
You want to be in your wife?
Yeah.
Understandable.
Wow.
One
Angel
character.
Blue.
Vlad is an easy pick. Regis.
You wouldn't want to be Regis. Better say.
I don't want to be a dickhead.
Winter, last question. What you got for
I
us?
played fucking Dumont, motherfucker.
Better say. I have gotten the opportunity to do so much stuff for you guys, and like ultimately the biggest challenge for me. And this is my last question to you guys. My biggest challenge has always been like, what am I going to do do next for you guys? Just because the bar is always set higher. Like, I would like to know if you had to carry one thing over from campaign 1 to campaign 2, whether it's boss fight mechanics, whether it's like world exploration, whether it's like what of campaign 1 would you like to see more of in campaign 2?
You know, that's really, really fucking fitting because the last question we were going to ask was pretty much the same thing.
The last question we're asking is there anything you want to see less of or more of in regards to campaign 2?
Very fitting. Please, by all means, guys.
Harma, what do you think?
Okay, so I feel like this is a pretty general consensus here. I would like to see less NPCs in the party, of course.
Of course.
That's what we've all agreed on. And then, of course, we've also all agreed on less of a run time for the campaign.
More
in terms of like years.
Yeah. More out there, less straight.
Yeah. Stuff I'd like to see more of.
Yeah.
I've talked to you a bit about this, Winter.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to see some more like large scale battles.
Yeah.
I feel like that'd be really cool.
But I think that would be dope.
Yeah, that's something I really would like.
Yeah.
I would also like to see more inter-character interactions and more downtime so we can have those more inter-character interactions.
Absolutely. I can respect
my list.
I can respect that. Tiny?
I want more downtime, more time to like not be forced into doing quest as fast, because a lot of this campaign was we need to rush.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's fair. That's completely fair.
Things I want to see less of is Wealth being a baby back bitch.
Fair.
That's a big ass.
What specifically? What do you mean?
Like that, honestly, like that.
Okay.
General demeanor, the sass you're always giving me. I get enough sass from the Wanderer.
Tiny, how about you go fuck yourself?
I don't want to. It's like almost 4 in the morning. That's a lot.
Yeah, dude, it's fucking late.
You know what? Fair enough.
Fair.
For myself, obviously the obvious, less NPCs, less runtime, less world-ending threats, less rush, and one that you guys did not mention, I want to see less wishes, like the less wish spells, less wish rings, like all that.
Man,
Based on a fuckload in the campaign.
Based on your character choices, you won't.
In the hells, good. Considering we're in the hells, I wouldn't be surprised if we did run into some, but I do not want as many as we got in campaign 1, because there were a lot of ways we were able to get out of stuff. I don't want that in campaign 2. I want more country-ending threats.
Yeah.
So like, not as big as like the abyssal plague or whatever, but like, yeah, Lightstrand's gonna be fucked if this doesn't happen. Obviously, more downtime and more questboard things.
Yeah. I think I agree. Less time restraints. But what I want to see more of is just like stupid character interactions that don't mean anything.
Yeah.
Genuinely just sitting around a campfire going like, wow, today was kind of shitty, eh? You know?
Yeah.
Just a lot of the conversations I found, especially towards the end, but even during the beginning, is that if you were going to have a roleplay moment, it at least needed to serve a purpose.
Yeah.
I want more interactions that are just shooting the shit.
Less understandable.
Yeah, less Mehrunes Dagon try to take over the realm, and more late night drink. Yeah, got it. More waking up in a random place and going, "Why are you in the Church of Dibella?"
Yeah, I want to see like people talking in between watches, like we used to during the beginning of the campaign. At the end, we really stopped that because we were so focused on getting shit done.
Yeah,
I do not want to see a large checklist that we've got to tick one off at a time.
Yeah. No, don't worry. That's not the goal for
I don't want that.
Not the goal for campaign 2. I've already talked.
I want a chore checklist. That was one of the major issues.
Yeah, I told you guys flat out what my game plan is for campaign 2, and you guys have been very excited at the thought of it. We're very much like less like I want to like I appreciate that campaign 1 is seen as an epic. If I can have it my way, I want C2 to be like Critical Role C2. More character, like I want it to be like I love Vox Machina, but Mighty 9 is so much better, and I love Mighty 9 so much.
I wouldn't know.
I do agree. This campaign has been like an epic, like an actual epic.
And I love it.
It's so fun.
And I love it. And I'm very happy we got to have this.
I want to kill a couple bitches for no reason.
I do.
Yeah,
I just want to get hungry, and those people look tasty.
Listen, we've talked.
So someone's playing as a lizard folk.
So basically we've done and I think one of the best ways to wrap up this this roundtable wrap up is talking a little bit about campaign 2, and basically being the fact that we are going to be doing campaign 2, obviously, and this is for posterity's sake for like anybody who might watch this in the future. But I say we are doing campaign 2. But I say we are you guys have already voiced excitement for it, and talking about Lightstrand like being so different than Atharia. It is not this isn't gonna be like, oh, if we don't do this, it's the end of the world. It's like, no, it's gonna be very much more effect of the land itself, more effect on Lightstrand, more effect on Fortrek Solo, and more effect on Trojan. But I say it's going to be a lot more focused on these 3 countries, and a lot more on you're going to see a lot more like, oh, we went to this town and we care about these people, and if we don't help out, some bad things could happen to these people that we like a lot more lower down. But that doesn't mean that bad things won't happen. That doesn't mean some crazy shit might not happen. But I say it's just less world ending. More world ending as you the world as you know it. You know what I mean? Like less like the plane doesn't exist anymore, and more like the way we live our life isn't here anymore.
Yeah.
But I say, and I like because when we talked about how we wanted to do campaign 2 specifically, I remember when asking you guys about setting, I remember immediately I was like, I pitched a bunch of like, yeah, we could do like a jungle campaign dealing with this, or go to a desert campaign like this. And you guys were vocal of like, we'd like we like the Germanic setting. Like, we'd love to do some more stuff with like castles and stuff. And I remember I struggled at the first thought of that, because I'm like, oh, okay, so I have to make it similar but different. And like, I honestly, sitting down and looking at some new inspirations, I had a ton of ideas. I'm very excited to see how it goes, especially in a party that is so morally ambiguous. Campaign 2 is not going to be about like, oh, we're the good guys doing the good things and fighting for the good people. It's like, oh no, all of y'all.
I'm very excited for all the character intrigue that's going to be in campaign 2.
All y'all have a reason to be selfish, and that's what makes this going to make this story interesting.
Now, there is one more section that I had planned for this stream that we had talked about.
Yes.
Which was rolling campaign 2 characters.
Oh, yep.
I have now. Hold up. I have filler set in the DnD channel, so it is safe to enter for stream. So this can be streamed live if you so choose.
All right.
I forgot about this.
Give me 1 second. I'm just going to do this real fast just to make sure.
However,
I'm excited. Oh, I'm so excited.
Oh, I'm terrified.
Tiny has already rolled his stats, unless you want to re-roll Tiny.
I'm good.
Yeah, Tiny.
Totally fair.
In that case, Winter, you can guide us through this, how you want to see it done.
But I'm going to turn off my camera just because the camera's in the corner while I'm on. All right. That being said, so because of this, we're doing this live, so that way now for the future reference, you guys could look back and go like, damn it, past Welf, damn it, past Herma, shit. What does it say?
Avery, don't fuck me.
Herma,
now
your name is at the top of the list.
Herma, as you roll, this is marking officially, fully, and properly the end of campaign 1.
Dude, that's been marked. I don't want to hear it.
It is
fully set in stone. Bitch who can't let go.
Yep.
That's right. There is nothing left for us to do for campaign 1.
All right, everyone, behold the chicken hat of luck.
Chicken hat of luck.
You can't see it, but I'm touching the screen for the chicken hat of luck.
Okay.
I'm also touching the screen for the chicken head of luck.
Touch.
I'm also touching just for you.
Touch.
First one.
Oh.
Oh gosh. Maybe we shouldn't touch the chicken.
Second one. Give it another touch.
Another touch.
Okay, I was about to say it.
That's bad.
Not good.
That's better. Not great. Not great, but that is better.
Not good.
All right.
Last one. Let's see what you got.
There we go. Much better.
Usable.
That is actually very
rollable.
But I say, I'll tell you what, Herma. If you would like it, I will give you one more roll. If you would like it.
I would very much like that, actually. Yeah.
Otherwise, that third one is good.
No, terrible.
No, I think.
Okay.
But hey, having 2 16s to start, that's actually really solid. That means good. 2 of your stats are absolutely gonna be +3s.
I'll take it.
Okay, my turn.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Ooh.
not great.
Why did we touch the chicken hat?
Second.
Okay, that's not
I don't want that.
Not bad.
Terrible.
Not bad though. Not bad though.
There
we go. Nice.
Nice. That's very
nice. I don't want that, but I'll take it.
I'm about to say, hey man, we got 16 and 3 15s. That's actually really solid. All right.
Wander, go for it.
Pray to the dice gods.
That's good. That's really good.
Not awful.
Not awful. That 8-9 is rough, but that's not bad.
Yeah, I don't like the 8-9 in that. If the 9 was a 10, I'd be very happy with that.
That's
Not good.
That's rough. That's
very
rough.
mediocre. Very mediocre.
I say, not bad, not great, but not bad.
Great.
However,
Would you give me one more?
Yeah, I will grant you one more.
Would you grant me one more as well, Winter? I don't like how many
Oof.
positives I have.
I say, I'll tell you what, Wander.
That's not great.
I'll tell you what, Wander. I'm going to be extra generous just for you. Go ahead, roll one more time.
Oh.
That's nice.
That's much better. That's a 16, 15, and a 14, and also still a 12 that has a +1. But I say that's.
I'm not sure which one I'm going to be taking at this point in time. I think it is either going to be the last one or maybe the first one. We'll see.
But I say that first one. That first one's a bit rough, my guy.
If you will let me adjust that 9 to a 10, I will happily take that.
But I say that's a conversation we can have off stream.
Yep.
Winter.
I will
allow me.
I will let you.
Okay.
But I say, but only one more.
Like
but only one more.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good. That's That's 2 plus 1s. That's 2 plus 2s and 1 plus 3, and your lowest being a +0. And that's before you.
Prefer the other one.
I mean, you can take the other one, but I say by all means.
Yeah, I'm gonna take the other one.
That is also a weird Saturday, Herman. But I say. Honestly, that would be very funny.
I really hope not. I put so much love into Roman. Please don't curse me like that.
Roman gets fucking decapitated session 1. There's not even combat in session 1. It just happens.
Tiny, you can't speak that unto me. You know my luck is gonna make that happen.
All
like
right.
seriously, I'm not joking right now.
Right.
You've witnessed my luck.
I have.
All right. But I say, and with
12 50-50s.
And with that being said, guys, I think this is a good place to leave off this campaign 1 wrap up. Let's come back in a couple years, maybe revisit these characters and have some fun.
Over.
But I say
Time to delete Blue Ward Night Meadow.
But I say come back and do some one shots in Atharia and have some fun. But I say maybe we'll visit. Maybe we'll go save Garnet's dad from the abyss. But I say there's some fun to be had here, and there's still some stuff to do. But I feel like this is the end. We have had 5 years in Atharia, 5 years on this continent, but it's time that we set sail, leave this land, and we make our way to the Trinity Nations, and we see what the life is like there. However, like I said, for the purposes of this, but I say we will be taking a small hiatus for the holidays. So not this, but I say not next Saturday, or not next Saturday or the Saturday after. But I say we're going to be taking 2 weeks, and then we are going to be starting the Elder Scrolls miniseries. At least that is the plan. But I say to try to do either, but I say because that would be the second Saturday of January.
Mm-hmm.
That is kind of my plan. Obviously, we will kind of see how that goes, just because to make sure everybody is good to go for this the miniseries. While in the meantime, I'm talking to all y'all about characters for campaign 2, because that is going to be a bit of a conversation. We have a lot of stuff we want to do before we start, and this also lets us do explore the world of Elder Scrolls a bit, and lets me kind of stretch my DM fingers on how to run Nirn, and but I say especially because we are going to be making our way to the land of High Rock. But I say exploring the land of the Bretons. But yeah, while Nirn may be our next stop, but I say our next campaign will take place in Lightstrand. And it's gonna be quite a bit of doozy. But for now, guys, thank you all so much for watching. Guys, thank you so much for playing and basically letting me complete something that I've had on my bucket list pretty much my entire adult life. I'm very excited to be able to DM once again for this group of individuals. I say I've said it before and I'll say it again. I think I lucked out on my players, and I'm very excited to create new stories with you guys.
Cringe,
I know, but I want to speak truthfully.
Oh right, HP.
Yeah, HP.
I'll roll the die right now.
You want to roll the die right now? I had to say, all right.
I already rolled the die and I rolled a 7 on a D8. I'm
Nice.
chill with that.
That's fine. About to say, and then
real bad. Yeah.
About to say, and then Wanderer did. About to say, I know that
I always take average. I love the average.
That's fine. That's totally fine. About to say, and then Tiny, did you want to roll HP for since we're starting level 2?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and roll it. Remember, reroll 1s, and for campaign 2, I'm also gonna have you guys reroll 2s.
Hell yeah.
Oh, okay.
About to say, just because of the fact that
That's a threat.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. You guys don't have healers going into campaign 2.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
You don't have a knackle, so.
I do not have a heal bot. I
Warlock
have
does
Max.
not have access to proficiency in persuasion. That's so weird.
What? That is weird.
That is
I
weird.
got Max.
You got Max? Fuck yeah, Tiny, let's go!
Anyways.
Gotta say, but for Streamwise, thank you guys so much for watching, and we will see all of you next campaign. So stay frosty, my friends.